What is what happened?
Inform our decisions that we're making, and we've been releasing those. We released them just a couple months ago in our playbook, which if you want to look at that, go to dnc.org.
Kind of like with Biden. The issue with Biden was never that he pardoned Hunter Biden. He should have, and he was morally correct to do so. But Joe Biden shouldn't have said that he would have never pardoned him. That was the lady, and then the other can be VP. That's what we need. Or fucking Hunter Biden can be first man or whatever. We haven't had one of those yet, right? And Kamala or Clinton can run. That's what we fucking need. And then these are the people that we go. No, I'm just kidding.
Going to take, and if you're going to operationalize it, then I think the question is.
And like I know this is probably like like out of context, right? So can you explain this, Hassan? Yeah. Oink oink, motherfucker. Oh yeah, like as a joke. Yeah. So in this next out of context quote, saw you at the gym yesterday, by the way, buddy. You were looking super hot. So in this next, like Jesus fucking slurp Christ, what the fuck is going on here? But he can do a tough interview. That's good. Just not for his friends, I guess. Fucking loser. God, fuck me, dude.
What we found is the things we've been telling them, both Anderson, Delia, other folks who have concerns about it. We've shared all of the lessons with them, right? And so again, I think, John, the reality is you're proving my point here, right? People are obsessed about this in a way that continues to turn them away from wanting to focus on the lessons and instead thinking that there's some sort of smoking gun in here that's going to give them the one single reason that Kamala Harris lost the election, or the one single thing that we should have done differently that's going to actually help us win in the future. There is no one single thing that cost Kamala the election. There is no one single thing that we can do to help us win the upcoming election. There's a number of lessons for sure that will help us win in 26 and beyond. But again, I understand what you're saying, John. We'll just have to agree to disagree on this because, you know, we have already started to put those lessons into action. I'm proud of the results of what we've seen over the last year and a half since I've been elected. We have significant wind at our back, and we're going to continue to move forward. And we're going to continue to put those lessons we've learned into action, and I hope others will start to do the same.
I think if you're going to go into the podcast world, maybe I think you gotta have it. I'm sorry, I don't know how to. That sounds mean. I just don't think Ken Martin has it. Like, these are politician answers that you're giving for like a CNN or Fox News interview. Like, these are all kind of like these are really good. Like, if you have good media training and you're prepping for like mainstream media interviews or whatever, Ken Martin is giving perfect answers. For a podcast, though, this ain't it. You just sound like a politician who's kind of rambling and giving very politically correct, you know, carrying the fucking wine or whatever answers. I don't know. Yeah.
And we're going to continue to put those lessons we've learned into action, and I hope others will start to do the same.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out, because it certainly doesn't seem like anyone's looking for one single silver bullet, because it's a 200-page.
What a fucking lie. Annie is a fucking liar. I respect it. I respect that he's a snake fuck liar. You're acting like a whole contingent right now of the far left movement online isn't looking for one silver Jew-coded bullet from this fucking report. Are you, like, how slimy? Okay, dude. Gee, dude, Hunter was so fucking correct. He was so we need a Biden-Harris ticket or a Biden-Clinton ticket. Oh my fucking God. We need a Hunter Biden, Hillary Clinton, Kamala Harris. They need to be a throuple, okay? Actually, fuck it. Delete what I just said. Is Kamala Harris, is she married? She's like kids or whatever, right? I don't give a fuck. Hunter needs to marry one of them, Hillary or Kamala. First lady, and then the other can be VP. That's what we need. Or fucking Hunter Biden can be first man or whatever. We haven't had one of those yet, right? And Kamala or Clinton can run. That's what we fucking need. And then these are the people that we go. No, I'm just kidding.
going to take. And if you're going to operationalize it, then I think the question is, like, are you operationalizing it on behalf of people who didn't actually get to see the report? So, like, do they know what they're agreeing to when they operationalize lessons from the report if they haven't been able to read the report?
John, you're proving the point.
What's the point?
I mean,
But what point?
is the obsession on the report without actually focusing in on the lessons. People believe there's some sort of magic silver bullet in there that's going to solve all of our ills at the Democratic Party. There's not. And I understand.
I don't think there's going to be a magic silver bullet, though. Who thinks that? No one thinks it's good. No one thinks there's a magic silver bullet. It's a 200-page report. You interviewed people in 50 states. You spent a lot of donor money on it. I think people are probably wondering, like,
we didn't spend a lot of donor money on that, and that's just inaccurate.
You spent a couple $100,000 on it, right?
No, we did not.
It was a free report.
We did not spend a couple $100,000 on that. The person and people who are
Even if they did, politics, a couple $100,000. That's not a lot of donor money. What? A lot of donor money? Couple 100,000? Okay, whatever. And it sounds like he's saying it wasn't even that much, but
involved in it, we're not paid to do this work. And so I would just say that's inaccurate, John. So I appreciate, I'm not sure where you would even get that number. And so did you have some sort of record that shows we spent any money on that?
Oh shit! Did he make it the fuck up?
I've seen reporting that you did spend money on it. Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Okay, now he's seen reporting that they've spent money on it. Before it was a lot of money. But I don't know. Okay.
Well, that's inaccurate. Okay. The person we asked to do this is an unpaid advisor to the DNC. And so I appreciate where it's coming from, John, but let's just trade in facts on this, right? The reality is we did talk to, hundreds of people. It was an exhaustive exercise to really get at what are those key lessons. And I want to be very clear. There's nothing that changed from what I said on the campaign trail to now, which is
when you were on the campaign trail and you talked about definitely releasing an autopsy and criticized the DNC for not releasing
Damn, Sanders again on the quote.
an autopsy in 2016. In your mind, you thought, I'm going to do one, but only release certain lessons and not the full report?
No, what I said at the time is exactly what I've been saying now, which is we have to focus on the things that help us win the future elections. We have to focus on those lessons. We have to do this exercise, by the way, of conducting this analysis so that we actually learn what happened, not just in 24, but in the years preceding that, John. And so that's where our focus is. I mean, the challenge is, think about this as an executive summary of like you said, a 200-page document. And I think what we've put together and what we learn, we are sharing with people so they have full insight into what we actually need to course correct on as we go into these final 189 days left and into the future. So again,
are you going to release? You mentioned an executive summary. Are you going to release an official executive summary? Make that public?
We've been releasing that, John. That's what I've been saying to you.
Well, you said lesson. There's the Democratic playbook, the playbook that you said you can sign up for in DNC for sure. But I know that.
Hello.
Hi, what's up, buddy?
So you know how you were telling everybody about how Hassan is like cancerous for the Democratic Party and whatnot?
Yeah.
So I was wondering why you were buddies with Adam Mockler, who's literally Hassan.
I don't think Adam Mockler is even remotely close to Hassan.
I can think of at least one similarity.
What's the one similarity?
Well, he's telling everybody to never support any Democratic candidate that in any way supports Israel.
In any way?
Yeah, so anybody who will accept AIPAC money, anyone who will sell arms to them, support their quote-unquote genocide, whatnot.
Okay, well, if he's saying that, I would disagree with that perspective.
Oh, that's it? You wouldn't call him a beta male and not talk to him?
No, I don't think I would call him a beta male and not talk to him.
Okay, so basically you want Republicans to win every election.
Yeah, I think that's the logical extension of that perspective.
Yes. Yeah, because we want to support political commentators that will tell everybody to never vote for a Democratic candidate and, vote for fuckwits like Jill Stein so that Trump can get elected for his third term.
Is Adam telling people to vote for Jill Stein?
Well, who the fuck else are they going to vote for, right? She's the only one who you have to vote like third party or independent, right? Unless you think Bernie Sanders is a viable candidate.
All right, I will keep that in mind.
Okay, you do that.
Okay, be careful.
You know, NBC News said that before Easter about a month ago, you told DNC officers on a call to expect an executive summary in short order. Officers on that call told NBC they still haven't received one. You told a North Carolina DNC member who was drafting a resolution to force the report's release that a summary was forthcoming, and he backed off based on that promise. So you've been saying in coming weeks on the executive, like when can people expect an accurate
John, we've already
executive
been
summary?
sharing that with a number of folks, and we'll continue to share it with folks, including the DNC and other people. The reality is we're not hiding the ball on this. We have been sharing those things out. Happy to get you over, what we have been sharing out, John. The reality is that there's no smoking gun here. And as much as people would like to keep focusing in on those pieces, what they're ignoring is that we're sharing out the lessons. We have been incorporating those, and we have actually been putting those lessons into action, which I'm most proud of. Look, we're 189 days away from this election. You said on the top end of this that what you care most about is helping us to win elections. Okay.
We need the report to do that.
Let's focus on the elections coming up, John. You know what?
Yeah, well, I mean, I want to focus on winning them. I feel like an autopsy on what went wrong and when we lost the popular vote in all those states in 2024, and figuring out what went wrong based on a big report is pretty important for everyone to know.
Yeah. I've spent my entire career, John, as you know, since 1990, winning elections up and down the ballot, both in Minnesota and across the country.
I appreciate that.
And I'm happy to talk to you about winning elections. If you want to actually talk about elections, I'm happy to talk to you about those. But again, you're proving the point that I think many folks I think are frustrated in this party, which is people want to turn backwards to relitigate the 2024 election, to point fingers, to place blame, to
I think you want to learn lessons, like you said.
Well, listen, to win elections, if they want to win elections, I'm happy to share what we learned in the way of the lessons on why we lost the 24 election and the years preceding that. Happy to share those. We're sharing those out with everyone. But again, this conversation doesn't help us actually win elections. All it does is continue to turn people inward. What we need to do is focus on the work we need to do in the 189 days. Learn the lessons. And I'm happy to go over what those lessons are. I'm happy to go over them with anyone who wants to talk about them, John.
Get 'em,
but
John.
what I'm not going to do
Take 'em
is
out, John.
release a report that turns
Don't let
everyone
him-
backwards, trying to either point fingers or place
Gish
blame,
gallop you on
and
this.
actually ignore their own responsibility in helping us to fix the situation. The reality is we all have a responsibility. Yourself, myself, everyone, in actually learning those lessons, focusing on the upcoming election, putting
Come
them
on.
into action so we don't repeat those same mistakes.
Come on,
That's
John.
what we've been focused on, John.
Don't let him get you. Don't
So
let him.
Steve Shale, longtime Democratic strategist who's run Florida for the party, told the Washington Examiner that there's a, quote, financial penalty specifically tied to burying the autopsy because donors want a clear accounting before recommitting. The DNC is entering April with negative net cash on hand.
There we go.
So even on your
Hell
own,
yeah.
standard of does this help us win, is it possible that the autopsy decision is actually costing you the money you need to win?
That's just inaccurate, John. And I'm sure you follow the campaign finance reports like I do. We raised $105 million in 2025, a
Dang.
record amount of money for
The DNC did, or like all the Democratic Party, or?
the first
You
year.
don't have you're not have negative cash on hand right now. You don't have debt that's
Yes, we
made
do
a negative
have debt,
cash on
but
hand.
we do have debt, John, and that's because I took out a loan last year to make sure we could make deep investments. You know what we've been doing, John? We've
that?
raised a record amount of money, $105 million. It's the most raised for the first year chair of any DNC chair in the history of this party.
Wow.
And you know what's great? You know what's great about it? We raised in 2017, which is an analogous year, a year right after a presidential loss. Tom Perez raised $40 million less than what we raised this year.
Right, but he didn't have the debt that you guys have.
Yes, he did. He had $76 million in debt. And so
Damn.
my point to you is this, John. Okay, I mean, we can trade in all of this, but let's actually trade in facts. $105 million was raised. 85 million of it came from grassroots donors, which is a record amount of grassroots donations raised in the history of the Democratic Party. That shows the energy that's out there. The average contribution is $51, by the way, John. And, you know, we raised more than any of the other committees last year. The DS, the DCCC, and I will just tell you this, all of the Republican committees raised more than the DNC. And so that's just a reality of coming out of a year when you lose the presidential election, when you're the party that's out of power. Of course, you're going to not raise as much money as the Republicans. But to suggest that we're not raising money is inaccurate. We raised $32 million. We raised $32 million in the first quarter. But what we're doing that's a little different, John, is we're spending it. We're raising it and we're spending it. Because one of the lessons we learned...
You're spending more than you have. I mean, so you guys have 13.9 million cash on hand, right? I'm reading the report. 13.9 million cash on hand, 18.3 million in debt. So that's roughly negative $4.4 million. And I know it's a tough environment for the party out of power, but the DSCC and the DCCC and the Senate candidates have plenty of money. They're all doing great. So it seems like this is an issue unique to the DNC.
I don't even know if I don't know if that's good or bad, but I do know that trying to evaluate the success of some project based on whether or not they have cash on hand or in debt is probably one of the dumbest things I've ever seen in my entire life. That doesn't really tell you much of anything. Like, are they... I don't know what Ken is thinking or why he hasn't brought this up, but I mean, like, regardless of your feeling on Ken Martin or the DNC or whatever else, the Democratic Party and I mean, like, Ken, I think the DNC could take some credit for this, right? Has completely fucking annihilated the Republicans in, like, special elections and shit over the past year and a half. Like, I think it might have been the worst performing year of any party ever. Hasn't it been, like, 30 or 40 seats, like, either flipped? 35 seats flipped? To say that the DNC is doing poorly or terribly, I mean, it might be. I don't know. Maybe it is doing really bad. But I don't know if, like, them having debt is the argument for that, but okay.
That's not accurate, John. Listen,
what part is not accurate?
The reality is we're spending money as we raise it to win elections and to build infrastructure. We have invested significant amounts of money, record investments in Virginia and New Jersey, investments in Mississippi in their state legislative races to help them flip the state's the Republican supermajority in their state legislature, investments in the Miami mayoral race to help us win a Democratic elected mayor in the first time in 30 years, investments in the PSC races in Georgia to help us win the first two non-federal elected races, statewide races in 20 years in their history. You know, investments throughout the country up and down the ballot, and investments in infrastructure, including the largest investments ever in a 50-state party strategy, where we're making the biggest investments in building out the infrastructure of our state and local party committees.
Hi.
Are you streaming right now?
Yep.
Okay, well, somebody in my chat insisted that I send you the link and insist upon you to watch a video of Adam Mockler basically being
Hey
his
everyone,
son.
there's
Okay, maybe I'll check it out later.
And I would appreciate that if you would watch it on stream, so that maybe you could, I don't know, look like a jackass or something and try to cope and say, oh, well, we need to be able to disagree with people who are within our own political party, even though they literally tell you not to vote for the political party they claim to be a part of.
Yeah, I think I'd rather just keep
You know,
watching
like
the
Hassan.
stuff that I am kind of watching right now. I think doing okay, but thank you.
You know,
How
one of
come
the
you're so
lessons we
scared?
learned, by the way, John.
Well, I'm not scared. I'm just not interested.
Is Adam Mockler gonna beat you up or something?
No, did Adam Mockler beat you up?
You think he could beat me up?
Maybe. Kind of sounds like he's been bowling
Oh,
you
yeah?
or something. Why are you so?
Well, why don't we set up a fucking cage match between me and Adam Mockler?
Wow, you could just fight in your head because
Huh?
it seems like he's already living there right now, rent free.
Well, let's set up a cage fight between me and Adam Mockler.
You
Okay?
close your eyes.
And
do you see
whoever
him?
wins is right about or wrong about supporting fucking Israel.
What does Iran have to do with this?
I said right or wrong.
Okay. I'll
Okay.
message
So
him
if
and
I
let him
win,
know, okay?
then I'm right about supporting Israel.
Mm-hmm.
And if he wins, I guess I'd be wrong about supporting Israel. But I think we know how that's going to turn out, don't we?
Okay. I'll message him and I'll see if he's interested in saying it. Okay?
Message Adam Mockler. Tell
Mhm.
him to come fucking fight me.
Okay. I'll let him know. Okay.
Yeah, tell him I'm a Zionist, and since he has such a fucking problem with Zionism and supports fucking Hamas, well, tell him, well, come right here, right? Globalize the Intifada and all that fucking shit. If he's all in support of that, well, he can come fight a Zionist. Perfectly fucking happy to do it.
All right, I'll shoot him a message and I'll let him know. Okay.
That's good. I'll smash him on his fucking head.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. He'll keep that in mind. Okay.
All right, take care.
In building out the infrastructure of our state and local party committees. You know, one of the lessons we learned, by the way, John, from the last election is that we waited too long to spend money. In fact, the Republican Party, starting in 2020, right after Biden won that race, the Democratic Party packed up the campaign infrastructure. Trump and the Republicans kept going. They kept spending money. They kept organizing. They kept communicating with voters. We did not. And as a result, they had a 3.5-year-long head start and going into the 2024 election. We had 10 million Democrats who actually chose the couch instead of voting in 2024. And part of the reason why is because we weren't communicating with them early and often. What did the Democratic Party decide last year to start doing? We have our local listener program that's already engaging through year-round organizing those voters who dropped off in 2024. You have to spend money to win elections. And one of the lessons we learned is if we wait. Now, look, I know you came up in a certain time and day in politics, but the old conventional wisdom, John, it doesn't fly anymore. The old conventional wisdom is that you waited to make investments until the final 3 months of the election because that's when people were paying attention. Well, guess what? That's bullshit. It's shown. We have to start early. We have to build that infrastructure. We have to flex that muscle early of having conversations with voters so that we actually position ourselves to win. Now, are you criticizing me for spending money early? Because that seems to be what the thing is. And guess what?
No, I think it's great that you're spending money early, and I think it's very important to invest in state parties. I think a 50-state strategy is extremely important. But we're talking about two different things. We're talking about spending money and raising money. And you raised $11.4 million in March. The RNC raised double that in March. And so if you're going to spend that much money, obviously you have to also raise the money too, because otherwise the difference between investment and just outrunning your costs and taking on a loan because of that doesn't seem like much of a difference to me.
I don't even know what he's saying. Is he like trying to disagree or whatever? Or I don't know what their background is in terms of business or whatever. You don't have to have a background in business. This just is such a weird point. Like, don't you have debt? Don't you have debt? I mean, the question is whether or not it's at a good allocation of resources, right? You can there's a reason why people borrow money. I saw Mr. Mann.
It's not outrunning our costs, John, because we're able to make these investments all throughout the country. And race after race in our state party infrastructure, in our local party infrastructure. You know, if we weren't able to keep up in terms of building out this infrastructure, then there would be a problem. We've won over 90% of the elections on the ballot, and most of them, if not all of them, we had a direct involvement in. And I just say this to you, John, because, you know, it was a bet we made. And I get it. You know, again, all the folks in D.C., what they like to, they seem obsessed about, and they spend a lot of time thinking about is how much money do people have on hand versus actually what are you doing to build out the infrastructure to win? And what is the role of a political party, John? At the end of the day, our job is to build infrastructure that our candidates can tap into, to do the things that.
Isn't the most important job of a DNC chair to go and raise money? And obviously,
that's what the.
We should have just spent less.
Job of the DNC
Unfortunately.
chair, the job of the DNC chair is singular.
Happy.
It's to win. And guess what I've been doing the last year and a half? Win.
True. Sorry. Regardless of your feelings on him, that is true. Democrats have been crushing it over the past year and a half in seats.
Guess what I did for 14 years in a very purple state? Win, John.
Right.
And I'm just telling you right now, I think you and others who continue to bet against the DNC, keep betting. Because guess what? Here's a
fucking true.
Reality, John. We're winning. And we're winning because I'm defining.
Right, but the investments you're making are not. I mean, obviously there's a difference between off-year elections and midterm elections, and what it's going to take to build the kind of infrastructure.
I'm sorry. Do you think we're gearing up to lose the midterms? I mean, what you want to bank your current hostility on? That the midterms are not going to go well for the Democrats, or what?
We need to win in 2028, right? I mean, I just think that's it. You've talked a lot about investing in state parties. The headline number is $20,000 a month per state. My understanding is that also includes like the Democratic Party of Guam and the Party of the Northern Mariana Islands, who get basically the same check as Pennsylvania, or Wisconsin, or North Carolina. I get that every state and territory has DNC members.
What the fuck is he even arguing right now? Fuck those places.
Every one of them voted in the DNC election, you won. But it's also a real chunk of money that's flowing to places without federal races. And so I just wonder if you have this much debt.
Is that the issue? What? This is like I just want to say, Okay, and listen, it's not even necessarily bad to ask these questions, but we are so in the fucking weeds on financials for the DNC, right? Like this is a crazy in-depth interview. Like, we need to talk about the DNC. Yeah, sure. Well, we've had historic outperformance in races and everything else. You guys are in debt. Yeah, we raised a historic amount of money. We also spent a historic amount of money, but we've had historic performance gains in all of the seats that we've been running in. Okay, but have you considered the fact that you're sending about $100,000 to places like Guam and other U.S. territories where we don't actually have federal voters or whatever? Like, holy shit. We're in there. Like, are we going to criticize how we're filing our taxes next, or Jesus?
Is like that the right allocation of money to be giving it to state parties in Guam and Northern Mariana Islands when, Axios reported that there's also contemplating layoffs at the DNC?
There's no
Wait, what is it? So instead of giving money to Guam or Mariana, whatever the fuck, that would save the jobs of the... I don't know. This is Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh, again, John, you're just throwing out a bunch of garbage. We've never
Well,
contemplated.
that's what the report was,
We've
and
never
that's-
contemplated layoffs at the DNC. I haven't laid anyone off since I've been a DNC chair. And so I just want to be very clear with you again and your listeners, because you're just repeating garbage. Pot shots at the DNC. I'm used to taking the pot shots, by the way. And I think the mistake that you and others make is, somehow I just don't care. I came to this job for one thing, which is to win. And if it wasn't,
So you think the state party allocation to like to
No.
Guam and everything is worthwhile allocation of funds?
I think it is a worthwhile allocation, because when we organize everywhere, we can win anywhere. And it's important for us not to just focus on federal power at the expense of state and local power. This is where I'm challenging the conventional wisdom of all these smart people in Washington, D.C.
I don't know how true... I don't know how true what I'm about to say is, but it's just something I've heard repeated from a lot of people I've been doing elections and everything with too, is that Democrats are very quick to give up everywhere whenever there's it just seems too far lost, and Republicans will literally fight everywhere. They will fight tooth and nail. And when the DCC the DNC feels like they've lost a seat, they're just like, fuck it or whatever. And you have this thing where like governors and state races were just like over time, just all of them were rolling into more and more Republican heavy like majorities across the entire country. Now, I don't know if Ken is... somebody in chat wrote earlier that his initiative to support every state was hoping to find people to run in Virginia. Apparently, he made a commitment that we were going to run somebody in every single race, a Democrat in every single race, which is, if that's true, then cool. But I don't know enough about the intricacies of how all this works to know if Ken Martin is truly doing an effective job or not. I will say the last year and a half has been really good results for the Democratic Party, but
at the expense of state and local power. This is where I'm challenging the conventional wisdom of all these smart people in Washington, D.C. here, which is that the only thing that matters is control of Congress and the presidency. My job is to help us win everywhere, to build power up and down the ballot throughout the country, including in our territories. And so you and I can just disagree on whether or not those are investments that are worthwhile. I believe they are worthwhile. It's important for us to actually build power for our party and our party values everywhere there's Democrats, and we're going to continue to do that. And so whether you think that's a worthwhile investment or not, that's fine. You can take your check back if you don't believe it's a good investment, John. But let me just say this. The role of the Democratic Party is to build infrastructure everywhere so that we can win. Let me give you a couple of examples of what that infrastructure is. Our voter file and our organizing tools and our data, every candidate, whether they're running for school board or president, relies on that. We spend over $10 million a year on that, John. That's a critical piece of the infrastructure that people rely on. Without the DNC, they would have to do that on their own, all of these candidates. Our voter protection and legal infrastructure that we build. Every committee and every candidate relies on us to be out there filing lawsuits and protecting the vote. We filed over 1,000 lawsuits, which is a record number of lawsuits over the last year alone, right? Including being lead plaintiffs in many of the big lawsuits challenging Trump's executive orders. This is a piece of the infrastructure people rely on.
On that, you mentioned the voter file.
Yeah. So on a quick thing, and I can point this out all day, right? And I can tell you, I can already see how this all develops. I'm seeing the Matrix more for all these media cycles, okay? If this was on Fox News, right, he would be getting a slop interview by Sean Hannity, and every single talking point that he's giving right now, all of these would be repeated ad nauseum from the entire center-left media apparatus. Every single person would be repeating all of these talking points, and it would be like the new marching orders for our side, but they're not going to be, because John is going to push on every single fucking thing he's saying, or just not even really acknowledge it, which is extra sad because I'm pretty sure Ken Martin, I think, is being factually correct in everything that he's saying, and Republicans aren't. They usually just lie, or lefties don't. They just fucking lie. And I wonder if we were to... I wonder how many people... This was a day ago. I wonder how many slopulist YouTube channels reviewed this talk, and it's the MAGA effect. They see it as a hostile interview, so he's the enemy. John is their team. And so I wonder if like Kyle Kulinski, Crystal Ball, Majority Report, I don't know if Hassan watched it, all the far left channels will watch this and just shred this guy to pieces and then fully back up what John is saying. Maybe, but I don't know. I'll go look for some afterwards.
There's been a talk that a meaningful chunk of the DNC's debt traces to the committee buying the Harris campaig's voter file. Is that accurate? Did you guys buy the Harris campaign's voter file?
No.
That didn't happen?
No, you're talking about buying a fundraising list, but that's not a voter file.
The fundraising list.
Yeah.
Did you?
These are very, very, very specific questions. God damn. Okay, what did Pisco say? Nice. Good link.
Everyone's.
Around.
Let me finish.
Did you-
at least.
Of course,
What-
you purchased that.
I was just wondering about the rationale for that, because it feels like the DNC and the Harris campaign were operating off largely the same data infrastructure during the campaign. So what did buying the
You're
list?
confusing two things, John. Data infrastructure and fundraising list. Those are separate things. And again.
But even on the fundraising list, you guys didn't work up. That was additive. Their fundraising list for $6.5 million was additive to that. That was a good
We
investment.
purchased that list. And let me just say this, John, that that happens all the time in campaigns and elections, as you know.
Oh, I know. It's just a big chunk of money. That's why I was just wondering.
Well,
why.
But he made it sound like an exceptional thing. Oh, he's sneaky. Sneaky, sneaky. Very nice. Very, very, very sneaky.
But as you know, John, that happens all the time. So it's not unique to this DNC. It's not unique to prior DNC chairs. It's not unique to campaigns or elections. Frankly, campaigns and elections, campaigns at the end of an election sell their list to cover their debt. And so there's nothing new about that, John. And of course, that's one of the biggest lists and the most valuable lists out there. It's a great investment for the DNC. I'm trying to actually help us raise money so we can compete, so we can win. And that was not only a great investment, it's already paid for itself, and we're glad to be able to do that. And, we buy lists all the time. That's what people do in this business.
Pod Save America Breaking News is brought to you by Act Blue. Act Blue provides Democrats up and down the ballot with the tools they need to reform House. Quick out of Blue Doc. That what I have. Yeah, look. Here's the reason I'm just being so tough about all of this. I just think that what I have seen happen before.
And then it's always the same fucking excuse. But keep in mind, for the winners in our media ecosystem, which are the conservatives, they don't ever have this attitude. When was the last time Trump came on and they're like, Mr. President, I'm sorry I'm being so harsh on you, but we need to win. We need to win, Mr. President. That's why I'm being so harsh.
Is especially in off-year elections, midterm elections, when we have the wind at our back, and I feel great about the midterms. I feel really excited about the off-year elections too, as we head towards 2028. Look, I saw this in 2022. We did well enough in the midterms, and Democratic insiders, Biden administration, everyone else were saying, you know what? This proves that we're going to win in 2024, and we're in great shape. And God, I hope so, because I think we need to win 2028 more than anything. But it concerns me that I see two things. One, this autopsy, which you campaigned on releasing, and I know you're releasing lessons, but are hiding still plenty of the details in the autopsy, and I just can't figure out what details that are in there that you don't want out there because you don't trust people with, because they're going to, I guess, argue about them.
Damn.
Because it feels like
Also, remember the difference between layup questions for Hassan versus like challenging questions for this guy, right? For Hassan, it's like, so I see here that you were saying that wealthy schoolgirls should be raped more than the poor ones, but like this is, I'm sure you stream a ton, and this is like probably out of context, and yeah. So go ahead, can you please speak to that? Meanwhile, for Ken Martin, who has had a phenomenal performance, I think we could say the Democratic Party's had a phenomenal performance over the past year and a half. It's like, so I'm just curious.
Oh, sure.
I noticed, so you haven't released this list. Is it because you're fucking terrified of people getting a little bit of the goddamn motherfucking truth? Is that what your issue is? You don't trust us to have the fucking facts? Is that the problem, Ken Martin? You don't trust us to have the fucking facts? It's like, Jesus Christ.
are hiding still plenty of the details in the autopsy, and I just can't figure out what details that are in there that you don't want out there because you don't trust people with, because they're going to, I guess, argue about them. Because it feels like we really need a robust discussion about where the party's headed, not just pundits like me, but the state party chairs and the DNC committee members who are asking you to release it. They're asking you to release it.
I know you want to keep focusing on that, and that's fine.
Well, and I'm saying, and I do think that affects and the fundraising isn't going well either. So I feel like that's
the fundraising.
The fundraising isn't going well after he said they've raised more money in a year than they have in any previous year ever. You're basing the fact that their fundraising was poor because they have debt, because they spent more money?
It's just completely inaccurate, John.
I mean, you had a great first year in 2025.
And we've had a great first quarter. $32 million we raised in the first quarter. We raised $4 million in March than Tom Perez did in 2018. We have
That's excluding debt, though. That's excluding debt.
50%.
Excluding debt. What are you talking? What is this? Where are these? What is this analysis? What? This is the equivalent to like, I noticed at Facebook, I think they lost money. You guys actually spent more than you made last year. So I just want to say, in terms of earners, not to brag, but I made more money than Facebook last year. Technically speaking, okay, I made more money than Facebook. They were like negative like 42 billion. I made more money than like. What the fuck kind of analysis is this? Holy shit.
More cash on hand than Tom Perez did.
But you're excluding debt. You don't have 50% more cash on hand if you include your debt.
That's not. I don't think that's what cash on hand means. Is total assets less liabilities. It just means how much cash you can spend, right?
John, we do, because at the end of the day, we can pay that debt off whenever the hell we want. I could hold that debt until the end of the year. So the reality is, there's nothing that's holding me back in terms of the cash I have, the cash on hand I have to spend it on elections. I can carry that debt all the way through the end of this year and beyond if I want. So that's just inaccurate. I know you know campaigns, but you're just spewing stuff out that's just wrong.
I'm saying that I saw that talking point about 50% more, and it's based on excluding the debt. So that's why
we raised $32 million in the first quarter. Okay. We have $15 million on hand. We're able to spend that money on continuing to build our infrastructure and to help us win elections. Okay, and we've continued to raise money. Nothing has slowed down. In fact, the fundraising has picked up significantly since even the last November's elections in 2025. So listen.
And I know the grassroots fundraising has been great. I know that.
Ooh, I wonder what they cut there. I doubt that they would actually do like malicious cuts. That would be crazy. But there was a cut. There was an edit there, right?
25. So listen.
And I know the grassroots fundraising has been great. I know that. I concede that for sure. There's plenty of reports about this. I've talked to plenty of people about this, that a lot of the big donors still have not come off the sidelines, and part of the reason is that there's a trust issue based.
Like, what are we complaining about here? There are big donors that haven't come off the sidelines. So the issue is what? Raising money? Because it sounds like they've had historic fundraising years, and this is a historic fundraising quarter. So what? I don't understand. He needs to do something different for the donors, even though he's raising more money than they've ever raised in the history of all of the DNC. I don't understand what is the argument here. Also, I thought we hated donors.
Partly on the autopsy.
Yeah, I'm just not seeing that, John, and I appreciate that. And you know, I don't believe that to be the case. Maybe you're talking to donors that I'm not. I highly doubt it, but the donors I'm talking to who are holding back, they're not holding back because they're frustrated with me. And they're not holding back because they're frustrated with the DNC. Just the opposite. And so I think people see that we are actually putting into action the lessons we've learned. We're actually building the infrastructure we need. We're competing up in the down the ballot. We're making the investments throughout the country to make sure that we're organizing everywhere. I mean, part of the challenge, John, is we've talked about this on the show before, that this party for years, and this is why I ran for it, has had a very myopic vision of just focusing in on one campaign cycle, one candidate, one campaign at the expense of a long-term strategy. And for us to break out of that, we actually have to have a long-term strategy, and that requires us to build through the lens of building long-term infrastructure. And so, you know, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you throw all your eggs into one basket, which is one campaign or one campaign cycle, then you've built nothing permanent. Or if you do as I am, right, which is to start building the permanent infrastructure we need to have a long-term strategy, then you get blamed because you don't have enough cash on hand to compete with the Republicans. Well, the reality is we've been competing with the Republicans and building the long-term infrastructure at the same time. And so what I would ask you to do is just think about this differently. The old conventional wisdom of how we do campaigns, I came in here, and as I said, I'm challenging that conventional wisdom. I'm challenging the idea that we just invest in the final 3 months at the expense of a long-term strategy. I'm challenging the conventional wisdom that we just focus on federal power at the expense of state and local power, right? I am challenging the conventional wisdom that we just focus on 7 battleground states at the expense of the rest of this country. So I get that frustrates people, John. But guess what? It will pay dividends. It already is, both in the short term, and it will pay dividends in the long term as this map shifts underneath of our feet in the next 4 to 6 years. So I say all this. I get where your frustration comes from, right? But as I said, you know, and I get it. You know, there were people, including you and others, who were in a different place on this chairs race. But since I've come here, I have won. And you can't ignore that fact. We have won. I would go and ask you to talk to Eileen Higgins, the mayor of Miami. I would go and ask you to talk to Alicia Johnson and Peter Hubbard, the new PSC commissioners in Georgia. I would go and ask you to talk to Mikey Sherrill in New Jersey. I would go and ask you and talk to Abigail Spanberger in Virginia. I would go to ask you to talk to Taylor Ramett in Fort Worth, Texas. And many, many other campaigns and candidates that we've helped over the course of the last year and a half. Because what they will tell you is that the DNC was critically involved in those races. Was that a good investment? I suppose by some people's standards, no, because we're not hoarding our money for the November election to win back control of Congress. Well, guess
No,
what?
I want to make sure you guys have enough money, and I know there's fundraising
That's your only concern. Oh my god. Oh my god.
issues that you're being. RNC raised nearly double than you guys, so I want to make sure you have enough money. And the DS and the D-Trip and everyone else and the Senate candidates are raising a whole bunch of money and matching Republicans. So I just want to make sure you guys have the
They're
money
not matching
as
Republicans.
well.
There's not matching Republicans. Every Republican committee outraised their counterpart. The
Right,
RNC.
not by double as with you guys in the RNC, but
Well, but you were just completely and totally fucking factually wrong before, though, right? Didn't you just get completely fucking anally gaped here by that comment that he just made? Well, this is like one of the things, because I always get rattled if I fuck a fact up, or if somebody says something that totally contradicts what I say, because then I have to think like, is this person lying to me, or was I actually completely wrong here? I got to think of the research I did. I got to think of what research they've done. Are they using a talking point, right? But these guys, the shameless people, they just fucking steamroll right on through. But okay.
matching Republicans. So I just want to make sure you guys have the
They're
money
not matching
as
Republicans.
well.
There's not matching Republicans. Every Republican committee outraised their counterpart. The
Right,
RNC.
not by double as with you guys in the RNC, but I hear your
They
point.
didn't.
though. I
They
hear
didn't
your point.
outraise us by double either. We raised $32 million
Okay, he wasn't right on that.
to their $56 million or $54 million.
I'm going by the March numbers, which is 11 to 21, but I hear you. All right.
Even 11 to 21 is not technically double, but March for 1 month? You're cherry picking a single month? Is that what we're worried about? Was just 1 month?
Well, I appreciate you. I appreciate you coming on. I appreciate you answering these questions, and I do hope it was interesting to learn that you do still plan on releasing an executive summary of the full after-action report publicly to people who want it. That is coming soon. I
Did he
guess.
say that?
We've been
He
releasing
said
those.
they've been releasing it. Not that they're releasing anything fundamentally different than what they've been releasing, but good one.
Continue to
What is-
release. those.
we've been releasing them. You've been releasing
That's
an
what he
executive
said.
summary, or you've been
Yes,
doing
we-
It's not an executive summary. That's not what he's looking for, but
individual
We've been
lessons.
releasing those lessons. The lessons are the summary. We've been releasing those since the beginning of this year, in briefing after briefing. And we published them in our playbook, as I mentioned. We'll continue to release them. And so, if anyone wants
not what
to
he's
see
looking
some of
for.
that work already, go to dnc.org. Back and mentioned, we'll continue to release
There's
them.
another
And
edit.
So, if in briefing
Wait.
after those lessons.
there's another edit there. I'm only interested in the edits because it was such a contentious interview, and now it makes me wonder, but that was another edit out there.
The lessons are the summary. We've been releasing those since the beginning of this year, in briefing after briefing. We published them in our playbook, as I mentioned. We'll continue to release them. And so, if anyone wants to see some of that work already, go to dnc.org/playbook, and you can see how we're already putting those lessons into action. We'll continue to do that, John. I mean, that was my commitment when I ran, and that was my commitment when we talked last, is that we were going to help make sure people understood what lessons we needed to learn going into this election. We'll continue to do that. So,
Thank you, Ken Martin, for joining as always.
thank you, John.
Sheesh. Now that's what I call. Sheesh. 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 Was it an edit or a camera switch? No, it's an edit. You can hear because the you can hear it in the audio when you do a hard cut like that.
We were going to help make sure on NC playbook, as I mentioned. We'll continue to release them. And so, if anyone wants to see some of that work already,
You can hear the fuzz like drop and come back. You can hear the when people make cuts like that. What the fuck was I linked this retarded shit?
All right, let's watch the Ken Martin thing. We'll do it at one point.
Oh fuck! Well, we just watched the whole thing. I don't need to watch him watch the whole thing. Let's see what part of the slop cycle Pisco is on.
And it's not even close. Listen,
Soon, I guess.
we've been releasing
I
this.
got-
Releasing them.
about being what style of leadership is best suited to the current circumstances. Basically, do we need a president or a legislature in charge? We need to focus on presidency over everything. But sorry, that came out wrong. The presidency is by far the most important office. I don't think that's necessarily what they're talking about. I think that's how Ken wants to portray it. Like that's the kind of dynamic, or at least it's that everyone is trying to pigeonhole him into conventional wisdom, and he's not having it. I do think that Democrats should try to compete everywhere. But if you're asking me like my ranking, Masaka, president is the most important office in the country.
Okay, good take. I agree with that take. The presidency is indeed the most important office in the country.
I was gonna say, folks, of what it reminds me of. What was it reminding me of? Fuck. Oh, got it. Yeah, I remember. Okay, he's almost pseudo blaming the Pate Bros for like a future Democratic loss, or here's John Favreau. He's like, you don't want to be the reason we lost, right? And it reminds me of the people who said, don't criticize Biden. Don't call for Biden to drop out. Don't you know you're just ruining his chances? We just have to close ranks. That's what it reminds me of. And the implication here is like, see, you don't want us to lose, do you? And it reminds me a little bit when I'm criticized for good faith and good criticism of this party, which is the only vehicle by which we defend our country, the Democratic Party. When I have good faith, good criticism of Democrats, that they say I'm trying to scuttle the Democrats' chances. So this is especially triggering for me on a personal level.
No one thinks there's like a magic silver bullet.
Yeah, it's such a straw man. And like, listen, this is. I'm sorry, I'm repeating myself at this point. If you watching the stream, you have to deal with it because I just have to repeat. It's so obvious. It's a straw man.
That what's a straw man?
The 200-page report. You interview people in 50 states. You spend a lot of donor money on it, and people are probably wondering like,
Is there anything unreasonable about what Favreau's saying?
On it. We didn't spend a lot of donor money on that, and that's just inaccurate.
you spent a couple $100,000 on it, right?
Oh, no, we did not.
It was a free report.
We did not spend a couple $100,000 on that. The person and people who were involved in it were not paid to do this work, and so I would just say that's inaccurate, John. So
Who cares? Effort. It's all fungible.
Oh my God.
Time.
It's not fungible, you fucking moron. He just talked about the donors wasting money on it. And if they didn't spend any money on it, that's not fungible unless you're implying that the people that they got to work on it for free could have worked on something else that the donors would have spent their money on anyway. What the fuck? What do you think fungible means? That it's Full Metal Alchemist where all matter and energy and life is exchangeable with itself? Wait, what the fuck kind of what does that mean for fungible? What?
Effort. Organizational capacity. Your salary, perhaps, in overseeing it.
How much time did he spend overseeing the what?
I'm not sure where you would even get that number.
I got out of bed for this. I think I feel like we live in two different worlds sometimes. I don't know what Pisco's talking about
It's
here.
the thing I said. It's always going to be the thing I said, and I'm going to scream it over and over again. This is the team
Everybody
thing.
calls you a fucking contrarian, but like I feel like sometimes we have actual people who just want to be on the side of like shit talking the Dems. I don't get it, dude.
Because because the Dems don't have, like, so what's being created right now, and these media cycles will last like 1 to 3 days, and then they become like a permanent scar that'll be brought up in the future, right? So Pisco reacted to this.
All right.
Keith Edwards reacted to this. I haven't watched his reaction
Everyone's
yet.
so-
The majority report reacted to this, but this is just like the MAGA media cycle. So what happens is every single one of these like commie dudes are going to react to this, and they're going to give the exact same take, and then that's going to be, oh, and apparently Hassan reacted to it. This is going to be, that's not this video, it was another video. This is going to be like the talking
right.
point that everybody repeats. And so you've got the right, I don't know if the right will attack the DNC over this because I don't know if they give a fuck about DNC shit. And then you've got the far left that have their media talking points about the center left here. And nobody in the center left is going to come up to defend any of these people because they just don't have that apparatus. And then it's just going to be that Ken Martin is a loser, the DNC sucks, and then this is just part of the...
But Ken Martin fought back against it, and it seemed like he had like good reasons for
Doesn't
why
matter, doesn't
he's
matter,
doing
doesn't
what
matter,
he's
doesn't matter,
doing.
doesn't matter. You can engage
Well, how
with...
does that not matter?
Because you can engage with anything however you want to. Like,
Yeah.
you can engage with anything however you want to. Like, when you're making a documentary, the hardest thing about a documentary is picking which facts you want to include, because you can tell any story you want.
You want, yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with that. Yeah.
And so if you're watching, like if you're watching anything, you can pick a side and you can give whatever take you want. That's all you
Sure,
have to say.
but
It
when
just
you're
depends on what
watching
team-
something like this, shouldn't you be listening to both sides and coming to like your own sort of conclusion of like who you feel like is having the better arguments?
I mean, it depends on what team you're on or what the part of the ecosystem you
Guess.
feel like
I
you're
don't
in.
know. I don't feel like I have a huge dog in this race, like watching it, but it seems like Ken was giving pretty good reasons against John of why he's doing XYZ, and then I think John kind of looked like a fucking idiot in that interview.
Yeah, but most people won't see it that way. Like Pisco just blew. Like if it was like a team sports more and there was a center left team sports, then people would be screaming like what I said. When it was like you got completely blown the fuck out on that. You were factually wrong, right? He was factually wrong, and he really did get blown the fuck out. And for Pisco, it's like who cares? What about it? Who cares about it? It doesn't matter. Every single thing in the universe is fungible, mass energy equivalent. Like it was like, what?
And so, did you have some sort of record that shows?
I just,
Oh,
I
don't do
know.
this shit.
Yeah, we
Wow.
feel like,
Don't
I feel like we're living in two different worlds. I hear what you're saying, but
Yep.
I don't know how Pisco is
The whole point
walking
is
away.
different. The whole point is different worlds.
Yeah.
Okay, like I haven't watched this yet. Okay, wait.
So are they just brain broken then? Or are they just lost?
Yeah, well, because they get lost in their own little media worlds, and then that's all it is. That's all that matters.
Surrounded claim.
Okay, yeah, I got it. Will you share your stream on here?
Sure.
I've got the Brethren's finest equipment, just for you.
Okay. I'm just gonna listen to him talk to the first girl and respond. It's like a minute or two.
Is
Hold
that
on.
Jews are indigenous to the land of Israel.
All right, if you would like to be the first debater, get to the seat in 3, 2, 1.
Okay. I'm gonna watch this as a pro-Zionist, and then I'm gonna watch this as a pro-Palestinian. Okay?
Okay.
You can watch the exact same thing, and you can have totally fucking opposite takes. You can do this for anything in the fucking media you want. Okay?
And there's a bad guy. My next surrounded claim is that Jews are indigenous to the land of Israel.
Absolutely fucking true. Okay? There's literally the Kingdom of Israel. I'm pretty sure the term Palestinian was created by the Romans as an insult to the Jews. I don't remember the exact terminology or whatever, but Jews can trace their lineage back to the historic lands, the Kingdom of Israel. It's literally in the fucking Bible, but like historically, this is a true fact. Nothing I'm saying is not true. Also, I'm not just making shit up. Okay, this is all true. That Jewish history back to Israel precedes any appearance of any precedes the entire Muslim faith and Arabs and everything else. So that is absolutely true. So there's no way that he
All
loses
right,
on
if you
claim
would like
3
to be
here.
the
Okay.
first debater, get to the seat in 3, 2, 1.
Hi, it's nice to meet you.
Likewise, how are you?
Doing well. Yeah, so I'd like to know more about why you believe that and where that comes from.
Sure. So when I make a claim about the Jewish people, it's never against another population. When I'm saying that the Jews are indigenous to the land of Israel, it's where we come from. If you dig in the land, you find our history. This is the land that our ancestors have come from. We've maintained a constant presence, and thankfully we were able to come back to that land for
True. There have always been Jews living in Israel. These Jews have lived in Jerusalem. There has been a constant presence that has been maintained from literally the ancient kingdom of fucking Israel to today.
Sure. Would you identify yourself as a Zionist?
So I'd say that there are many different thought leaders that were involved in the modern political movement called Zionism, and that there are many different branches: the right-wing Zionism, left-wing Zionism, secular Zionism, religious Zionism, even Christian Zionism, which I'm completely against. But the fundamental idea of Zionism, which comes from the word Zion, which means Jerusalem, is the idea that the Jewish people should have a right to self-determine on their ancestral homeland of Judea/Israel. So do I believe that the Jews should have a right to come back home? Absolutely, I do.
Sure. So I was
Fair definition for sure.
also wondering why, because this is a debate about pro-Palestine versus pro-Israel, I was also wondering why you believe that indigeneity plays a role in pro-Israel like actions.
For sure. So to define indigeneity first, if the United Nations actually defined it for what is widely accepted in academic spaces, which is that your identity is the pre-colonial identity that was born and rooted to a particular and specific piece of land that is essential to that people's identity and way of life. They've maintained a constant presence in that land, and they collectively identify with this term. And the reason why it's so important to speak about this is because there are a lot of people who claim to be pro-Palestinian, who use Palestinian struggles in order to try to delegitimize my ancestral connection and my right to live there. So I'm
True. He has to fight on ancestral grounds and right to the land because literally Palestinian people do the exact fucking same, 100%.
for the right for other people to live there as well. But when people are trying to delegitimize who I am in the collective that belongs here as well, that's when I have a problem.
Okay, so here's sort of where I'm coming from. From what I understand about indigeneity, it is a concept just like intelligence, love, which means that it can be essentially defined by what it is, but not necessarily, it's more difficult to define what it isn't. My understanding of indigeneity that it has relation against colonialism. Also, similarly, my understanding of Zionism is that, especially through settler action, we
Imagine talking about colonialism when the entire way that Arabs and Muslims got across there was literally through military conquest. What do you think a caliphate is? Why do you think there were the rise and fall of so many of them? What do you think that meant? When the Ottoman Empire disappeared, what was the Ottoman Empire? Like, how do they think people even got there? What was Muhammad's job? What was he known as? Was literally a warlord, a conqueror. Like how could you possibly talk about imperialism and then defend the Palestinian identity in the next breath? It's literally impossible.
know that it is a colonial project. So it's very difficult for me to understand how you can be both indigenous and the colonizer.
So I look at Zionism as an anti-colonial movement, a movement that the previous colonizers that were here were the British, firstly being the Romans that colonized the land, renamed it to
True. Yep. The Romans. Yep.
Palestine, and kicked out the majority of the Jewish people.
True.
Then we have the Byzantine Empire, we have the Caliphates, we have the Ottomans, and eventually we have the British.
Does that have any say on the Jewish Palestinians who exist, who are not afforded full citizenship? What happens to them? Because Palestinians are
Which
a
Jewish-
monolith,
which
and we
Jewish
understand.
Palestinians are not receiving
Palestinians, what are you
full
talking
citizenship?
about?
And I
Well,
don't
if you're
know-
a Palestinian, then you don't have full
so we're
citizenship
not
in the
talking
state
about
of Israel.
Jews, right? So we're talking about now the consequences have happened after the British were here.
Sure.
And the way that British colonized.
Do you think that
Let me
do
just
you think
answer
that their
that part.
citizenship is a direct action of the British?
No, I think that the division of the land is a direct
She's
consequence of what the
totally
British
lost. She has no idea what she's talking about. I don't even know why she's sitting here. American, born in Michigan, 100%.
did to our populations.
Okay.
Let me explain where that comes
Okay,
from.
we have to
Oh,
pause.
she probably meant Israeli Palestinians, not Jewish Palestinians, but she doesn't know the difference because she shouldn't even be sitting here.
There, you've been voted
Well,
up
for
by the
them,
majority.
it's the same word, right?
No, doesn't matter. She was completely, totally incorrect on this. Okay. Let's do the. Okay. Every fact
Now
that
do
was
the
said here
reverse.
was 100% correct. Okay. I didn't make anything up. Okay. We'll watch it from the Palestinian side. Okay. We won't make anything up. All right.
My next surrounded claim is that Jews are indigenous to the land of Israel.
Okay. When he says Jews are indigenous to the land of Israel, sure, but which Jews? Are we talking about all the ones that came from Europe? And does the bloodline trace back 2,000 years to historic kingdom of Israel? Or are we talking about the Jews that he's going to say live in Jerusalem that, by the way, spoiler alert, were interbreeded with Arabs when they came over and have also lived there for the entire time and were converted sometimes to the religion of Islam and then continue to live there. So when he says like Jews are indigenous to Israel, he's talking about the same Jews that Arabs and Muslims would say are also indigenous to there and were their own people? Like who are we claiming here? Or
What
at
about
what
the
point do you no
Brooklyn
longer...
ones?
Sure, at what point do we not become like? Are we saying that Mizrahi Jews and not Nazarim, but Jews from Europe are the exact same race of people? Like, how does that even make sense?
My next surrounded claim is that Jews are indigenous to the land.
Like, because even Jews here is too broad of a term to claim indigenuity or whatever the fuck I think.
Of Israel.
All right, if you would like to be the first debater, get to the seat in 3, 2, 1.
Like he's using Jews here with the way that Americans use the term white, where it's like, how are we going to say that a Jew whose family lineage can be traced back however many hundreds or over 1,000 years in some in Iraq or Jordan or any Middle Eastern country is the exact same race as somebody who immigrated out of the Middle East whatever fucking 2,000 years ago and their family has been doing whatever else unless they've literally just been inbreeding the entire time. Is that his claim?
Hi, it's nice to meet you.
Likewise, how are you?
Doing well. Yeah, so I'd like to know more about why you believe that and where that comes from.
Sure. So when I make a claim about the Jewish people, it's never against another population. When I'm saying that the Jews are indigenous to
He's never going to clarify what he means by Jewish people there, by the way.
of Israel, it's where we come from. If you dig in the land, you find our history. This is the land that our ancestors have come from. We've maintained a constant presence, and thankfully we were able to come back to that land freely.
By the way, not only, okay, not to poison the well in this guy, but not only will he never clarify what he means when he says Jewish, this guy is funny because he's actually an example of somebody who believes that the concept of who even is Jewish should be expanded. This guy has a whole project called the Lost Tribes or the 12 Tribes of Israel, where the whole point of this guy is to try to reconnect with other lost tribes of Jewish people to increase, artificially one might say, the population of the country of Israel. That's this guy's entire shtick. So even he doesn't agree with most Jews on who counts as Jewish and has historic ties to the land of Israel.
Sure. Would you identify yourself as a Zionist?
So I'd say that there are many different thought leaders that were involved in the modern political movement called Zionism, and that there are many different branches: the right-wing Zionism, left-wing Zionism, secular Zionism, religious Zionism.
Notice how he tries to differentiate between all these types of Zionism, but what's the one, when she asks if he's a Zionist, what are we really asking? What we're asking is there a homeland that you believe that some amorphous concept of Jew belongs to? And two, does that give you some kind of divine or birthright to expel a whole other group of people, some of which you might also consider Jewish, from that land? No, but he'll never, address that part.
Even Christian Zionism, which I'm completely against. But the fundamental idea of Zionism,
I like how he throws, I'm against Christian Zionism. I'm like, okay, good brownie points, bro.
which comes from the word Zion, which means Jerusalem, is the idea that the Jewish people should have a right to self-determine on their ancestral homeland of Judea/Israel. So do I believe that the Jews should have a right to come back home? Absolutely.
Is that really of Judea/ that's what Zionism means? Because I thought that the whole Zionist project, isn't it weird that he goes to the religious kind of definition there, but the whole Jewish project in Israel was started by secular labor Zionism, which wasn't religiously motivated and definitely didn't initially start in the lands of Judea and Samaria. That didn't come into possession until 67 and later. So what were they wrong? Was Ben-Gurion and the initial Herzl and all the early writers and Kaisman and everybody else, were these guys all wrong about their version of Zionism? Or is your version of Zionism like retroactively the one that we place over all the other Jews? Or
Sure. So I was also wondering why, because this is a debate about pro-Palestine versus pro-Israel, I was also wondering why you believe that indigeneity plays a role in pro-Israel actions.
For sure. So to define indigeneity first, if the United Nations actually defined it for what is widely accepted in academic spaces, which is that your identity is the pre-colonial identity that was born and rooted to a particular and specific...
When he says academic spaces, which academic spaces? And be careful, because remember, anybody you cite has probably also written academically about how Israel is currently an apartheid state and is committing a genocide and is occupying territory that doesn't belong to it. So we're definitely, cherry-picking our academic sources now, I guess? Okay.
Is widely accepted in academic spaces, which is that your identity is the pre-colonial identity that was born and rooted to a particular and specific piece of land that is essential to that people's identity and way of life. They've maintained a constant presence in that land, and they collectively identify with this term. And
who is constant presence? Like, we're really saying that all of the... why were the Arabs that lived in the Levant even mad when Jewish people came from Europe to the Levant if they were living there the entire time? What? It doesn't make any sense. So was it just they hallucinated a bunch of people showing up that didn't seem to look like them and all had completely and totally different values from everybody else in the region? Or
the reason why it's so important to speak about this is because there are a lot of people who claim to be pro-Palestinian who use Palestinian struggles in order to try to delegitimize my ancestral connection and my right to live there. So I'm for the right for other people to live there as well. People are trying to delegitimize who I am in the collective that belongs here as well. That's when I have a problem.
Okay. Really? So if we were to go to Israel right now and we were to poll every single Arab and every single Jewish person, how many of those people could trace back 10 or 20 generations of family living in that area versus how many Jewish people living there would in 5 generations be back in Eastern Russia, be back in someplace in Europe, be back in some Middle Eastern country. Even the ones that look like Middle Easterners aren't from these lands historically. They're from other countries in these lands, and they all came after 47, 48, and 67, and 73.
Okay, so here's sort of where I'm coming from. From what I understand about indigeneity, it is a concept, just like intelligence, love, which means that it can be essentially defined by what it is, but not necessarily, it's more difficult to define what it isn't. My understanding of indigeneity, that it has relation against colonialism. Also, similarly, my understanding of Zionism is that, especially through settler action, we know that it is a colonial project. So it's very difficult for me to understand how you can be both indigenous and the colonizer.
So I look at Zionism as an anti-colonial movement, a movement that the previous colonizers that were here were the British, firstly being the Romans that colonized the land, renamed it to Palestine, and took kicked out to the majority.
Sure, if the British were the colonizers, then how are the Zionists not also colonizers? Was the Balfour Declaration not secured in, what was it, 1917, from the British? Are we going to say that American colonies weren't colonizers of the Americas because the Americans eventually revolted against the Brits, so they're no longer colonizers? Or were they indigenous? Like, what? The idea that just because it was the Brits that colonized it and then partially promised the land to Jewish people on behalf of the colonizer, like, what do you call a people who get a land from a colonizer, if not colonizers themselves, especially when they all come from where the colonizer lives?
The Jewish people.
Sure.
Then we have the Byzantine Empire, we have the Caliphates, we have the Ottomans, and eventually we have the British.
Does that have any say on the Jewish Palestinians who exist, who are not afforded full citizenship? What happens to them? Because Palestinians are a monolith,
which
and we
Jewish
understand.
Palestinians are not receiving full citizenship. And I
Well,
don't
if
know.
you're a Palestinian, then you don't have full
So we're
citizenship
not
in the state
talking
of
about
Israel.
Jews, right? So we're talking about now the consequences have happened after the British were here.
Sure.
And the way that
Well,
British
Jewish Palestinians could refer to people that had Jewish ancestry that lived in Jerusalem but converted to Islam when the, I don't remember the name of the first caliphates, but when some of the caliphates rolled through, there were people that converted, and those people could trace themselves back through, I don't know however many generations, to some kind of Jewish ancestry. Some of those people might be living in fucking Jenin or Nablus or wherever the fuck now. They might not live in Israel proper, and they definitely don't have rights to go back and do anything in Israel proper because now they're considered Palestinian.
colonized.
So do you think that,
Well, let me
do
just
you think
answer
that their
that part.
citizenship is a direct action of the British?
No, I think that the division of the land is
Okay, whatever. But like, you get the point. Like, everything I said on both sides of this is totally
Yeah.
factual. But you can come away from this like it's like two totally different fucking realities of like who's right or who's wrong depending on which side you want to scream at. And this is like me being factually correct on everything. Like, if you're willing to fucking lie, like all of these shameless fucking slop fuckers, you can do anything. You can have any story you want for any fucking media cycle or any narrative or anything you watch ever. Just fucking.
Then are we just like, is it just over then? Like, if everybody's just gonna come into every new argument with like tons of preconceived ideas and just completely stand their own side, is it GG?
Well, no, because what is supposed to sort this out is that there are supposed to be people that are coming together to fight over whose interpretation is more correct. That's what's supposed to happen. And if you get that kind of exchange between both sides, then the tension that's created there forces both sides to kind of sort of come a little bit closer to each other. And then in that tension, ideally, you get better actors that are giving you a slightly more balanced take on what's going on. That's what's supposed to happen. But because of our little media bubbles today, where everybody is completely siloed onto their own side, they can just fabricate whatever reality they want and then just keep doing it over and over and over and over and over again. And that's it. And that's fucked. That there is no coming back from that reality. But that's why, that's why I'm against the whole algorithmically generated news bullshit, because you can't, there's no way to survive.
Yeah,
Andrew
I
Wilson.
think algorithms are bad. I agree with that. It seems like AI is actually kind of doing a good of like bringing people closer to the center.
Not really,
whereas
though,
algorithms,
because
like put you in your far off like fucking bubbles.
the AI theoretically could be a tool to help, but like you can still use it or ignore it when you don't like it. We watched, I don't know if you watched my
Yeah,
stream.
yeah,
Yeah,
you
we
can do
watched that
that.
guy today who's just like, well, obviously the AI is like lying here and blah blah blah. Like,
And him. Can you epistemically prove that claim, sir?
Spent any money on that?
I've seen reporting that you did spend money on it. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, well that's inaccurate. Okay, the person we asked to do this is an unpaid advisor to the DMV.
Time is money. Have you heard of this thing called time is money? Okay, maybe he flubbed up on the money. Who knows? I don't know who's right.
so Ken Martin would be considered a primary source because he's the DNC chair, so he would know.
But he hasn't read the documents himself, Steven.
So
How
you
can he
could claim,
know?
if you want, you can't claim here that you're not sure who to trust. The claim would be that Ken Martin is fucking lying. If that's what you want to, if that's your position, then take that position and say, oh, I think Ken Martin is a fucking liar. Then say he's lying. But you can't be like, oh, well, I'm not sure who to trust here. Well, you have the guy who is in charge of organizing it, and you've got an outsider, and those are the two choices you have. Now, again, you can say, I don't trust Ken Martin. I think he's a fucking lying scumbag piece of fucking shit. Then say that. Own it.
What's nice is Ken have said multiple times in this interview, like, your sources are slop. Like,
Yeah.
the sources that you're citing are slop.
Are you the whole notion of like you're downplaying the report? Oh, it was nothing. Oh, there's no smoking gun. It's whatever. Please don't release it. We can't show anybody. So it's not like paid proprietary information. It's like we didn't even spend a single cent on it, and it doesn't really say anything we don't already know already. and we can never release it.
That's not really what he's saying, but I'm glad we got the least charitable interpretation possible. That's good.
We can never release it.
And so I appreciate where it's coming from, John, but let's just trade in facts on this, right? The reality is we did talk
Reality.
to, hundreds of people. It was an exhaustive exercise to really get.
So it's a lot of work. Exhaustive, you say. So it was a big undertaking. It's not just like this minor thing.
He never said it was a minor thing. You fabricated that. You made it up because you're trying to salvage the pod narrative so much.
And you don't need to describe the report anymore to us, right? Like, you don't need to just keep. We're not asking you to describe the report. We're asking you why you won't release it and why something significant that is informing these quote-unquote lessons that you are releasing, why that needs to be even withheld from members of the Democratic Party who are insiders. Yeah, I'm sorry. I know that I'm smiling and stuff. It's really triggering me.
What are those key
And I think you need to check yourself if this doesn't trigger you.
lessons? Now, I want to be very clear. There's nothing that changed from what I said on the campaign trail to now, which is
So
we
on the when you
We watched. Oh my God. Nothing changed, huh?
were on the campaign trail and you talked about definitely releasing an autopsy and criticized the DNC for not releasing an autopsy in 2016.
What
in your
I-
mind,
what
you
I-
thought I'm going to do one, but only release certain lessons and not the full report.
This is I don't know why Ken ever made that statement. If he did, I'm assuming he did because he didn't counteract it. That was stupid. He shouldn't have made that statement.
Owned.
What I said at the time is exactly what I've been saying now, which is we have to focus on the things that help us win the future elections. We have to focus on those lessons. We have to do this exercise, by the way, of conducting this analysis so that we actually learn what happened, not just in 24, but in the years preceding that, John. And so that's where our focus is. I mean,
I don't know if Pisco will come out and openly say it. I'm sure on the majority report or Hassan they will. But the reason why, and Ken knows this, and John probably knows it too. He's just being a disingenuous little snake fuck here. Everybody wants to see Palestine in that report. They don't care how much it's there, if it's even fucking listed a single fucking time.
That'll be all they
It's going to
talk about.
power that whole fucking ass pain movement for another 6 months, all the way up to the election. And they need the energy because people are kind of dragging a little bit on. They need that energy. That's what they want to see so much.
the challenge is, think about this.
I feel like I'm being gaslit. I'm sorry. I know it's like a term of psychologizing everything or whatever it is, pathologizing everything, but it feels like we're just looping, and it's the Patrick Wallet meme. That is what it feels like right now.
As an executive summary of a, like you said, a 200-page document. And I think what we put together and what we learned,
Did they release an executive summary? Wait, I can't even understand what you're saying.
that's where our focus is. I mean, the challenge is, think about this as an executive summary of a,
I know, but it's not an executive summary. An executive summary summarizes. An executive summary summarizes the report. You're saying lessons from the report. You're not saying that it's characterizing the report. These are additional kind of normative statements that are derived from unspoken facts, perhaps somewhat contained in this report, which is not being summarized by the lessons. So it's not like an executive summary. At least how
This is, I don't know why Ken Martin, I don't know what he's read or what his background is, but I wouldn't characterize releasing lessons report as an executive summary. I don't know why he's saying that.
it's being described.
like you said, a 200-page document. And I think what we put together and what we learned, we are sharing with people. So they have
Who? Isn't that the whole... So you are sharing it with people.
full insight into what we actually
Well,
need
he's sharing the lessons or whatever, just not the report itself.
to course correct on as we go into these final 100,
Or are you just talking about the lessons again? It's so unclear, man.
He's talking about the lessons. It's not unclear.
89 days left and into the future. So
Are
again,
you going to release? You mentioned executive summary. Are you going to release an official executive summary? Make that public.
we've been releasing that, John. That's what
We've been releasing it like it's an ongoing process of releasing the executive summary. Where's the executive summary? I missed the executive summary. Are you just are you just using different definitions for words? I almost want to stop. Like when you say we've been releasing executive summaries, do you mean what like normal people understand an executive summary to mean, or do you just mean lessons?
I've been saying to you.
Well, you said last, there's the Democratic playbook, the playbook that you said you can sign up for in DNC for sure. But I know that NBC News said that before Easter about a month ago, you told DNC officers on a call to expect an executive summary in short order.
Okay.
Officers on that call told NBC they still haven't received one. You told
Unfortunate pause.
a North Carolina DNC member who was drafting a resolution to force the report's release.
There's a URL. Okay, I want to take a look at that real quick. I'm sorry, guys. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding these lessons. I got options. Oh.
Look, we're 189 days away from this election. You said on the top end of this that what you care most about is helping us to win elections. Okay, let's focus on the elections coming up, John. You know what?
Yeah, well, I mean, I want to focus on winning them. I feel like an autopsy on what went wrong and when we lost the popular vote in all those states in 2024 and figuring out what.
Way to finish your. I'm happy that Favreau is finishing his point. He's not stopping. Just keep going.
I feel like an autopsy on what went wrong and when we lost the popular vote in all those states in 2024 and figuring out what went wrong based on a big report is pretty important for everyone to know.
Yeah, I've spent my entire career, John, as you know, since 1990, winning elections up and down the ballot, both in Minnesota and across the country.
I appreciate that.
And I'm happy to talk to you about winning elections. If you want to actually talk about elections, I'm happy to talk to you about those.
This is like super aggressive.
He means from John, right? No shot is he saying, which is funny because this is the exact opposite criticism I had of Ken Martin. Ken Martin is way too meek in this conversation. She's been way more aggressive. There's no way that Pisco's saying that Ken Martin is being too aggressive.
Talk to you about winning elections. If you want to actually talk about elections, I'm happy to talk to you about those.
This is like super aggressive. This guy hates John Favreau.
This is also why I'm saying, because of how these like media mindfuck cycles work, you should not be charitable to any of these people. You don't get anything for it. You have to understand the types of interviews. This guy just slotkined himself into a Breaking Points interview, and people like Pisco don't have the media savvy. I don't think Pisco does it intentionally. I just think he doesn't have the political savvy to understand what he's watching. He's not sophisticated enough to understand politics at this level. But people like Hassan and the Majority Report, they absolutely know what they're doing. Well, I say that, to be fair, I haven't watched their thing yet. My predictions on how all these cycles operate could be completely and totally wrong, and maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised. But the... yeah.
Yeah, and I'm happy to talk to you about winning elections. If you want.
Yeah, but this is one of the issues that you run into is if you're not aware of how these of how this structure operates, and you step into a hostile interview and you expect it to be a friendly interview, you can't win ever. You're only going to lose. You're only going to lose.
You have to swap it up, right?
I don't know if it's even a good idea to do a hostile interview, because if conservatives are doing hostile interviews, they're doing it with the wind in their sails. Okay, they're doing it with all the talking points already ironed out on their side. Conservatives aren't fucking field testing novel ideas on adversarial platforms. Fuck it, they don't even fucking go on adversarial platforms. Same with far left people. They're not going on adversarial platforms to platform a brand new idea, to present a new idea to the public. I don't even think I would recommend it. He could, but he needs to step up knowing that this is going to be a hostile interview and I need to battle. Because
do you think he knew it was going to be a hostile interview?
I don't know if these guys know any of this. I have no idea. I don't know the Pod Save guys enough, because I don't watch them enough to know if they're like bad faith actors or if they also just lack the modern political savvy to know what role they're playing in this. I just don't know. I know they were really active a long time ago, speechwriters for Obama, whatever the fuck that means. But I don't know if they're fully aware of the part that they're playing in this. I just don't know.
When I actually talk about elections, I'm happy to talk to you about those.
This is like super aggressive. This guy hates Jon Favreau.
But again, you're proving a point that I think many folks I think are frustrated in this party, which is people want to turn backwards to relive.
Oh my, the people who are frustrated right now is the Democratic base who sees our leaders doing sus shit and not being upfront with them. Whether it's Schumer on these shutdowns and the secret conversations he's having, maybe being okay with the shutdown continuing, maybe not. Whether it's...
Oh my God, senators are talking behind closed doors? What? Schumer needs to get on Zoom right now. Why isn't Schumer in the goddamn Discord chat telling us all what's going on? We need to have a Discord chat. Schumer's not live. Where's the stream? I haven't seen Schumer turn his stream on in weeks. I need to be informed on what's going on right now.
Democratic leadership in the House.
Meanwhile, the entire MAGA movement. How do you feel about the fact that Trump and every single other Republican out there lied to you about Project 2025? I don't know, kind of based, I guess. Good for them. Hell yeah, man. They fucking got you fucking retards, didn't they? Well, they lied to you, didn't they? I don't know. We fucking won, bro. Get fucked. Eat my ass. Okay.
Being weird about votes on the War Powers Resolution, not being clear with their voters, being cringe as fuck, or whether it's the DNC not releasing this autopsy and only releasing lessons. That's what, if you ask any Democratic loyalist, your base, your supporters, the people...
And by base and supporters and loyalists, he means all of the commie weirdo fucks that have become obsessed with... Well, yes, that's the only thing he means, of course.
Who are championing this cause, trying to defend this country. Who are they more frustrated with? Jon Favreau or you right now? There's not even a question in my mind.
Most of them probably have no idea who Jon Favreau is. Not to be mean. Most of them don't know who I am. Most of them don't know who Hassan is. Most of them have no fucking... Most of them don't know who Ken Martin is! Most of them don't know who the DNC is!
Most of them don't know their fucking representative.
Right, yeah.
In my bank account, all the money in my wallet, everything I own, that people are frustrated more with you in the posture of this conversation than with Favreau. And it's not just based on the substantive position, though it is also that. It's how you're framing it. It's the kind of, talking down, minimizing, the repetition of buzzwords, and just giving John the runaround. Just be direct, be clear, and if you can't be, level with why you can't be. I can't disclose because that would do this. But
he's already said that, but you don't accept that answer. Pisco was looking for Ken Martin to say that Netanyahu and the rest of the gave you guys a call, and the AIPAC money came in and told you guys not to talk about. That's what Pisco's looking for. That's what he's waiting for. No other answer will suffice at this point.
Can't say that because that would make them, I guess, look bad, right? So we have to take a negative inference, right? If there's no...
You don't really have to. No. It's not civil court. Okay. You don't have to assume that he's fucking lying. Like, could we not fathom reasons why? We really couldn't think of a single reason why maybe it wouldn't be a good idea. Not to say that, and also, I'm not a fucking Ken Martin. Okay, suck up. Listen, I had to skip his interview because Pixie decided to drop her meme stack about me the day that I was supposed to interview this guy. So I'm not even a fucking Ken Martin stan, but I'm just saying we really can't like fathom why this would be a bad idea. We can't take him seriously, obviously. We can't listen to anything he's saying.
Smoking gun, if there's basically no money that was spent on this, but it was exhausted, whatever, and you're withholding it, but you're releasing the lessons, it does seem that we need to take an inference from that. And the inference is you don't want it to be released. And not only do you not want it to be released,
Well, that's not an inference. That's the stated fact. Obviously, they don't want to release it. The question is why. That's what you're inferencing.
you can't be candid about why you don't want it to be released. And so that, I'm sorry, the rational thing to do in that context is to take a negative inference that you are not aligned with the Democratic base, or that you think that
the DNC chair head is not aligned with the Democratic base. Does he want to lose elections? Is that why? So we're slated to have a historic midterm coming up, and we've outperformed every prior off-season special election thing ever in all of U.S. history. And if Ken Martin's to be believed, last year was the most successful fundraising year ever in the history of the DNC. And all of that was accomplished by them ignoring lessons and wanting to lose and being not aligned with the base? What the fuck are we even saying here? What the fuck does this even mean?
there's some sort of goal that you have that's not in line and will not be received well. Whether that is Israel-Palestine, whether that's particular candidates, whether that's
Oh yeah, there we go.
not
APAC,
helping
APAC.
primary challengers.
APAC.
I don't even know. I'm not even alleging anything, but it's totally
I'm not even alleging anything.
He's
Was
just asking
Israel-Palestine the
questions.
first thing that came up there?
rational for people to be sussed out at the conduct here and to take a negative inference. The report would be weaponized against Democrats.
He did say that. Good job, Patriot Pete. And now if he's gonna be like, oh, Peter's gonna be like, what? What weapon? What? Weaponize it? What? What? And the funny thing is like Pisco has all the mental tools to know this, and I know he did with that fancy fucking law degree, with that fancy fucking job he was working in fancy fucking New York City. How many times have you told somebody on the witness stand, in a deposition, when you're filing paperwork, oh, just write like as much as you want. Like if they're asking you a question, bro, it's you got all day. There's not a fucking time limit on this shit. Yeah, be exhaustive. Cover every single base from top to bottom. What could they use against you as long as you're in the right? Right? I'm sure Pisco gives the same advice when it comes to talking to cops. When I get pulled over, I have a fucking ejection seat so I can get the fuck out of my car immediately so the cops can go and search fucking everything. I like to put an empty doob right on my fucking dashboard just to give them probable cause to go through my shit so they can arrest me and at least feel safe. I want the cop to feel safe. I don't want him to think like, can I detain this guy? He's going to sue me. Bro, I got weed right here. Arrest me, bro. Go through my car. You're not going to find anything. It's cool.
Drunk.
Yeah, fuck yeah. Sometimes I'll take a couple of methanol breath mints so that I can smell like alcohol so the cop feels, like, oh, good, I can arrest this guy and everything.
There's parity there. The release of the report will be weaponized against Democrats. The failure to release will be weaponized against Democrats.
Oh, he's so close. Oh, it's almost like it's a fucking lose-lose.
I mean, that is an excuse never to release any kind of autopsy.
True, which is why Ken Martin should have fucking said it, with fucking idiot.
It proves too much. Maybe this particular report is bad, but then just tell why. Like, this will be weaponized against.
What do you mean? You can't say why. That's the whole point of not releasing it. If he tells you why they feel like it would be damaging if they released it, then that means that they can't then that means they would just release it. What?
Against us because people take the wrong inferences because this data, insert thing here. I don't know, man. This is.
What can he say? I don't want to release it because I think because there's something in here about like trans people, and we're worried that if we release it, people are going to look at trans people the wrong way. Oh. Thank you, Ken Martin, for saying that. So now we all know not to blame trans people. Or they're going to look at the Israel-Palestine issue, and it might have moved the needle in like one state a little bit. So we think, so people are going to over-index on the Israel-Palestine thing. Oh, okay. Well, now we know why you can't release it. Thank you. Like, this is thoughtless engagement also. This is thoughtless engagement.
Thoughtless.
I think it's stupid.
Like, it's so funny. He's talking about releasing an autopsy and that nobody will take it the wrong way, and we can't even fucking agree on George Floyd's autopsy, even though he saw a cop sit on his fucking neck for 10 minutes, okay? Like, what a fucking stupid and it's not even that we're disagreeing over whatever. It's that he can't even fathom. He can't even imagine a bad inference. He's
2024 election, the pointing fingers, the place blame to
think you wanna learn lessons, like you said.
Well, listen,
Hey, sometimes it's important to place blame, actually. It's actually sometimes important to place blame and to realize who we should trust, who we shouldn't trust, who we should go with, who we shouldn't go with, what ideas are working and what ideas are not working.
to win elections, if they
Sure,
want to
they
win elections,
know
you have to
it,
share
right?
what we learn.
theoretically. Well, but I mean, we don't really know they know it. We would have to check and see like how they're performing in elections. Oh, they're doing historically
They're
well.
doing
Or we'd have to see how they're
insanely
doing
well,
with their fundraising. Oh, well, they're doing historically well.
Historic highs.
Hmm.
In the way of the lessons on why we lost the 24 election and the years preceding that. Happy to share those. We're sharing those out with everyone. But again, this conversation doesn't help us actually win elections. All it does is continue to turn people inward. What we need to do is focus on the work we need to do in 189 days. Learn the lessons. And I'm happy to go over what those lessons are. I'm happy to go over them with anyone who wants to talk
All
about
right,
it.
let's just move on. I mean, he's not going to get any more. So what are the fucking lessons?
But what I'm not going to do is release a report that turns everyone backwards, trying to either point fingers or place blame. And
Oh, and Pisco even kind of stumbles onto it. Because again, I don't think Pisco is intentional here. He just lacks the political savvy to know what role he's playing. That would have been, I don't think John actually asked that question. That actually would have been a good question. Wouldn't it have been? Well, what
are the lessons?
Yeah, what were some of the lessons? What are you talking to other politicians about? That would be a good question. Now, I wonder if Pisco is going to get upset that John never actually fucking asks anything besides this one point that he was trying to crucify Ken Martin on.
actually ignore their own responsibility in helping us to fix the situation. The reality is we all have a responsibility. Yourself, myself, everyone, in actually learning those lessons, focusing on the upcoming election, putting them into action. So we don't.
He says lesson again.
That's what we've been focused on, John.
So Steve Shale, longtime Democratic strategist who's run Florida for the party, told the Washington Examiner that there's a, quote, financial penalty specifically tied to burying the autopsy.
Oh my God. He won't let it go. Respect to Favreau. He really won't let it go. I mean...
Respect. Now, when Ken was standing 10 toes down, it was, man, Ken fucking hates this guy, right? Remember, underlying facts are all the same, okay? Ken fucking hates this guy. Man, he's being really hostile. He's being real mean. What did he say? He's being really mean. Ken fucking hates this guy. But when John, who, by the way, John just accused Ken Martin of basically being fucking bribed for burying the autopsy. That's what John just accused Ken Martin of. He's accused of being bribed. There's a financial incentive for you guys to not release the autopsy, which what the fuck does that even mean? Why the fuck would they commit? This is like when people say that Kubrick was killed for the 30 minutes of secret footage at the end of Eyes Wide Shut or whatever. Like all of Hollywood was okay with letting him film, something that would have brought down the whole pedophile conspiracy ring, but they didn't want it released, so they killed him and cut the foot. Like what the fuck is this conspiracy? It doesn't even fucking make sense, right? Like that was a pretty aggressive accusation, but for John, mad respect.
Brave.
Mad respect.
Tied to burying the autopsy.
Oh my God. He won't let it go. Respect to Favreau. He really won't let it go. I mean, I would have let it go already. He's not. This is just pointless.
Quote, financial penalties. Longtime Democratic strategist who's run Florida for the party told the Washington Examiner that there's a, quote, financial penalty specifically tied to burying the autopsy because donors want a clearer accounting before recommitting. The DNC is entering April with negative net cash on hand. So even on your own, standard of does this help us win, is it possible that the autopsy decision is actually costing you the money you need to win?
That's just inaccurate, John. And I'm sure you.
Negative net cash on hand? He just means debt, right?
I think so, yeah.
Hold on. What can can't your cash on hand just be zero? Can you have negative cash on hand? Is there like antimatter cash? Is that a real accounting term? Where somebody show me this? Maybe it is. I don't know. I feel like
I don't understand that.
I feel like the lowest cash on hand you could have is zero. You'd have zero cash on hand. I don't know how you could have debt. You could also have cash on hand and debt. I don't know how you have negative cash on hand. I don't know. Whatever.
Help us win. Is it possible that the autopsy decision is actually costing you the money you need to win?
That's just inaccurate, John. And I'm sure you follow the campaign finance reports like I do. We raised $105 million in 2025, a record amount of money for the first year.
You're not have negative cash on hand right now. You don't have debt. That's
yes,
made negative cash on hand.
We do have debt, John, and that's because I took out a loan.
Oh, maybe true. Maybe they bounced the bank account. That could be maybe negative cash on hand. So as soon as you deposit cash in, it has to pay the bounce fee. Negative cash on hand.
Year to make sure we can make deep investments. You know what we've been doing, John? We raised a record amount of money, $105 million. It's the most raised for the first year chair of any DNC chair in the history of this party. And you know what?
Is a loan not negative cash on hand? No, my understanding is I can look it up. Let me just, so I'm not being fucking retarded. Well, if it's not on Investopedia, then I don't know the answer. My understanding would be cash on hand is like you have like cash or cash equivalents, basically some super ultra highly liquid thing that you can use to buy or to buy something, to buy something, right? Like how much money could I spend right now? So if I had a $10 million loan and a $5 million asset, but I had $100,000 in my checking account, well, my net worth is $4.9 million negative, but I have $100,000 cash on hand, right? I have cash I can spend, but I'm in debt $4.9 million. I could spend all my cash on hand. I could spend all my cash to pay down my debt, but I do have cash.
Great. You know what's great about it? We raised in 2017, which is an analogous year, a year right after a presidential loss. Tom Perez raised $40 million less than what we raised this year.
He didn't have the debt that you guys had.
Yes, he did. He had $76 million in debt. And so my point to you.
Notice how John can fire off like lie after lie, like all these just raw incorrect facts, and no credit given to Ken.
Yeah,
for
he got a lot of it wrong.
Yeah, he
too.
did. He got a fuck ton of
Like,
it wrong because
there's
he's
a
doing
lot of
slop
it.
reporting. Because nobody's doing real reporting anymore. I don't even know if these guys fucking can do real reporting. That's why I can't fucking read or trust anything on anywhere. I have to go.
Not even on New York Times anymore. Yeah.
Not even on Legal Eagle channel. I read that thing for the guy who was going over the fucking shadow docket shit, and I had to go and read through all the things that got leaked because the guy just wasn't summarizing anything correctly. And it's like, I don't know who's reading anything anymore. I don't even think they're using AI summaries because I feel like at least the AI summaries I think would be correct. I don't even know. I don't know.
Less than what we raised this year.
He didn't have the debt that you guys had.
Yes, he did. He had $76 million in debt. And so my point to you is this, John. Okay. I mean, we can trade in all of this, but let's actually trade in facts. $105 million was raised. $85 million of it came from grassroots donors, which is a record amount of grassroots donations raised in the history of the Democratic Party. That shows the energy that's out there. The average contribution is 51.
Yeah, there's energy out there. I mean, I hope that if that's true, that's encouraging. I actually saw reporting that it's not such a rosy picture when it comes to sort of the main line funding entities. But maybe that reporting is wrong.
Okay, but now I don't know if Pisco's a big Page the donor class type person, but like, think about what he just said there. So Ken Martin just said we've had a record amount of small cash donations for this last fundraising cycle, where we've outraised the DNC at all points in history. It's the most successful quarter year ever. Majority was small cash donations, most ever. And then Pisco's like, what about the donor class though? What about the big line major donors though? What about me? No, what about the big donors though? Like, would that objection be brought up ever in any other case about?
No, they wouldn't give a.
What about the donors, the big donors?
I know that in specific races, oftentimes Democrats are doing adequately, but I'm not sure that I thought I was seeing things that suggested the funding that there was problems.
Specific races though, I don't know all the structures of this, but I don't think specific races are what the DNC fundraising is. It's like money for the DNC or something. No, it's not for specific races. For specific races, I think you give to like political action committees or campaigns individually that are aligned, or campaigns or PACs that are aligned with campaigns, or specific donation things for races. But the DNC thing is a different fundraising mechanism. I believe.
Problems there. And I hope that that's not true. I hope that's not true.
I felt like you mostly agree with the Legal Eagle dude by the end. His arguments are pretty similar to the ones Kagan and Sotomayor were making in relation to the EPA stuff, even if it wasn't perfect. The issue that I had, and I don't care if it sounds pretentious, is that if you're talking about like a specific field and you're starting to not recognize or get like jargon-specific terms correct, it makes me highly, highly, highly sus. I can't trust anything you say. Like, if I were to have a person giving me like the best walkthrough ever on like how to build a computer, and he kept calling the CPU like the graphics card or whatever, or like you need to put your graphics card in like in the circuit board or whatever, like he would just start using terms like that or something, I would be like mega sussed out. I don't know. And the guy seemed to be he seemed to be using a lot of words like ordinary English language stuff, but not understanding that these are like highly specific legal terms. That's like super sussy to me. But I don't know who that guy on that channel was, so it's whatever. I don't know.
I'm not here to say that there's not energy. The Democrats are absolutely have energy. They're walking over nails to vote in like random dog catcher elections and to blow out in 20+ wins special elections and to just stunt on these Republicans. In the Wisconsin Supreme Court election, it was like a 20-point win or something, right? It was like a crazy overperformance in Wisconsin. So there's energy out there. That's not the question. The question is the conduct of the DNC. That's what's up for discussion. And maybe you're doing a good job raising the money. I'm not saying that you're not, but yeah, I think it's kind of, it's not really what he's getting at with this report issue.
$1, by the way, John. And we raised more than any of the other committees last year, the DS, the DCCC. And I will just tell you this, all of the Republican committees raised more than the DNC. And so that's just a reality of coming out of a year when you lose a presidential election, when you're the party that's out of power. Of course, you're going to not raise as much money as a Republican. But to suggest that we're not raising money is inaccurate. We raised $32 million. We raised $32 million in the first quarter. But what we're doing that's a little different, John, is we're spending it. We're raising it and we're spending it. Because
yeah, this reminds me of like the coalition conversations. Is like, this is, okay, work with me here, folks.
Look at that fucking dono.
What?
He's so aggressive towards a potential ally for no good reason.
Who is? Oh, he's referring to Ken Martin. Oh, yeah.
Probably.
Yeah. Sure.
Alyssa Slotkin interview. Jon Favreau. Jon Favreau is crystal ball. Oh, that's gonna trigger people. That's gonna trigger people. I think that people think that Favreau's questions are...
Wait, I actually agree with this, but I think for the most horrible reason. I forget. Does Pisco think that the interview that that Slotkin got on Breaking Points was fair?
are more fair, because it's work with me here, folks. Alyssa Slotkin interview. Jon Favreau. Jon Favreau is Crystal Ball. Oh, that's gonna trigger people. That's gonna trigger people. I think that people think that Favreau's questions are more fair because it's more obvious to them that the report should be released. But just notice, this is a highly contentious, highly sort of high-pressure interview.
Yeah,
This is a
it is.
confrontational
Yep,
interview.
it is.
Permission to treat the witnesses hostile. I'll show you hostile.
It's one of the lessons we learned.
You're spending more than you. I mean, so you guys had 13.9 million cash on hand, right? I'm reading the report. 13.9 million cash on hand. 18.3 million.
Well, I actually no, I think that's good. So that means that Pisco recognizes that the Breaking Point Slotkin interview was incredibly hostile. Maybe he just doesn't see the larger, the broader problem with this. I guess I don't know.
In debt, so that's roughly negative $4.4 million. And I know it's a tough environment for the party out of power, but the DSCC and the DCCC and the Senate candidates have plenty of money. They're all doing great. So it seems like this is an issue unique to the DNC.
That's not accurate, John. Listen,
What part is not accurate?
The reality is we're spending money as we raise it to win elections and to build infrastructure. We have invested.
So what's not accurate? Are his numbers wrong?
Yes, that's he's corrected him on basically every Why pause it? Why pause it in the middle of his answer? Let him answer the fucking question. Hello? Wait, what?
This is hostile. I'll show you.
Hand, right? I'm reading the report. 13.9 million cash on hand. 18.3 million in debt. So that's roughly negative $4.4 million. And I know it's a tough environment for the party out of power, but the DSCC and the DCCC and the Senate candidates have plenty of money. They're all doing great. So it seems like this is an issue unique to the DNC.
That's not accurate, John. Listen,
What part is not accurate?
The reality is we're spending money as we raise it to win elections and to build infrastructure. We have invested.
So what's not accurate? Are his numbers wrong? You can say like, no, I mean, those numbers are right, but we're doing it because we want to win races, and we are winning races, John, or something. But just saying it's not accurate, you're basically saying, okay, Favreau's an idiot. Favreau's making all this shit up. You're part of the problem. There's no money problem.
I mean, like, yeah, he kind of has been. Yeah, he's kind of fucked up a lot of shit in here.
Well, everything is good, and those numbers, they're not even
Nobody's saying everything is good and everything is perfect or whatever else, but
accurate. And what the fuck do you know?
Yeah, what the
It's
fuck does
so
he know?
condescending, man. Say what's not accurate.
he
People
is.
say that's not
he
accurate, and then
has.
just-
He's corrected him like 20 times.
Bring up a new topic. This was like hand-picked. Someone made this interview to trigger me as much as possible. Someone specifically designed this to make me as furious as possible, given this conduct. It's crazy.
Significant amounts of money. Record investments in Virginia and New Jersey. Investments in Mississippi in their state legislative races to help them flip the state's the Republican supermajority in their state legislature. Investments in the Miami mayoral race to help us win a Democratic elected mayor in the first time in 30 years. Investments in.
Hey, that's sick, you know. I mean, that's awesome that we were helping do those races. What was not accurate about what Don Favreau said?
The PSC races in Georgia to help us win the first two non-federal elected races, statewide races in 20 years.
It's just a filibuster. I mean, you're not on the campaign trail anymore, my guy. You're not on the campaign trail. Let's level set here. Let's just talk. I mean, you're not having a conversation at the moment. You're not engaging with him as a human being. You're doing PR for yourself. Yeah, man. And the thing is, right? The armor is, well, I don't want to fuck over Democrats. If you ever see that, people are like, oh my God. I watched the video on the quartering stuff. I'm not going to get into it. I don't really cover that kind of content, to be honest with you. But there's an accusation like he's using this person as a shield against different criticisms that people are having of him, okay? I almost get that feeling like that he's more worried about his reputation, the job he's doing, and how that's being perceived, than just having a conversation in the moment, you know?
I mean, he's the chair of the DNC. It kind of has to be. What do you mean?
History. Investments throughout the country, up and down the ballot, and investments in infrastructure, including the largest investments ever in a 50-state party strategy, where we're making the biggest investments in building out the infrastructure of our state and local party committees. One of the lessons we learned, by the way, John, from the last election is that we waited too long to spend money. In fact, the Republican parties.
And listen, I'm not saying that Ken Martin is irredeemable or whatever. Like, I'm not trying to say that Ken Martin is public enemy number one. This is just not a good exchange, man, and it's not what we want to hear. And maybe you knew that going into it. Maybe this is another one of those positions where no matter what, your poll numbers are going to go down, or people aren't going to be happy with what you have to do. But these are like the hard choices that we, or the insiders elected you to do. Maybe that's what's going on. But it doesn't have to be like this, man. It doesn't have to be this style interview.
Starting in 2020, right after Biden won that race, the Democratic Party packed up the campaign infrastructure. Trump and the Republicans kept going. They kept spending money. They kept organizing. They kept communicating with voters. We did not. And as a result, they had a 3.5-year-long head start and going into the 2024 election. We had 10 million Democrats who actually chose the couch instead of voting in 2024. And part of the reason why is because we weren't communicating with them early and often. What did
How do you know that, Mr. Martin?
the Democratic Party decide last year to start doing?
Because they didn't come out and vote? What does he mean? There were way more people that voted for Biden than voted for Kamala Harris. I don't even know what we're contradicting here. Wait, hello? Am I missing some part of that sentence? What?
Listen,
If you press
he
him
wasn't
on it,
my
he'll say he was
first pick.
trolling.
True.
And yeah, I think this sucks. And if this is a style of leadership, then that's not good. The truth is, I can't say more than that because I haven't been staying apprised of like I'm relying on like Jon Favreau's representations of the numbers, and so I don't really think that I can make a full judgment on his job as DNC chair, as ignorant as I am, just on the basis of this interview. But I will know that like I'll just say he wasn't my first choice, and that this is a bad interview.
We have our local listener program that's already engaging through year-round organizing those voters who dropped off in 2024. You have to spend money to win elections. And one of the lessons we learned is if we wait. Now, look, I know you came up in a certain time and day in politics, but the old conventional wisdom, John, it doesn't fly anymore.
Condescending. You came up in a certain time. The old way, bro.
I'm pretty sure. Well, I don't actually know, but is Ken Martin older than John?
He looks older.
Yeah. Wait. What are you? Come on, bro. Holy shit.
You guys, he seems younger than you a bit. And you're basically saying he's stuck in his ways, and so he's taking shots at Favreau. Favreau who?
Favreau literally accused him earlier of accepting financial incentives to bury the autopsy, bro. What?
And you're basically saying he's stuck in his ways, and so he's taking shots at Favreau. Favreau who, when he's asking these questions, yeah, he's being persistent, but he's being good-natured about it. And these are just like attacks back.
Conventional wisdom is that you waited to make investments until the final 3 months of the election because that's when people were paying attention. Well, guess what? That's bullshit. It's shown. We have to start early. We have to build that infrastructure. We have to flex that muscle early of having conversations with voters so that we actually position ourselves to win. Now,
so if he had framed that answer from the beginning, listen, their numbers are correct, but we need to spend money early, and this is why. How much better would that answer have been? Instead of being like, oh, the old way, like you grew up in a certain time, and you certainly don't know this.
Like, look at how, like, this isn't even like this is just like a tone criticism or whatever. It's not even like a real substantive, but like it plays into everything else so much.
If this was just all building and all positive and not having any of this like negative, and maybe they feel hard done by something that I haven't been following.
Maybe this was, if this would have been good-natured and positive. Meanwhile, this started off with, like, Pisco already acknowledged that this was a hardcore hostile interview. Like, John literally spent the first 15 minutes trying to bring Ken back to answer for this quote and, like, quote mined him, like, twice.
Following so closely the feud that's been happening here.
Now, are you criticizing me for spending money early? Because that seems to be what the thing is. And guess what?
No, don't frame it as a criticism. You're going to lose everyone watching the interview, Mr. Martin.
That is true. Pisco's right about that. He just doesn't understand why. It was always designed to be that way. There's no world where anybody that would have been on Ken Martin's team, they're never coming out from this thinking that Ken Martin did well. That's never going to be the case because it's a hostile interview. The most he can do is remain neutral and hold ground. That's the most he can do. That's it. That's why you don't do. That's why every single person in the media world now has learned never to do hostile interviews because you can never gain from them unless you're forced to because everybody's doing them.
Mr. Kenneth, if you frame it like you're agreeing. So I agree with you, John, that we would like to see more money, but I'm not gonna not spend right now because it's a new era and whatever, blah blah blah, and I know that we're gonna get out ahead, and I know that you agree with me. Like, this is not a way to convince people, and I know because this is the kind of shit that I like to do, and I very often when I'm in these debates, I'm not convincing tons of people. Because they, especially in like real time, you're not going to by confronting them and paying opposition. It's just because I like to do it. I like to be clear and I like to be analytical about how we do it. But I'm not convinced that my style or being confrontational like this is the best way to actually convince your interlocutor.
No, I think it's great that you're spending money early, and I think it's very important to invest in.
He's like rolling his eyes.
Big parties. I think the interest rate strategy is extremely important. But we're talking about two different things. We're talking about spending money and raising money, and you raise 11.4.
Also, by the way, he's not rolling his eyes. It looks like he's got Ken on a monitor up here in order to maintain eye contact, but he's got to look down at his laptop for his fucking talking points, for his hit piece. That's what's going on here, by the way. You can watch the interaction.
No, I think it's great that you're spending money early, and
he's talking to the monitor because Ken Martin must be in front of him, stage right in front of him.
I think it's very important to invest in.
He's like rolling his eyes.
Parties. I think
now he looks at the camera because he remembers to look at the camera.
Strategy is,
then he's looking down at his talking points.
Laptop. But we're talking about two different things. We're talking about spending money and raising money, and you raise.
He looked up to see him in the monitor.
$11.4 million in
down
March.
at his talking points. Cameras in front of him. It's kind of an awkward setup. But
raised doubled.
It's just funny. He's like, oh, he rolls his eyes. Kill me, bro.
That in March, and so if you're going to spend that much money, obviously you have to also raise the money too, because otherwise the difference between investment and just outrunning your costs and taking on a loan because of that doesn't seem like much of a difference to me.
It's not outrunning our costs, John, because we're able to make these investments all throughout the country, and race after race in our state party infrastructure, in our local party infrastructure. You know, if we weren't able to keep up in terms of building out this infrastructure, then there would be a problem. We won over 90% of the elections on the ballot, and most of them, if not all of them, we had a direct involvement in. And I just say this to you, John, because you know it was a bet we made, and I get it. You know, again, all the folks in D.C., what they like to, they seem obsessed
Folks
about.
in D.C. Obsessive.
They spend
Obsessed.
a lot of time thinking about it. How much
He was literally a speechwriter for Obama, bro. Are you saying these aren't DC? Where is the Podsafe studio at? Are they in DC? Or are they in LA? Was this on there in person? I don't remember.
How many people have on hand versus actually what are you doing to build out the infrastructure to win? And what is the role of a political party, John? At the end of the day, our job is to build infrastructure that our candidates can tap into, to do the things that...
Isn't the most important job of a DNC chair to grow and raise money? And obviously, like,
no, guess what? The job of the
unfortunately.
DNC, no, the job of the DNC chair is singular. It's to win. And guess what I've been doing the last year and a half? Win. And guess what I did for 14 years in a very purple state? Win, John.
Right.
And I'm just telling you right now. I think you and others who continue to bet against the DNC, keep betting. Because guess what? Here's the reality, John. We're winning.
Yikes.
And we're winning because I'm defining...
Yikes! But if the political teams were changed here, people could be like, epic, he fucking owned him. Oh my god, he fucking owned him so hard, bro. He owned him with the facts there. But he's supposed to be like a submissive, breedable, bent over, like get fucked by these weirdo, commie fucking losers. Oh my god, I'm so triggered by it. Dude, it's okay.
Obviously, there's a difference between off-year elections and midterm elections and what's going to take to build the kind of infrastructure to win in 2028, right? I mean, I just think that's... You've talked a lot about investing in state parties. The headline number is $20,000 a month per state. My understanding is that also includes like the Democratic Party of Guam and the Party of the Northern Mariana Islands, who get basically the same check as Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, North Carolina. I get that every state and territory has DNC members. Every one of them voted in the DNC election you won. But it's also a real chunk of money that's flowing to places without federal races. And so I just wonder if we have this much debt, is like that the right allocation of money to be giving it to state parties in Guam and Northern Mariana Islands when, you know, Axios reported that there's also contemplating layoffs at the DNC.
There's no... Again, John, you're just throwing out a bunch of garbage. We've never contemplated layoffs at the DNC. I haven't laid out anyone off since I've been...
Is Axios reporting layoffs at the DNC connected to the funds being spent in those other places? Ken Martin's dysfunctional DNC alarms Democrats. The autopsy. Some insiders refer to as the Minnesota Mafia.
Leaders privately have discussed the possibility of limited layoffs in the coming months. A DNC official told Axios the committee has no plans for staff layoffs.
Damn, this is a lot of like, some person said, some people say, a person has said. Is everything in here just anonymous sourcing? Like, many
donor,
yeah, because it's like
donors.
Democratic sources tell Axios, many DNC officials, donors, and other Democrats, like a voter? Is that just random people? Criticism has come with this. There's been internal frustration about Martin's reliance on long-term allies. Some Democrats say Martin frustrated many party leaders. National Democrats also say Martin has a habit of overpromising and under-delivering. Is National Democrats, National Dems, is that like an org, maybe? I don't know. Many Democrats agree on one thing. Leaders privately have discussed the possibility of limited layoffs in the coming months. A DNC official told Axios the committee has no plans for staff layoffs. Some Democrats, several donors. What does a donor count as? If I throw $5,000 at
If you
DNC,
throw $5, you're a donor now.
do I count as a donor? Well, I wonder if they... Also, what does that mean? Like, discussed the possibility of limited layoffs. What the fuck does that even mean? Like, aren't you always... Like, layoffs are kind of like a key part of... like, what does that even fucking mean? Like, discuss the possibility of layoffs. Like... Would-be allies say Martin has held a grudge. One donor who didn't support Martin in the past race put it bluntly. donors and activists remain angry about Donald Trump's return to the presidency. And the DNC's agreeing to much. Okay, I don't know. Jeez. Man,
Martin
that's
argued in December that releasing the report would result in more finger pointing and wouldn't help the party move forward. Many of his allies agree. Like, this seems totally reasonable.
Sure. But I also can understand why people would be upset if he said he was going to release it and then he doesn't.
Yeah.
I don't know why the fuck he would have said that. That's retarded.
I don't know why he said that.
He shouldn't have
Yeah.
said that. It was fucking retarded. But the reason for not releasing something like that also makes a ton of sense. But
Wait, do we know that he did say that?
I'm going to assume so because Ken has said it multiple times. I'm sorry. John said it multiple times on here and Ken never pushed back on that.
That's true, yeah.
DNC chair. And so I just want to be very clear with you again and your listeners, because you're just repeating garbage, pot shots at the DNC. I'm used to taking the pot shots, by the way, and I think the mistake that you and others make is, somehow, I just don't care. I came to this job for one thing, which is to win. And if it wasn't,
But you think that state party allocation to like the Guam and everything is worthwhile allocation of funds?
I think it is a worthwhile allocation.
Wild choice here to, just wild. A wild choice to do this.
Because when we organize
to do what?
Everywhere we can win anywhere. And it's important for us not to just focus on federal power at the expense of state and local power. This is where I'm challenging the conventional wisdom of all these smart people in Washington, D.C. here, which is that the only thing that matters is control of Congress and the presidency. My job is to help us win everywhere, to build power up and down the ballot throughout the country, including in our territories. And so you and I can just disagree on whether or not those are investments that are worthwhile. I believe they are worthwhile. It's important for us to actually build power for our party and our party values everywhere there's Democrats, and we're going to continue to do that. And so whether you think that's a worthwhile investment or not, that's fine. You can take your check back if you don't believe it's a good investment.
Jesus
but let me
Christ.
just say, the role of the Democratic Party is to build infrastructure everywhere so that we can win. Let me give you a couple of examples of what that infrastructure
You know what you said is like, if you don't want to donate, fine.
Yeah.
You can take it back.
Yeah. Base.
Our voter file, and our organizing tools, and our data. Every candidate, whether they're running for school board or president, relies on that. We spend over $10 million a year on that, John. That's a critical piece of the infrastructure that people rely on. Without the DNC, they would have to do that on their own, all of these candidates. Our voter protection and legal infrastructure that we build. Every committee and every candidate relies on us to be out there filing lawsuits and protecting the vote. We filed over 1,000 lawsuits, which is a record number of lawsuits over the last year alone, right? Including being lead plaintiffs in many of the big lawsuits challenging Trump's executive orders. This is a piece of the infrastructure people rely on.
On that, you mentioned the voter file.
Yeah.
There's been a talk that a meaningful chunk of the DNC's debt traces to the committee buying the Harris campaign's vote.
I like how he just ignores everything and said up for another line of attack. Holy shit.
File. Is that accurate? Did you guys buy the Harris campaign voter file?
No.
That didn't happen?
No, you're talking about buying a fundraising list, but that's not a voter file.
The fundraising list.
Yeah,
Did you?
Of course
He misspoke.
I just wondered about the rationale for that because it feels like.
Well, it wasn't just a mistake. He's trying to play a gotcha journalist here and he's getting facts wrong, Pisco. It kind of matters, but
The DNC and the Harris campaign were operating off largely the same data infrastructure during the campaign. So
you're
buying the list.
confusing two things, John. Data infrastructure and fundraising list. Those are separate things. And again,
But even the fundraising list, you guys didn't work on. That was additive. Their fundraising list for $6.5 million was additive to that. Was a good investment.
we purchased that list. And let me just say this, John, that happens all the time in campaigns and elections, as you know.
Oh, I know it's just a big chunk of money. That's why I was just wondering.
Well, but as you know, John, that happens all the time. So it's not unique to this DNC. It's not unique to fire DNC chairs. It's not unique to campaigns or elections. Frankly, campaigns and elections, campaigns at the end of an election sell their list to cover their debt. And so there's nothing new about that, John. And of course, that's one of the biggest lists and the most valuable lists out there. It's a great investment for the DNC. I'm trying to actually help us raise money so we can compete, so we can win. And that was not only a great investment, it's already paid for itself. And we're glad to be able to do that. And we buy lists all the time. That's what people do in this business.
Pod Save America Breaking News is brought to you by Act Blue. Act Blue provides Democrats up and down the ballot with the tools they need to run effective campaigns. Here's the reason I'm just being so tough about all of this. I just think that what I've seen happen before is, especially in off-year elections, midterm elections, when we have the wind at our back, and I feel great about the midterms. I feel really excited about the off-year elections too, as we head towards 2028. Look, I saw this in 2022. We did well enough in the midterms, and Democratic insiders, Biden administration, everyone else were saying, you know what, this proves that we're going to win in 2024, and we're in great shape. And God, I hope so, because I think we need to win 2028 more than anything. But it concerns me that I see two things. One, this autopsy, which you campaigned on releasing, and I know you're releasing lessons, but are hiding still plenty of the details in the autopsy. And I just can't figure out what details that are in there that you don't.
I mean, why do you think he's not gonna budge on this, Favre? I mean, it just.
even Pisco recognizes, but he's like kind of being a meme or softball about, oh, he's not gonna, but like, does Pisco not recognize that asking repeatedly the same question over and over and over again is like a hardcore debate push? Like this is like a very, very, very aggressive debate strategy.
You're trying to nail
There's
someone
no
on the
point.
fucking topic. Like,
Yeah.
It's like talking to a brick wall.
One out there because you don't trust people with, because they're going to, I guess, argue about them, because it feels like we really need a robust discussion about where the party's headed. Not just pundits like me, but the state party chairs and the DNC committee members who are asking you to release it. They're asking you to release it.
I know you want to keep focusing on that, and that's fine.
Well, and I do think that affects the fundraising isn't going well either. So I feel
No,
like
the fundraising, that is just completely inaccurate, John.
you had a great first. You had a great first.
Look at John. John's mouth is like wide open. All right, now I think John is being a little bit like. It's clear that he's giving the answers he's given.
Oh, yeah. Oh, now we finally got there?
Oh.
After 10 times he's pushed on this question? What are we, at the end of the interview? He's like, oh, okay, yeah, maybe.
Now
Well,
I think
John also
John
lies
needs to
here
bring
and
this.
says the fundraising isn't going well
Yeah.
when Ken literally just said he has the best fundraising ever.
Sure.
Like,
conversation to a productive place, or needs to try to. But I mean, you're just agitating him more, and it's sad that we have to. I don't know, be like monitoring the emotions of our DNC chair like that, and like not trying to.
Oh, my. And now he's giving layups, kind of cover by proxy to John
like
for being a
victim blaming
dog shit
Ken.
interview here.
triggering him or whatever, but
Keep focusing on that, and that's fine.
Well, and I do think that the fundraising isn't going well either. So I feel
No,
like
the fundraising, that is just completely inaccurate, John.
you had a great first year in
And
2025.
we've had a great first quarter. $32 million we raised in the first quarter. We raised $4 million in March than Tom Perez did in 2018. We have,
That's excluding debt, though. That's
we have
excluding
50% more cash on hand than Tom Perez did.
But you're excluding debt. You don't have 50% more cash on hand if you include your debt.
John, we do. Because at the end of the day, we can pay that debt off whenever the hell we want. I can hold that debt until the end of the year. So the reality is there's nothing that's holding me back in terms of the cash I have, the cash on hand I have to spend it on elections. I can carry that debt all the way through the end of this year and beyond if I want. So that's just inaccurate. I know you know campaigns, but you're just spewing stuff out that's just wrong. So
I'm saying that I saw that talking point, but 50% more and it's based on
it's not a talking point. We raised $32 million in the first quarter, okay? We have $15 million on hand. We're able to spend that money on continuing to build our infrastructure and to help us win elections, okay? And we continue to raise money. Nothing has slowed down. In fact, the fundraising has picked up significantly since even the last November's elections in 2025. So listen.
And I know the grassroots fundraising has been great. I know that.
They cut right there?
There's plenty of reports about this. I've talked to plenty of people about this, that a lot of the big donors still have not come off the sidelines, and part of the reason is that there's a trust issue based partly on the autopsy.
Yeah, I'm just not seeing that, John, and I appreciate that. And you know, I don't believe that to be the case. Maybe you're talking to donors that I'm not. I highly doubt it, but the donors I'm talking to who are holding back, they're not holding back because they're frustrated with me. And they're not holding back because they're frustrated with the DNC. It's just the opposite. And so I think people see that we are actually putting into action the lessons we've learned. We're actually building the infrastructure we need. We're competing up in the, down the ballot. We're making the investments throughout the country to make sure that we're organizing everywhere. I mean, part of the challenge, John, is we've talked about this on the show before, that this party for years, and this is why I ran for it, has had a very myopic vision of just focusing in on one campaign cycle, one candidate, one campaign at the expense of a long-term strategy. And for us to break out of that, we actually have to have a long-term strategy, and that requires us to build through the lens of building long-term infrastructure. And so, you know, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you throw all your eggs into one basket, which is one campaign or one campaign cycle, then you built nothing permanent. Or if you do as I am, right, which is to start building the permanent infrastructure we need to have a long-term strategy, then you get blamed because you don't have enough cash on hand to compete with the Republicans. Well, the reality is we've been competing with the Republicans and building the long-term infrastructure at the same time. And so what I would ask you to do is just think about this differently. The old conventional wisdom of how we do campaigns. I came in here, and as I said, I'm challenging that conventional wisdom. I'm challenging the idea that we just invest in the final 3 months at the expense of a long-term strategy.
I feel like you brought this up a few weeks ago, how you were talking to people in like the Democratic community and how like after the campaigns, it's like it dies.
Yeah.
So it seems like Ken's talking here. It's like we're fixing that.
Some type of thing like that.
Now, onto this. So, DNC Chair Ken Martin, who I actually saw at the Grindr party in D.C. this past week, is going viral for an interview he did with Pod Save America. It says here the DNC wanted to avoid another public debate over how the...
So remember, the point of your friendly platforms is you get the talking point out there, and then everybody else will begin to resonate the exact talking point, which my guess is fuck Ken Martin and please God give us the report for Israel-Palestine. That's my guess, but I haven't followed this particular story close enough to know if that's really what people are obsessing over. That's my guess, though, but we'll see, I guess. Keith Edwards is... my guess is he's a big pro-Pally guy because I feel like I've seen a lot of tweets from him on Twitter about like the fucking sloppulous shit. But I could be wrong. I might be mixing him up with. There's a lot of K guys like Ken Klippenstein and the Krasensteins and Keith Edwards. I don't know if I'm mixing him up with somebody else. I'm not sure. I might be actually.
Party lost the White House to Donald Trump.
Shervian, I love you. I don't have time for a 7-hour conversation right now. Okay, careful.
Instead has turned its focus on recent successes, and former President Joe Biden's decision to run for re-election despite his advanced age and his disastrous debate performance were not even mentioned in what they decided to release. And that brings us to this interview where Ken Martin's asked about what happened is that the DNC did a post-mortem, an autopsy on why we lost in 2024. Okay? I personally believe you can't change or learn or do better if you can't understand where you made mistakes. It's a very healthy, normal thing to do. Okay? I'm in therapy, and part of therapy is understanding how you feel, but also understanding how your feelings affected your actions. And if you can't do that, then you're more likely than not to repeat the same behavior. So that's why it's a little upsetting that we had this autopsy that says some of the reasons why Democrats didn't win in 2024. Ken Martin came out and said he was going to release the autopsy. He said that multiple times, and they never released it. They prevented it. And good on Jon Favreau for really grilling him on this, and here it is.
I want to start with the 2024 autopsy, which you call an after-action review. When you won the chairmanship in February of 25, you criticized the DNC's refusal and then promised your
What I said all along, making sure these those lessons, we can actually help us.
So much timber on.
But, John,
but if there's
people coming over,
why wouldn't you just release
the instead? Well, we don't need anything that can help. There's nothing.
And do just party chair, Democratic.
Make the analogy about
Clayton and Anderson said, quote, genuinely, what did you all find that we did not?
How do you feel about it? I'm going to make that analogy about therapy one more time because he's like, we just want to learn the lessons. Like, okay, great. So 6 people at the DNC learned the lessons. But like, it seems to me that if you're not releasing the autopsy, you're not having an honest conversation about what we could have done differently, what we did.
Well, but it sounds like they're sharing the lessons, like whether you agree that it's a good strategy or not. It doesn't sound like they're keeping all of it secret. It sounds like they are sharing it just with the election officials or whatever who are running in different places, right? Now, whether you agree that that's a good or bad thing, that sounds like what the answer was.
Did wrong as a party, what we missed the mark on, then we're bound to repeat it again. And it's almost as if a partner were to cheat on you and they committed to doing things differently, they're like, well, let's just learn the lessons from this, but let's stop navel casing. It's like, well, okay, well, I feel like you're like moving past the most important part, which is looking methodically at how this happened to make sure it doesn't happen again. Am I losing my mind? That just seems to make so much sense to me. If you want to fix something, all you got to do, it could be a little messy to look at what you did wrong, but I think let's get a little messy. If not now, then when? And by the way, talking about an election in
Isn't this more
189
akin
days.
to like you told your friend that you were gonna tell him why you cheated on the partner and then you never did, but you told the partner why and then you fixed the relationship like yourself from like the inside versus like going and telling your friend fucking every dirty detail?
Maybe, but I mean, like Ken Martin shouldn't have said they were going to release it. It was a
No, he
mistake.
shouldn't
then,
have.
Yeah.
He
But
shouldn't
the
have.
difference is that if like these people were on the same team, then John would have helped him. Like it would have been a friendly Hannity
past
style
that.
interview. Yeah, it would have been a layup
Yes.
thing. Like, okay, I understand. So obviously there are reasons why you think it might not be productive to release this. Can we can you at least share like some of the lessons that you guys learned? Like it would be like a let's go on from
Yeah,
there.
it would be let's move
Yeah.
on. All right, you can't release it. Let's talk about
Exactly.
what you learned.
Yeah.
Y'all sat on this shit for so long, and now you're like, well, it's too close to the election. That's not fair. I hate that.
Well, that's
I
not
really hate that.
really
This is the shit that
at all
people
what
hate in
he said,
politics.
but-
It's like you said you're gonna do it, you said you're gonna do it, you said you're gonna do it, and then you don't do it, and then you're like, but we did do it. No, you didn't. You said you were gonna release a full report. All right. Someone says here, see, the mistake the DNC made is they could have released the report earlier in this time, does something stupid everyone forgets. Now it feels like something's being hidden, which makes it more salacious.
That's not
By the way,
true. It
if you're the
wouldn't be
DNC,
2
you have access to that
weeks.
report.
What?
They would be talking about the bad publicity from this if it was Israel Palestine forever.
100%.
They,
That my
they would
guess
never
is
let it go.
I'm vibing hardcore on this. My vibe is that the online lefties just really want to see Israel Palestine written somewhere in there.
I guess, yeah.
Or my email is below. You can leak that shit and we will post it. The White House posted this. 2 Kings. Can we?
Okay, well we got that out there.
So eager to learn it. I mean, the smoking gun. Guess
Why is Dem leadership terrified of the truth?
what, John?
But if there's no smoking gun, why wouldn't you just release it then?
Because we want to keep the focus on the lessons. Because what ends up happening here is that people, of course, want to weaponize the report in a way.
I feel like I'm watching a Coen Brothers movie. We've had multiple occasions. I guess it was on Friday. This came up with Stead Herndon. I can't remember what other guests earlier in the week. And it's an easy go-to.
So goal here, remember the goal for this coverage is going to be to shit on Ken and the reason that he gave as much as possible. Basically glaze John for holding him accountable, doing an amazing job. And then this is just a vector to attack the mainstream Democrats and all this over and over and over again. That's what this my guess is that's what all of this coverage will be about basically.
To make a joke about, as we talk about like what's going to help with elections in the fall, it's an easy go-to to go like, God, it's too bad the Democrats don't have like a what I would call maybe an autopsy where they could look back and see why they lost. And in fact, the reason why it's a joke is because they do, and we know that they're burying it, and we don't know why. And it's a great question. And
you know, yeah, I mean, what great football coaches do is when they have a bad loss that they prepared for, they take the game tape and they don't show it to the rest of the
And they
team.
tell all
They just
their
keep it
fans.
within the head coach, the offensive coordinator, and the defensive coordinator.
And also,
I like how she was so close to actually making a good sports analogy, but actually made the most retarded sports analogy in the world. Like, you know how when players are watching tape, they do that on twitch.tv? You know how when the coach is going over tape of games and everything, they're doing it like on fucking live TV and they go over all the plays and everything and all of practices in the most public areas possible and they could see every single thing. She was so close to saying something intelligent, but then she remembered I'm Emma Vigilant and I have to make that $50,000 a year private grade school education that my parents paid for, worth it.
so they don't even tell the rest of the team what they saw.
They'll say, hey, this player, maybe we'll give you a hint about who this person is. They messed up, or we're going to move them to, I don't know, play man coverage or something like that in this next matchup, but we're not going to tell you exactly who messed up and who's going to be starting. That's what this is comparable to.
Here is DNC Chair Ken Martin. He is being asked by John Favreau.
The funny thing is, at least from a football perspective, college football is the only thing I can speak to. I don't know anything about any other sport, but in college football, there is only one fucking thing that anybody fucking cared about. And that's whether you won or lost the game. That's it. Nobody gave a fuck about anything else, okay? Is if you made the playoffs, and ideally you win the playoffs. That's the only thing people give a fuck about. Nobody is second-guessing a fucking coach or any bullshit if they're winning games. That's it.
Yeah.
On
But
Pod
the
Save America.
lefties don't care about winning.
Yeah, because they never win. They don't win anything or anywhere. They don't give a fuck.
Whatever happens to that
Crab
thing.
bucketing.
And this interview is like 20 minutes long. I would encourage people to watch the whole thing because John does not let up basically the entire time, and it doesn't get better for Ken Martin in his lack of explanation.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So I want to start with the 2024 autopsy.
Why did the Republicans make their report fully public in 2013? I don't know. People done it in the past. Supposedly we made our report public in the 2016 or 2017 one. Somebody in chat said that. And apparently people spent the whole time attacking
I don't think
Clinton
they
with
did
it.
in the 2016, and I thought Ken apparently was saying like it was a bad idea to not release it.
Oh, we didn't
and
do
he
it in
would release
2016? Oh, where did they do? Which one did they do it for? Apparently people haven't in past years for this. I don't know what the motivating thing is for or why people would or wouldn't.
Which you call an after-action review. When you won the chairmanship in February of 25,
Oh, somebody. I'm sorry. I think that chatter said earlier they didn't release it in 2016. That people shit on Clinton for not releasing it. That's what they said earlier. I think.
Yeah, and then he
You
was like,
criticized
I'm
the
going to release it. Why wouldn't you release it? And
Yeah, I
then
got
he
you.
didn't release it.
DNC's refusal to release their 2016 autopsy is exactly what not to do. You said, quote, was there any utility in doing that? And then promised your 2024 autopsy would be different. Your exact quote was, of course it will be released. Why did you change your mind on that?
Well, look, I mean, what I said all along, even when I ran for this position, is that we were going to focus on the things that will help us win the upcoming election, right? Making sure that we learn the right lessons that could help inform our victories. And that's what we've done. We said this when we sent out the press release back in November saying we weren't going to release the report. We were going to actually keep our focus on those lessons, and we released those lessons. We continue to do that. And it's important for me, instead of navel-gazing and looking backwards and trying to relitigate 2024. I don't know about you, John, but I don't have a time machine. I don't think you do. No one does. So we can't change what happened in 24. The only thing we can do is actually...
Okay, I'm going to continue to use this like football metaphor here. One, they would blame, the DNC would blame the fans, right? You guys didn't cheer hard enough for us on the field, and that's what I guess Jim Clyburn said the other day, that the American people need to step up, not the Democrats. It's literally like saying, hey, the fans were too quiet, and that's why we suck so bad. And it's navel-gazing? What are you talking about? It's reviewing your failures and trying to assess it. So is it navel-gazing if anybody looks at the report, or is it navel-gazing if you reveal the report to the rest of the public?
We have a dead body here, and we should probably do an autopsy on it, right? It's like,
No, we're not going to do the autopsy because we're not going to bring the guy back to life.
Do you have a time machine? You can stop it from being killed, however it happened?
Right. Why are you so obsessed with yourself, Democratic Party? Stop navel-gazing.
I'm going to be very...
Like, again, I'm curious, do they release every single autopsy to the public? I don't know for crimes, but I know the example I made earlier, we have George Floyd's autopsy. We sure as fuck don't agree on why he died.
very charitable here and tell you that what he's arguing, but he's afraid to say it, is if we open this up...
Is he going to say it outright? Oh, God, hold on. I'm edging myself right now. Okay. Please, God, please, 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 please.
People get it's going to cause arguments.
About what?
I mean, that's what he's saying. And that arguments are counterproductive. And this understand
I edged. Blue balls. Fuck.
No, hold on.
that the forces of the status quo, the centrist and establishment and more corporate elements, and in this case, I think we all know what it is they're hiding is... Ah!
There you go.
Wait! Well, the implications of Harris's Gaza position.
Israel, Palestine. Yes, true. Yes, yes, I come. Now remember,
they always.
Ken Martin said, because he knew, because he's not a retard, regardless of what you think about him. Ken Martin said people are looking for the silver bullet, and John was like, "What? Silver bullet? Silver bullet? What are you talking about?" Meanwhile, majority report, Gaza. It was Gaza. It was Israel, Palestine. Jew.
We all know what it is they're hiding is the implications of Harris's Gaza position. They always want to pretend there's no fight going on, but they still want to launch their rockets, essentially.
That's why they're going after Hassan. They're trying to discredit him to foreclose that very conversation that would be embedded in the very likely embedded in the results of this autopsy.
100%. These are not, let's be clear, they're going after Hassan because of Gaza, not because he's for Medicare for...
The cover, bro. It so maps onto MAGA 1-to-1. They do the exact same function. They do the same fucking. They even have the same. They even have the same fucking the same terms. Hassan derangement syndrome. Trump derangement
It's the
syndrome.
horseshoe.
You don't like Trump? What? Because he wants to lower taxes? What? You don't like Hassan because he wants Medicare for all?
These are not, let's be clear, they're going after Hassan because of Gaza, not because he's for Medicare for all or for nationalizing the means of production.
Right, and it's so weird that the same Democrats who are horrible on Israel and Gaza are the same ones that are saying that they're not going to go on Hassan Piker's stream. It's because they have the same mentality, the same
You have to
loser
go on
mentality
Hassan's
that Ken
stream.
Martin
You have to kiss the ring.
Or you're pro-genocide. I mean, that's fair.
has here, that it's more advantageous for their political purposes to foreclose the conversation, the difficult one that needed to be had before.
You know what's funny, actually, is that it really doesn't matter what the fuck that report says. If that report says that Palestine was the #1 reason that they lost the election, well, first of all, I think they would have acted on it, but it would also, these guys would gain so much power, they would destroy the fucking party overnight. They would feel so vindicated. If the report says that Palestine was a slight factor, but not determinative, even in a single state, these guys would say they buried it. They lied, they underplayed how important it was, and they just threw some lip service in there to keep us quiet. If the report came out and it said Palestine actually had fucking nothing to do with it, these guys would come out and say they fucking lied. They paid some loser, bet let's go and check his family, bet they've got a fucking AIPAC donor in there somewhere, I bet they do, or they've got like a guy who's connected to somebody who got money from somebody who was working for somebody who got money from AIPAC at one point in time in history. 100%. No matter what the fuck that report says, it all leads back to Israel-Palestine.
Yeah. It's a lose-lose-lose.
It's more advantageous for their political purposes to foreclose the conversation, the difficult one that needed to be had before the 2024 general election, and they want to foreclose it forever into the future.
All right, let's continue and watch him sort of obfuscate.
So we can't change what happened in 24. The only thing we can do is actually change what happens in the future, including the 26 election cycle, 28 and beyond. That means we do need to learn the lessons. We need to make sure they help.
Imagine the report came out and it was like, if we would have taken the pro-genocide position, we would have peeled off 2 million voters from Trump's camp, but we can't release that because it's going to be over, bro. And all the people that were pro-genocide were black people because they love Jews and they hate Arabs. It would be over.
Inform our decisions that we're making, and we've been releasing those. We released them just a couple months ago in our playbook, which if you want to look at that, go to dnc.org/playbook, and you can get an example of some of the lessons. We've been releasing them with our donors and with activists and party leaders. We've been talking about what those lessons are, and we've actually been putting those lessons into action. And so it's not completely accurate to say that we didn't release that. Where we're keeping our focus is on the lessons that can actually help us win.
But on this show, in August, you told me this about releasing the review, quote, "We have to do it to give people who invested so much time, energy, and money a sense of what happened and why we lost."
Correct.
Especially why we lost. So what changed between August and December? I understand there are lessons, but those are not the full report. Why not release the full report? What's in the report that you wouldn't want?
Well, first off,
publicized?
there's no smoking gun in the report, and I know that's what everyone's so eager to learn. I mean, the smoking gun. Guess what, John?
But if there's no smoking gun, why wouldn't you just release it then?
Because we want to keep the focus on the lessons. Because what ends up happening here is that people, of course, want to weaponize the report in a way.
I feel like I'm watching a Coen Brothers movie.
Yeah, and also, look at that straw man. There's no smoking gun. I mean, at another point, I think that John points out it's a 200-page report. Of course, I know that it's not a smoking gun. It's a confluence of factors. That's why we need not an executive summary from the people that want to already are engaging in a cover-up of the information. We want to be able to parse this through and see where we can improve. So he sets up a straw man to try to get.
I like how she says that. We want to help you guys. We want to see where we can improve. Like, come on, shut the fuck up. Like, you want the Democrats to win in any fucking race ever? You're literally on stream throwing a temperature from crying that day that Spanberger and all the there was like 14 different elections across the country happened, and the moderate Dems were winning everywhere. She almost like broke down and cried. Okay, I thought she was about to have a Britney Spears moment. She was so upset that moderate Dems were winning across the fucking country.
Away from the fact that he was quoted multiple times saying that he would release the report and now is not doing so.
If you go back just a little bit here, because he's going to say, like, people are going to weaponize things in the report. It's almost as if they're a political party and it is assessing a political election.
Welcome to democracy.
And people are going to make an argument that if this element caused us to lose last time, we should do something different the next time. That's what he means by weaponize. Yeah. Let's just be clear. We don't want this report to be political.
Because remember, Ken Martin and the rest of the corporate Dems don't want to win because they want to make, I don't know. They love Jews and AIPAC money so much, even if it means losing elections, I guess.
How about the Democratic Party?
One's so eager to learn it. I mean, the smoking gun. Guess what, John?
But if there's no smoking gun, why wouldn't you just release it then?
Because we want to keep the focus on the lessons. Because what ends up happening here is that people, of course, want to weaponize the report in a way to look backwards, to point fingers, place blame in a way that actually doesn't keep us focused on the upcoming election.
Well, pause it for a second. Okay, look. You're pointing fingers. You're placing blame. In other words, this person doesn't know what they're talking about. So we shouldn't abide by them in the future.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like what he's saying is, listen, if we get into the situation where we release the report, people are going to want accountability. And that's just going to interfere with our ability to continue to do what we're doing without accountability. And so therefore, ipso facto, no smoking gun.
Yeah.
And smile.
And smile. And he just filibusters for the next 20 seconds at this, so we can just go to part 2 here. This is the another part of this interview a little bit later on, where Jon Favreau asked him about how they're able to use the details from the report to operationalize it if they're not able to read it, and it just continues to get more ridiculous.
I know. The answer is Braille.
Learned into action, and I hope others will start to do the same.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out, because it certainly doesn't seem like anyone's looking for one single silver bullet, because it's a 200-page report. So I feel like in a 200-page report, there's a lot of lessons for everyone to take. And if you're going to operationalize it, then I think the question is, like, are you operationalizing it on behalf of people who didn't actually get to see the report? So, like, do they know what they're agreeing to when they operationalize lessons from the report if they haven't been able to read the report?
John, you're proving the point.
What's the point?
The point is the obsession on the report without actually focusing in on the lessons. Do people believe there's some sort of magic silver bullet in there that's going to solve all of our ills at the Democratic Party? There's not. And I understand.
I don't think there's going to be a magic silver bullet, though. Who thinks that? No one thinks no one thinks there's a magic silver bullet. It's a 200-page report. You interview people in 50 states. You spend a lot of donor money on it. I think people are probably wondering, like,
we spent a lot of donor money on that, and that's just inaccurate.
You spent a couple $100,000 on it, right?
No, we did not.
It was a free report?
We did not spend a couple $100,000 on that. The person and people who were involved in it were not paid to do this work. And so I would just say that's inaccurate, John. So I'm not sure where you would even get that number. And so did you have some sort of record that shows we spent any money on that?
I've seen reporting that you did spend money on it. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, well that's inaccurate. Okay, the person who has to do this is an unpaid advisor to the DNC. And so I appreciate where it's coming from, John. But let's just straighten.
That creates more questions than it does answers. Okay, he's claiming with a straight face that the Democratic National Committee issued a 200-page autopsy of the 2024 election that was done pro bono by an outside advisor to the Democratic Party, including polling, including data analysis, including these summaries, including just all of the work that would go into it. That the DNC got that service to do that for free and traveled across the country and spoke to all these people.
So the question here, if you were doing like real journalism, reporting, punditry, whatever the fuck else, the question here would be, I wonder if that's an ordinary way that people put these together. I don't know. Look at past ones. Do people ordinarily pay for this type of service? Maybe they do. Maybe they don't. That would be an interesting way to approach this topic, but obviously this is not what we're doing here. The goal is to just play team sports.
For free. Okay, if that's the case.
My cousin's nephew did it.
That is somehow, that's way worse. That's way worse.
Yeah. There he is. There's the guy who did the report.
That's the guy who did the report. I mean, that's honestly more horrifying. If that's what they're like, that's the way that the DNC operates.
It's a free report.
The reason why people are so-called obsessing about the report is because you won't release the report.
You're stress side affecting it.
Yeah.
What's fascinating to me is this: is that in 2012, I think it was, Republicans lost dramatically, and they had an autopsy which told them like, you got to stop being so anti-immigrant. I mean, it was a big deal for like weeks. Sean Hannity was out there like, we need to change from anti-immigrant, and it was a big deal because Mark Levin was one of the guys who really crushed the George W. Bush immigration initiative, if you will, in 2005, and Hannity and Levin are good buddies, and they had the ability to completely ignore that report like within 6 months and go. Like, they resolved it. The idea that there's only lessons to be learned from this, but the data.
Wait, I don't even understand what the point of that was. Wait, what?
Immigration initiative, if you will, in 2005, and Hannity and Levin are good buddies, and they had the ability to completely ignore that report like within 6 months and go. Like, they resolved it. The idea that there's only lessons to be learned from this, but the data that formulated these lessons is too controversial and too easily weaponized. It's just absurd.
Also, just to be clear, I hate that I have to run. Like, first of all, it sounds like they released a report, and then it was just bad for the Republicans, and then they did ignore it, and then they won anyway. So I don't know what the point is bringing this up. But also, like, it feels so stupid that I even have to explain this, because, again, it's just annoying when people have retarded conversations because they could be having better ones. It's actually probably the most normal thing in the world that you usually don't get access to underlying data when you're running some type of thing, right? You can run programs on your computer without having the source code. That's a super normal thing. You read scientific studies and you can go through tons of literature without ever getting access to the original data sets. That's a super normal thing. You know, there will be action plans, or there will be strategies that are part of the framework of your fucking meeting managers and your agile leaders or whatever the fuck framework. Like, it's super normal that people get like a bunch of information, they put it together in the form of some kind of action plan, and then give you like the strategies without you ever having access to the underlying reports or data. That's probably the most normal thing in the world. In fact, it's probably less normal that you would have access to all the underlying data. Not to argue one way or another whether it should or shouldn't be released. It's just funny that because this is the conclusion they want, they have to act like everything was so normal that like, oh my god, like it's so obvious that this is the right answer. And the reason why they have to oversell how obvious it is that their answer is the right one is to cast the DNC or Ken Martin or whatever into some weird conspiratorial anti-leftist light or whatever.
Why would you do this? Why would you even do this report in the first place? They just didn't like what the results were. And this, of course, is the way that it works.
I generally agree with Destiny's point here and on these guys and Hassan, but based on the political and media landscape right now, authenticity is at a premium. They should release whatever. You're totally fucking wrong. And I understand why you think that, but it's because you've been brainwashed. What's actually at a premium is the appearance of authenticity. You don't know anything about fucking anyone going on anywhere. You think that these guys are authentic. You don't know how they fund their fucking program. You don't know where the original... Pretty sure, didn't these guys have like a VC startup that... Fuck, I remember because I looked this up a while ago for the people that even originally funded the start of the Majority Report, were people that I'm pretty sure today these guys would say they don't like or whatever. But like, nobody knows anything about who funds any of the people in media. You don't know where any of their fucking money comes from or why they report on the things that they do. You just have this appearance of authenticity. And it's like, what is the authenticity that you get from these people? It's literally just them playing team sports, right? Like, didn't I mean, you can rewind and tell me if I was wrong, but didn't I tell you what the entire coverage of this was going to be? I guess I didn't predict that they would also use it to slur for Hassan as well. But like, just going off of what I saw from the Pod Save interview, like I could tell you what the entirety of this program was going to be like, literally connecting exactly what Ken Martin was saying to this show. When I was joking that John is acting like an idiot, pretending he doesn't know what the silver bullet is, Ken does know what the silver bullet is, and the silver bullet is literally what they said in this show, which was Israel-Palestine. It was the Harris's position on Gaza. Like, it was exactly what these guys were going to say. Like, everything is so predictable with how these things work. But for some reason, when you live in different worlds, I guess like people just don't recognize that they, I don't know. Or who knows, maybe I'm just a hater.
We see this all the time. It is you...
and it's funny, too, because me and Mr. Moon were joking that it was like a lose-lose-lose even if they did release it. And they kind of sort of are on that topic, not in the exact way, when they're like, oh, well, they put it together for free. Well, then I don't even know if I can trust what's in it. I don't even know if that's even a good thing at all. And it's like, yeah.
And let's be clear. This is not like they think they're having an argument with the right flank of the party. This is an argument they're having with the left flank of the party.
Oh, and here we go. And they're even more explicitly casting it in their little team sports way. Yeah.
And always we hear, your ideas are too out there. The American public doesn't want it. You're not listening to the polling, et cetera, et cetera. You're too pie in the sky. But then when they look at the data points and it doesn't come out the way they want it, it sort of subtly shifts. Like, you see this with the abundant stuff. Like, they're constantly moving the goalposts, except for in this instance, goalpost doesn't sufficiently explain it because it's not just a it doesn't move in just one direction, get far away. It shifts to the left. It shifts to the right. It doubles back behind.
That's a moot point, though. Releasing the report in this case would be the appearance of authenticity. No, it's not. I can't ever prove that to you, but you're totally wrong. Them releasing the report would not do a single flying fucking thing ever. Because like what I said earlier, if it showed that Palestine was a bigger issue than they had originally were forthcoming about, then these people would claim that they are trying to brush it under the rug because they're not being aggressive enough because now they think we need to fucking nuke Israel. If it came out to that Palestine was a bit of an issue, but it's not actually like determinative, even in Michigan it wasn't a determining factor, then they would say, oh, well, they probably lied about this part, they're sweeping it under the rug. Or if they said that Palestine wasn't a moving issue at all and they should have actually gone even further to the center on it, then they would just claim that it's AIPAC fund. Like, there's no way that they're winning here. Like, it would never, ever
The
be.
way that they're winning is probably actually by not releasing it, because all of these people are going to forget
Yep,
about this
probably.
in, I
Yep,
don't know,
correct.
2 weeks.
How
Like,
many-
this is probably the best scenario.
Yeah, I'm curious, and maybe they were, but I'm curious, was anybody on the Majority Report or any of these other, somebody like Control F on that one website, were these guys talking about this autopsy before
the
this?
Axios thing?
But no, the autopsy before this interview.
Oh.
Behind you, all this, you're caught up in the report and not the lessons that we delineated from the report.
Yeah, what are the lessons? That's the other part where he keeps saying we've got to learn the lessons from the
Yeah, wouldn't it be cool if John would have asked that question instead of spending 25 of the 35-minute interview, 25 minutes of the 35-minute interview, just asking the same fucking question over and over again?
report?
They
that we
put
got
out a
released?
document said that these are the lessons from the report that you can't see. But why couldn't you just, like, if you're not going to show the report, you might as well just make up lessons.
It sounds like you might be selective about which lessons you're revealing to the public and which big giant elephant in the room elephants you're giant elephants in the room lessons that you're leaving out.
Is there more to this? Or we went
It's entitlement,
I guess a little bit more. Yeah.
Facts on this, right? The reality is we did talk to, hundreds of people. It was an exhaustive exercise to really get at what are those key lessons. And I want to be very clear. There's nothing that changed from what I said on the campaign trail to now, which is
when you were on the campaign trail and you talked about definitely releasing an autopsy and criticized the DNC for not releasing an autopsy in 2016, in your mind, you thought I'm going to do one, but only release certain lessons and not the full report.
No, what I said at the time is exactly what I've been saying now, which is we have to focus on the things that help us win the future elections. We have to focus on those lessons. We have to do this exercise, by the way, of conducting this analysis so that we actually learn what happened, not just in 24, but in the years preceding
You can't
that.
address what he actually said. It's insane.
It's insane. It's the whole, I mean, that's really it. The whole rest of the interview is like this. I mean, Fowler also presses him on the fact that the DNC can't fundraise at all, and in large part it's because donors, I don't care about this as much because I don't think that big money donors should play.
Can't fundraise at all. That's a nice characterization of you would have no idea listening to this that was their most successful year fundraising ever, but okay. Can't fundraise at all.
This big of a role, but like for their purposes, donors are not interested in donating to the DNC if they're not able to access the information about what the hell went wrong the last time. So yeah, it's
Look
just
at the comments here.
you can smell the BS. This performance should be a fireable offense. Ken Martin is essentially a parody of what everyone hates about politicians. Horrible and embarrassing. Thank you, John, for pressing him on this. Holy shit, we're
Let's also be clear who the Pod Save America audience is. This is not, this is like
lefties of the Majority Report.
normie Democrat territory.
Yeah. I mean, it's reflected in the.
Oh my God. I wonder if the fucking Hassan's audience or whoever the fuck else. Yes, normie Democrats have huge. Like I said, normie Democrats don't even know what the fuck the DNC is. Oh my God.
polling numbers about the Democratic Party, which is it's being dragged down by actual Democrats in terms of their lack of or disapproval of how things have gone. And I know that this interview may not travel that far, but some new people will see this, and some new people who maybe aren't Democratic Party stalwarts will see this. And this evasive corporate gobbledygook, this jargon, is a major problem for the credibility of the party. Like there's a currency of perceived authenticity that is like I think really important in politics right now and has been since Trump entered, because he is a sociopathic liar, but he performs authenticity and democratic responsiveness for things like the Epstein files, or that's what he did on the campaign trail to get elected, the No New Wars thing. He saw that the national mood was really against the genocide in Gaza and just said what he needed to say. He directly communicates with people on podcasts that they like. Like, this is about actually responding and being a party that is dynamic. And I think this, like, 20 minutes of lying and obfuscating about the results of this election is awful optics. It's bad.
I mean, it is ironic.
He sounds like a health
It's
insurance
always
guy
we
denying your claim.
You hear all the other people of his ilk. We need to talk plain talk to the American public.
Okay, the Majority Report has talked about this autopsy quite a bit.
He's saying, we're not going to get the we got the lessons, not the actual substance of the report. But here's the thing. I don't think there's that many people who are outside the know, if you will, who are that interested in the interview with the DNC chair. I don't even think most people could even say who the RNC chair is right now. I mean, that's also a function of Trump and whatnot, but most people, the vast majority of people have no idea and don't care. However, the problem is that almost...
Isn't it Trump's... Fuck, who was it
Oh,
last
is it one
time?
of his sons?
I thought it was like a daughter-in-law. Last time? I don't know who it is this time. I'm not sure.
RNC chair.
Almost one-to-one, the people who are interested in that interview,
Reuters.
Loser.
they understand that he's lying. That's the thing. It's like going to the plumbers convention and going like, hey, hey, this is a wrench, and everybody go, wait, I'm a plumber. That's not a wrench. That's a pen.
I think things travel more than we anticipate these days. Like, I really do think that, like,
either way, it's bad for them.
Yeah.
Hey, they're talking about, oh man, isn't it crazy how Bernie can go on any single podcast, including Joe Rogan? They can't even go on the in-house podcast.
That's true.
Yeah. Right. Like those guys want Democrats to win. They can't go on, and that's
that
why they're
guy's gotta
pursuing
shave it.
the like, yeah, wanting to say, where's this autopsy?
Hey, folks, don't forget.
No, not Hutch. Not you too.
No, that was a different video.
Oh, okay, good. Does the majority report at least talk a lot of Trump bad?
Kind of, a little bit, but they're part of the lefty sloppulist suck squad, and we're a huge Israel-Palestine thing. Like, these guys hate the Democratic Party.
Times.
People, of course, want to weaponize the report in a way to look backwards, to point fingers, place blame in a way that actually doesn't keep us focused on the upcoming election. But instead, the navel gazing of focusing backwards actually takes us backwards. We're 189 days from this election, John. What we don't need to be focused on is actually relitigating 2024. What we need to do is learn the lessons of 24 and the years preceding that can help us win this upcoming election. I get why people are obsessed with it, because there's various groups and organizations and people who think there's some sort of smoking gun in there. Guess what, John? In the third closest presidential election in the last 100 years, everything mattered. There's nothing that didn't impact that election.
Why did you spend the money going to 50 states, doing all these interviews, doing all this stuff, if, and
He's like, everything mattered, not one thing. There wasn't one particular thing. John, believe me, it was everything. It was tort reform. There's no smoking gun. There's no one singular issue that was overwhelmingly brought up as a reason.
doing this report in the first place.
Yeah. I wonder, I'm sure there are some establishment Dems that are clamoring for that report release. It would be nice to see some, I guess. But like, obviously the loudest voices, at least in the arena that I'm in, are all going to be lefties. That the only reason that they want this report is so that they can scream about Israel-Palestine.
You weren't going to release the full results of it. Like, why? I don't get why just you and some of the senior DNC people get to see it, but not most of the DNC members who are, state party chairs. I mean, more than a dozen DNC members told NBC just the other week they want it released, including Congresswoman Delia Ramirez and North Carolina Democratic Party Chair Anderson Clayton. And Anderson said, quote, genuinely, what did you all find that we did not?
It seems to me that...
Wait, where's the full one? But what the fuck happened while I was gone for a week? Why did I have Customs and Border Patrol ask me if I watched you when I returned to this shithole country this morning and got detained? Shut the fuck up. You're lying. What? There's no fucking way that you got asked. No, not the full Erica Kirk video, guys. I'm looking for the full DNC combo.
Do you think it would be better if Ken Martin stopped beating around the bush? Look, it doesn't matter what he says or does. There's no way to engage with this in a healthy dynamic. It's damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Chatters, I don't care about the full Erica Kirk video. I've been detained before, but never that.
Does he
How the
comment
fuck
at
would they
all else on this?
Focusing in on the $11 on that. The person and...
Okay. You said you've been detained in the past. It makes a little bit more sense. It is still
watch the video, man.
About your, which is more urgent.
We spent energy, and so positive.
Yeah, except for the fact that you said you were going to release the autopsy, and that it would be a mistake not to release the autopsy, and that it would be stupid not to release the autopsy, and now you're saying no, it's stupid to release the autopsy. So something did change. You made the autopsy, you saw what's in it, and you were like, we can't let anybody know what the fuck's in this thing.
When you were on the campaign trail and you talked about definitely releasing an autopsy and criticized the DNC for not releasing an autopsy in 2016, in your mind you thought, I'm going to do one but only release certain lessons and not the full report?
No, what I said at the time is exactly what I've been saying now, which is we have to focus on the things that help us win the future elections. We have to focus on those lessons. We have to do this exercise, by the way.
Yeah, the lessons are, we got to pivot to the center more, by the way. I just wanted to tell you guys, like, here are some of our lessons. Pivot to the center harder than we ever have, okay? And also, reinstate our unlimited loyalty and support to the nation state of Israel. That's what the autopsy showed. We got punished for not being pro-Israel enough, it seems.
Of conducting this analysis so that we actually learn what happened, not just in 24, but in the years preceding that, John. And so that's where our focus is. I mean, the challenge is, think about this as an executive summary of a, like you said, a 200-page document. And I think what we've put together and what we learned, we are sharing with people so they have full insight into what we actually need to course correct on as we go into these final 189 days left and into the future. So again,
are you going to release? You mentioned executive summary. Are you going to release an official executive summary? Make that public.
We've been releasing that, John. That's what I've been saying to you.
You said there's the Democratic Playbook executive summary.
Because there's a lot of
what those lessons are. I'm happy to go over them with anyone who wants to talk about them, John. But what I'm not going to do is release a report that turns everyone backwards, trying to either.
I cannot believe he goes on for 30 minutes about how we're controlling the flow of information that's coming out of the autopsy because there's a lot of information in there that we don't want to fucking admit. This is abysmal. We're not moving like a party that wants to win.
True.
We're to see folks criticizing Pod Save America's continued attention to the DNC autopsy by saying we should just focus on winning. Getting the best possible understanding of why Democrats lost the winnable election is focusing on winning. Matt, I disagree. The party hiding its head in the sand for most of 2024. On the terms of the average for us, yeah,
to action, so we don't repeat those same mistakes. That's what we've been focused on, John.
Oh, so Steve Shale wants to be have to win.
Okay, whatever.
That's
We get it. All right, I'm going to sleep. Aren't you supposed to stream tomorrow? What the fuck?
Yeah, I'll start in the morning. I gotta go to bed too. I've been watching the Lakers. Ciao.
The Lakers? Yikes, man. Major yikes. Alright, have fun. I might be back tomorrow, maybe not. We'll see. Be careful, don't die. I love you. Bye.
Oh. When? We're doing it. Oh. All right. Oh my god. The fuck am I? Oh fuck. Oh no, this is fuck you.
The heck am I supposed to roto when the scene is pitch black? So I can't
I'm
use
not sure
airsoft,
if
and I
that
can't use
calculation
blanks.
is
I'm
I'm not
going
sure.
to have to create
ratio.
With that in mind, this is a great graph. This graph tells you exactly what.
How it's really not about anything but can I get this to go viral because I know it'll make people angry and yeah.
Tim, I want to dive into your politics a little bit more, if you don't mind.
Let's do it,
Yeah, so we've had a ton of discourse in our spaces.
So it's asymmetric in some ways, but it is also asymmetric in another way, which is that this side, the climate side, has like actual reality on its side. And that's actually quite powerful. And hopefully it will continue to be more powerful as people get better at not being manipulated. Anyway, let's play connections. Marvel. Oh, well that's...
Whoa! You're stealing your thing.
This was a couple days ago.
Millions of people.
If historical...
You're not gonna get it, dude.
Not gonna get what?
The connection.
Well, this was days ago. I don't even know if I did that one. Okay, here have Tim Miller on Live and Learn. Hopefully I'm done with this soon.
There's like two entire.
I have to reread every single thing I've written for this lawsuit so I can have it all in my brain so I know what's going down tomorrow.
Entire ecosystems out there that are built around talking about how Democrats are pussies. And like, there's not a lot of air cover. There's really three ecosystems, right? Like the mainstream media has to like knock Democrats from time to time to feel like they're being even. The right-wing media exists to tear Democrats down, and there's this huge left-wing media ecosystem that
Wait, holy shit, based. Wait, yes? Oh my god, hold on, I'm sorry.
air cover. There's really three ecosystems, right? Like the mainstream media has to like knock Democrats from time to time to
show
feel like
that-
they're being even.
Yes.
The right-wing media exists to tear Democrats down,
Yes.
and there's this huge left-wing media ecosystem that's all about how the Democratic establishment sucks. You know?
Yes!
Whoa, what the fuck?
I don't know if he's always had this take or whatever, but thank you. Yes.
I
No,
just
you
don't
gave it
kind
to
of
him a year
know.
later.
Thank you, true.
what all these people want exactly from Hakeem. Like you see, like just using Zoran as a counterexample, like Zoran will go up there and they'll be like, our new grocery store is going to be here in 2029, and everybody's like, yeah, you know what I mean? Or like he'll put up like, oh, look at this meme, like we did a meme about how the roads have been, how we're going to fill the holes. Like left-wing media's like, yeah, and it's
And
like,
then
and
meanwhile,
it's like
you also have,
Hakeem
like-
Jeffries gets the Epstein files out there, and he's like, what are you doing, Hakeem? He's like, why can't you be more like Zoran? He's filling the holes. And, like, I just think that there's like a little bit of that.
I'm the Soy Pill. With me as always, Hutch, Pisco, and special guest today. Give a warm welcome to Tim Miller of the Woo!
What's up, Mr. Pill? How's it
Please,
going?
Mr. Pill was my father. Call me Soy.
Oh, hey, Soy.
Good to have you, Tim.
How y'all doing?
Very
I
good.
don't know. I'm
Well.
feeling pretty bad. We don't have a ballroom, and the events that just transpired show that we need it.
Yeah, you can't be safe without a ballroom on the White House grounds. No one is safe anymore, right? It's kind of like a Mad Max environment. We all need a ballroom of our own where we can feel secure.
Chicken in every
Yeah.
pot and a ballroom on every house is my campaign promise.
Michael Tracy also talking about speaking or being safe. Did you guys see this little side plot that happened with Michael Tracy?
Which one? The one where he showed up to Virginia Jeffries Memorial? The one where he picked a fight with Jim Acosta?
Jim Acosta and Juliana. Oh, now I'm not remembering her last name.
Olivia Juliana.
Olivia Juliana. Yeah. So apparently Michael Tracy, who I've had on to talk about Epstein stuff, and he's picking fights too. So it's a big security weekend for all the important political parties.
I got to tell you, we got Jazz Fest here in New Orleans, so I was partying on Saturday night and checked out, other Bulwark people who were, on duty, and so, it was kind of a downer to be receiving texts and getting content while I was, drinking, watching Trombone Shorty about what was happening, but after I was like a little drunk, and then people started sending me the Michael Tracy, like, come and meet
Can
me
you move
outside
my
the Hampton
avatar
Inn.
so people stop fucking screaming at me about it?
Can I do what with your avatar?
So on your stream, you have the avatar of me, and apparently it's always in the way of your fucking videos, and everybody's always crying about it. You can just remove it altogether. I don't care.
Where should it go?
I don't know. Top left?
True.
Or...
Okay.
That was really enjoyable, and I did take a little break from the music just to kind of watch him demand that Jim Acosta meet him outside the Hampton Inn and send the Hampton Inn address, the photo of the Hampton Inn, in case you wanted to get it wrong. I feel like we were really denied a good brawl in the Hampton Inn like breakfast area.
We had Dana White at the Hilton. Apparently they're planning some sort of UFC event on the White House. I just don't know why we wouldn't involve Michael Tracy in that, either with Olivia Juliana or Jim Acosta.
Now, was he trying to physically fight Olivia Juliana as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. It's kind of like who's the guy that Jim Carrey played the biopic? Andy Kaufman. It's very Andy Kaufman like. Yeah.
Well, Tim, I'm curious. I mean, given your experience of how you learned about this news, I had a similar experience where I think after the first assassination attempt on Trump, I was freaking out. I was like, oh my God, what does our country come to? And this is going to, surge him in the polls and like just kind of having a breakdown. And after this one, I think after 12 hours, I was like, it happened again. And it's weird to think of it as like this casual sort of brushed off news event, which should, in any other case, dominate a news cycle for maybe a whole year. So like, how are you viewing this as like, what is this, the third?
I don't think you have to feel guilty about that. Obviously, it's horrible that someone was trying to shoot up the White House Correspondents' Center, and you can't give anything but just total condemnation to somebody trying to do it. I know it kind of feels weird to say this, but like, crazy people try to kill the president, like not irregularly. I mean, it has felt like it has happened more with Trump, and like the situation in Butler, I think, was a category difference. I mean, like literally, had he not moved his head, he would have been killed, and like, that was not something that would have happened. I guess, well, like Reagan didn't die, but
That's
Reagan
true,
was the last
man.
time somebody got actually hit by a bullet. But like 13, I think, of the last 15 presidents have had an assassination attempt against him. Gerald Ford had 2 in 17 days. Nobody talks about that anymore. It's not like, oh, that was a big historical inflection point. The 2 times Gerald Ford had an assassination attempts against him. So I think that's kind of why you're feeling that way. It also, he didn't really get close. Like, I think that there was a moment that night where it was a dramatic scene, right? Like, it's on camera, it's live.
Fuck me, dude. I realize
You're coming up on YouTube monetization.
oh yeah, we get to apply for that again tonight. I think the conversations with Erin are really, really, really bad for her.
Who's
One
Erin?
of the Straighteraid.
Oh, okay.
One of the messages that people always try to get me on Kiwi Farms or Gisticle and everything else is they always try to say, do you ever do this thing where if somebody says something like, hey, do you want to go out tomorrow and do you want any beer? And you like reply, you know, like, no,
Like, yeah.
I'm good. And then, yeah, we can go out tomorrow, kind of like that or whatever. There's a thing where Erin mentions this, something about like, the first part of her message is like, oh, I don't think you didn't have consent to share these videos. And then it's the second part of the message. And then I think I reply to the, like, I do that reply, like the mirror reply basically, and people take it as me telling Erin like, oh yeah, I know I didn't have consent to share these videos. It's basically how people interpret it, which is one of the strongest like public arguments that people are using against me. But I've noticed that these arguments don't show up anywhere in any of their interrogatories. So like their requests for me to like comment on a statement I've made, and they completely left Erin out of every single discovery request on every single document they sent to us. She was never even remotely touched on anything. And I'm realizing now, because they didn't provide any of those conversations, I bet that Pixie's conversations with Erin, I bet, are really, really, really bad to her. Because they didn't give us anything. When we asked her during the deposition, like, why didn't you provide those conversations? She started to flounder and make up bullshit. She was like, well, I think she might have me blocked on Discord, so I don't even know if I can access those messages, which is all bullshit. None of this is true. It's really fucking annoying that, not that it matters, I guess. I don't think I don't think this will survive the MSJ, but I'm guessing you requested them already? Of course we did, always from the beginning. But it's interesting. The interesting part isn't so much that they ducked giving me anything from Erin, which I guess I would imagine, because I imagine those, I mean, I always imagined those messages weren't very good for her, but they never even requested anything from me between me and Erin, and their requests were really, really, really broad for some of the stuff they were looking for. Like one of the early requests they made was that I had to send them every single intimate video or picture I've ever sent since 2020. Yeah, it was like ridiculously crazy things that they were requesting, but they never, I don't think they touch Erin in a single doc or anything ever. I don't think they mention her or bring her up ever, which is that's crazy to me and fucking annoying too. But whatever, I'm never getting that.
You see him getting, rushed out of there. You see all the journalists hiding under the tables, and it's like it feels like really, dramatic and serious. But then like you learn that, and I've been to that dinner. It's down the escalator at the Hilton. So if you go into the Hinckley Hilton in DC, you kind of got to go around a corner, then down an escalator, and then through a long hallway. He didn't even make it to the floor. So he wasn't even on the same floor as Trump. So like Donald Trump was very far away from being shot this time.
Not Wolf Blitzer.
Yeah. So in theory, I don't know. There could have been other people that were like late for the dinner, going down the hallway. They might have been closer to that encounter. So like in that way, like this is more similar to like when a crazy person tries to jump the fence at the White House or whatever, than like what happened in Butler.
Yeah, and I bet there's a lot of attempts that we just never hear about because they're nipped in the bud, before anyone even gets close to 100 meters from the president. But I think what's interesting to me is in the same way Republicans were trying to capitalize off of this event back in last year, it's the same kind of thing happening now where you see, hey, this is the left's fault. Look at how they're talking about the president. And if anything, I'm looking at this and saying, like, are we supposed to not accurately describe how we're viewing the most negative aspects of this administration because a crazy person might capitalize off of it? And also, how much weight does that really hold when you've got your party calling us, the party of pedophiles? You've got, Donald Trump calling for the execution of his political opponents. Like, it just all rings so hollow now for the third or fourth
So,
time.
can I pause you right there real quick? I'm so sorry to do this, but like, I want to channel this question through the CNN question that Dana. Did you guys see this?
Yeah.
She asks Raskin, I think. Yeah. Do you feel anything about the heated rhetoric that your side is using? And then Raskin's like, well, what do you mean? And she's like, well, how you call him terrible. I don't. Yeah. It's such a joke that we live in this world where we're like people are being called out for saying accurate things about the terrible job that the elected president is doing.
And then Raskin kind of backs down and he says like, well, I don't have anything personally against the president. I just hate his policies. But then I was like, you don't? I have a lot personal against the president, and that's totally fine, by the way, and it's totally fine to make level personal attacks on him. It is so weird for me on multiple levels, like people whose business it is to exercise free speech and make arguments, like always immediately after something bad like this goes to, well, it's maybe our words were the problem. Maybe we just used a phrase that was a little too hot. It's like, there isn't any evidence for that, really. I had somebody going after me today, some Daily Wire person who's like, condemn Hassan Piker. Like he said that you know, whatever. Rick Scott deserves. I don't fucking know what he said about Rick
hold
Scott,
on.
but you know, something violent
Hold on.
happened against him, and I was like, the shooter, like, was on Blue Sky shitting on Hassan Piker like 3 days ago. So how is it Hassan Piker's fault that then he went crazy and tried to shoot the Trump? Like, you know, words are not violence, and I bristled at this.
It seemed like from the things that I'd seen that the guy was big on like Ukraine, but I didn't see him mention much in regards to like particular streamer things. That was my, well, from what just the stuff that I saw posted.
That's when it was like really hot on the left for a little while. The college can't, you know, the cancel culture stuff. Like, we need.
I don't know where he got that this guy was shitting on Hassan. I know that Hassan was posting that, but I don't think I saw any tweets of him ever shitting on Hassan ever. I don't know where that. I think Hassan just started that lie on Twitter. But
Need safe spaces. You know, people can't hear, you know, speakers that they think are too aggressive. And it's just like, we should be able to live in a vibrant society where people call each other dicks and, you know, say that you're an asshole or you're corrupt or you're a pedophile, cover-upper or whatever. Like, if it's appropriate, if it's true, if it's appropriate, if it's true, you know, or if it could be true.
maybe a Hassan lie, but I believe Tim Susham said this dude was shitting on Hassan on Blue Sky. Yeah, I saw the Blue Sky stuff was reposted on Twitter, but the evidence of him, because I think I retweeted this, the evidence of him was saying something like, I just wouldn't take any streamer seriously when it comes to politics, like something like that. And Hassan claimed that that was like the guy shitting on him, which is fucking retarded.
Like, people should be able to make those arguments, and that's fine. That has nothing to do with a gunman shooting at somebody. And I think part of this, I do think, is it's like, we're so fucked in the guns situation. Like, they're just the proliferation of guns in the country is so great that it's like people are kind of bored with talking about that after shootings is a problem. You know, I was going back to Butler, and immediately we did this after Butler, and everybody's like, was it the rhetoric? I'm like, this is like a weirdo kid. I don't think he was watching Meet the Press. I don't think it was the Meet the Press rhetoric that was the problem.
I think we have to be careful with this. I've mentioned this in the past, but like, shooting people is a pretty extreme thing, always. Like, it's always going to be a pretty extreme thing. We have to be careful to never talk about the shooter's motivations ever just because the guy was crazy, because we could technically write off any shooter ever by saying that, you know? I think you have to be careful with that.
It wasn't Jamie Raskin.
Yeah, it wasn't Jamie Raskin. And then, like, on the way,
Yeah,
on the way to shoot Trump, he stopped. I used to know what the store was, I forget. But he stopped at like some big box store and bought bullets, like, on the way. And I was like, isn't that actually a bigger problem? Like, shouldn't we have a waiting period for buying a certain number of bullets? Like, it seems like, you know, if we're going to try to stop this, that would have been a more efficient response than, you know, saying maybe the Democrats should not say such mean things about Mr. Trump. You know, so like the whole thing is really dumb as far as I'm concerned.
Apropos of your you know, reply guys, just a friend of the show and actually founder of Live and Learn, Josiah asks, Tim, are you going to talk to Megan Bacham of the Daily Wire because she's camped out in your replies? And he also is asking me if I'm going to go fight Michael Tracy. But yeah, I mean, what is this beef? Is it specifically that she thinks that you're enabling someone who's enabling a shooter? I don't even know how like this connection is being
I don't know.
made.
Yeah, it all started because she was like, the Bulwark is responsible for this because you said people shouldn't even show up to the dinner. And I was like, yeah, I said people shouldn't show up to the dinner, not that they should shoot up the dinner. Those are two those are two very different things.
It's the opposite. In order to show up to dinner, you have to arrive.
Yeah. Like,
maybe she thought you were like warning, like, hey guys, don't go to school tomorrow, you know, sort of thing.
Yeah,
like,
baby brain. Yeah, and so
like
I don't
you
know.
knew.
No, I was not. And then she like goes through my podcast history, and it's like, oh, one time you said Luigi was hot, and so this is your fault. And I'm like, Luigi is hot. I was like, he also is horrible, and like he should go to jail for life. Like this, like adults do not have, you know, like should not struggle to, like.
It's true for assassinations and mass shootings. You can go down the list of top mass shootings in America, and every single shooter is entirely schizophrenic. Are you sure about that? Is that true? Like the guy who bombed the Oklahoma City bombing and stuff, like, was he considered clinically, like, schizophrenic? Like, was experiencing psychosis and stuff? Or was just...
I would assume what they mean by schizo is just, like, crazy, but not.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't mean anything, because I would consider a lot of
doesn't,
political analysis today is basically schizo. Like, just people making a ton of connections to people, and, like, I think a lot of the Epstein shit is schizo as fuck. But it's not, like, actually psychotic. It's not actually schizophrenic.
Yeah.
You navigate, you know, complex assessments of people. People can be hot and terrible, you know? Like Donald Trump can be terrible and you not want to kill him. So I don't...
Are you saying Trump is hot?
I'm not. He looks horrible without the orange. The orange looks bad, but you see without the orange looks horrible. So anyway, I don't think maybe I would go debate her if they wanted to be on the Daily Wire, but I'm not going to take some like Z-list right-wing media person and bring them onto the Bulwark just because they're obsessed with me. That feels like that's setting a bad precedent.
Yeah, you're enabling the reply guy behavior.
Yeah.
So that's apparently how they're going to bait you into media appearances.
Yeah.
I don't think that what you were doing was a cryptic message. The award for cryptic message and the most like unfortunate statement goes to Carolyn Levitt, where I forget what it was exactly. Something like
Shots will be fired tonight?
Shots will be fired tonight.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if a Democrat said that?
Yeah, I
The
know.
amount of fucking
You know that
schizos.
Biden had to apologize in a private donor dinner using the term bullseye. He apologized for that.
No, I didn't know that he did that. That's why.
Because I think because the Trump assassination attempt happened or whatever.
Let's talk about the conversation this has started, and it's really about language, what we say out loud, and the consequences of those. You called your opponent.
NBC, left-wing media, by the way.
I know they always do this shit,
Yep,
man.
they do.
On a call a week ago, you said it's time to put Trump in the bullseye. There's some dispute about the
Put Trump in the bullseye? What?
context, but I think you appreciate
I
that
didn't say
word.
crosshairs. That's what I'm going to focus on. Look, the truth of the matter was, what I guess I was talking about at the time was, there's very little focus on Trump's agenda.
Yeah, the term is bullseye.
It was a mistake to use the word. I
This
didn't say
would
crosshairs.
never, ever happen on Fox News. Dude.
Nope.
They would never.
Well, they don't even ask
They-
Trump
they
this
would be
part of the
running
question on NBC.
interference.
On NBC or CNBC, they don't even ask Trump these questions.
Disgusting.
Bullseye. I mean, focus on it. Focus on what he's doing. Focus on his policies. Focus on the number of lies he told in the debate. Focus. I mean, there's a whole range of things that, look, I'm not the guy that said, I want to be a dictator on day one. I'm not the guy that refused to accept the outcome of the election. I'm not the guy who said that won't accept the outcome of this election automatically. You can't only love your country when you win. And so the focus was on what he's saying, and I mean the idea.
But have you taken a step back and done a little soul searching on things that you may have said? That
Like, so we got the first
my
question. We got to
God.
recenter because he corrected, because then Biden said crosshair and said, no, you said bullseye. Then we got a fuller answer. Now we're getting another take a step back. Well, do you apologize for the comment? Like, this is a tough interview. Dude, Trump
Yeah.
never, ever, ever, ever has interviews like this.
could incite people who are not balanced.
Well, I don't think, look, how do you talk about the threat to democracy, which is real, when the president says things like he says? Do you just not say anything because it may incite somebody? Look,
Biden was with it
I'm
in
not
this
engaged in
interview.
that rhetoric.
Oh.
Now, my opponent is engaged in that rhetoric. He talks about to be a bloodbath if he loses, talking about how he's going to forgive all the, actually, I guess, suspend the sentences of all those who were arrested and sentenced to go to jail because of what happened in the Capitol.
Which he did.
I'm not out there making fun of, like, when remember the picture of Donald Trump when Nancy Pelosi's husband was hit with a hammer, talking about.
Which was
guilty about
true.
it?
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the
Title of this video, it was a mistake to use bullseye in remarks about Trump. Meanwhile, Donald Trump retweeting, execute them for treason. Meanwhile, Donald Trump, all 6 congressmen should be executed or tried for treason and executed or whatever, of which the punishment is
I'm
execution.
glad Mueller's dead.
I'm glad Mueller's dead. My God. What a fucking joke, dude.
We're gonna wipe a civilization out. It's just like
Fucking
it's crazy.
joke. And now I've got Daily Wire cucks calling for Democratic content creators. I shouldn't say that because I think Knowles calls out specifically Hassan Piker. But like cheerleading the DOJ arresting content creators. It's such a joke.
Oh, go ahead, Puck, sorry.
Well, I was gonna say, in a time where America is just like peak conspiracy brain, that was just the most unfortunate sequence of words she could have put together for that moment. Also, the Kimmel joke was just like really awfully timed. They're trying to exploit that maximally right now. But I think it is worth pointing out that, you know, every time some kind of event like this happens, and I agree with Tim, like all political violence is like pretty horrible for the like social fabric and everything. But every single time they very transparently and cynically try to, you know, exploit these kinds of events for some kind of boost in the polls or some kind of political benefit, and it never works. Like, you know, Charlie Kirk was largely kind of like out of the news maybe like a week or two later. Trump, I think, only got a boost of 2 or 3 points after Butler, and that evaporated with
Kind of an important 2 points. Yeah, I don't know. I don't
What do
know
you
how
mean?
much it helped him. I mean, he only won by 2 points.
Oh, no, that's true. Yeah. No, but I'm saying, like, when you track the polls, like, he went up like a few points and then went right back down.
Right.
But, you know, it is kind of pathetic and sad that these guys can't even manage to, you know, cultivate sympathy from voters after events like these.
Yeah. It's just, who is the voter that's going to change their mind about Donald Trump because of a shooting attempt, though? Like, you know, people have other concerns that they're focused on. And you can understand kind of sympathy assessment in the poll. Somebody calls you 3 days afterwards. You don't feel like you don't want to be a dick or whatever. So you have an unfavorable view of the person that was just shot. But I just don't think it's going to fundamentally change people's perspectives, which is why.
It is pretty funny. Nobody gives a fuck.
What about all the assassination attempts?
Yeah,
it's
nobody
crazy.
cares,
Yeah,
man.
we like move on in a day because everything about this presidency is so fucking crazy. It should be a crazy. There should be like a headlining story for days, if not
months,
weeks.
man.
Yeah, that somebody
There
tried to
should be,
murder
like,
the U.S. president.
inquisitions into like the fucking Secret Service and shit for like months. Like
Pretty crazy,
but
yeah.
Nobody gives a fuck, man. They're just like, oh, well, what are you gonna do?
things. I feel like if I'm on the Lib and Learn pod, I should rant about the libs a little bit. One of the other things that annoys me about the discourse this weekend is like the false flag nonsense. People are like, he did this because of Iran and his polls were flagging. And I was like, well, no, that wouldn't work. Like, that's not going to work. And number two, he just was about to enjoy like like this gift that for some reason the DC journalist gave him, which was to allow him in front of cameras to shit on them for an hour and a half. Why would he do the false flag attack right before that?
See, look at this self-correcting that like the
think that
libs do here, right? Like, guys, I don't think the conspiratorial stuff is good. Notice the self-correcting. That means Republicans don't have to fight against it as much. Now, they kind of do because Republicans on their side are doing the conspiratorial stuff. But like the self-correcting helps them so much, and then it just lets them be on the attack and the attack and the attack and the attack always, you know? Whereas on their side, it would actually be pretty difficult. It would actually be quite difficult for them to talk about any conspiratorial stuff because every single thing that these guys talk about is fucking conspiracy. It would be really hard for them to say that conspiracies aren't happening when there are alleged conspiracies fucking everywhere. And the Donald Trump administration has been involved in conspiracies.
He would have done it after. After he would have had a chance to get his, get a couple shots off. No pun intended. But I just, the whole thing is dumb. We did a rant about this on the podcast today, and I have inboxes full of listeners being like, "Are you sure? It seems fishy. There's some things that seem fishy, but you can't put anything past Trump." And I'm like, well, yeah, I guess you can't put anything past Trump, but these guys also haven't demonstrated like a lot of deftness in hiding their behavior. I mean, say what you want about Trump, but like all of his malfeasance is pretty much right out there in the open. Like he's not a big secret keeper. And I just
Kash Patel's getting like absolutely hammered, and we're getting like leaks about it, and all sorts of inside
or
reports.
like he's getting flat.
No, I mean he's getting wasted all the time. Apparently he's drinking a lot, and I actually agree with you, Tim. I think one saving grace perhaps for the libs is the administration really has lost all credibility to say anything factual. You know, their relationship with the truth is ephemeral at best. That said, there's like no evidence to suggest that this was a false flag. It really does feel though, with the advent of AI, with the right wing all embracing like the Candace Owens style conspiracy theory, schlock for a better word, it does feel sometimes that there's like no limit to what people are allowed to allege without evidence.
Yeah, I mean, like none of these conspiracy theories survive like past a few questions. Like it's all the people messaging me that are like, well, maybe they recruited a disgruntled guy. And I'm like, he was posting on Blue Sky about Will Stancil like last week.
Why are we even entertaining these?
This is all part of an elaborate plot.
Entertaining what?
The fucking conspiracy theories. I feel like back in the day you call these people retarded and fucking move on, but now like everybody's a fucking conspiratard.
Well, I mean, look the president is a conspiratard, so yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
Like this was a CIA thing. They recruited him, and they're like, okay, your cover stories are going to go into Blue Sky for 4 years, and post lib slop, and like then you're going to go try to kill Trump, and we're going to tackle you before you can do it, and you're going to go to jail for life. Yeah. Like, why would he sign up for that? It's like, why? Like that is a more compelling theory than like a guy went fucking kind of crazy, and we have too many guns in this country, and like he tried to do something nuts. Like that seems like a much more, much more likely from an Occam's razor standpoint. Like the Butler thing that people always talk about his ear and stuff. Like we have the photos from the New York Times. Like they're unbelievable photos right underneath them. They take the picture and it's like a kind of rapid fire, like click, 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 and you can see like Trump turn his head, and then you see him put his hand up, and then you see him put his hand to his ear, and then you see him go down, and then a guy dies, and they all go to the hospital, and nurses and doctors see them. All of these people are in on the cover-up. Like the nurse at the Butler Hospital that did the intake on Trump was part of the CIA plot to do this. Like these guys can't even get the fucking Strait of Hormuz open. Like they can't do anything. Like they're totally incompetent. They haven't arrested a single one of their political enemies, and yet they pulled that. I don't know. The whole thing.
It stretches credulity. They have to be so competent that they can pull off a multi-year fall guy like fake assassination attempt, but also that no one leaks this, and that just screams 2020 election fraud claims. It's like you are the people that are able to rail against these people for these insane claims that rely on affidavits from people who, as soon as you put them under any scrutiny, they completely fall apart in front of a judge. And now you're saying that like this same thing is happening on the other side. Like you have to understand that maybe just some things are going to be capitalized and like trying to make the left look bad, and that has nothing to do with whether or not they faked it. They're always going to try to capitalize
I follow like a decent like spectrum of people ideologically, and pretty consistently I see conspiracy theories on the timeline from folks on my side of the aisle or thereabouts. I would say like it's probably a lot more intense with right-wingers. I mean, it is like a lot more intense, and there's more of them doing it. But there's a lot of people on the left that are prone to conspiracies. Kyle Kulinski is out here just like day one, just pumping out content. Just asking questions about things not adding up.
Never let a good crisis go to waste. Okay, you doubters. It might be the case that they didn't plan this specifically to happen. but maybe they're going to use it as their right stock fire to implement a horrific policy agenda like building the ballroom, the White House. And that's what I found like so. Because in the previous actual successful assassination of Charlie Kirk, they were talking about like, oh, we're going to go after every leftist group, all these Democrats, we're going to target all of their like institutions. None of that shit happened. But this time they're really just the limit of their ambition is building this fucking ballroom and justifying it to the public. So I think it's a missed opportunity for them perhaps, but to be honest, I don't really think it's that big. Like the American people, like Tim said, care about other stuff. But it was, I think, fascinating to see Ashley Sinclair talk about how this unified messaging would happen in these chat groups, and then everyone is on the same page like minutes after it happens to talk about the fucking ballroom.
She is spilling some quality tea on the timeline. She spilled some tea today about Corey Mills. Is that his name? Republican representative from Florida. Some crazy stuff. Yeah.
Well, Tim, you are a Republican, and you worked in a campaign. Oh, you're not? You don't identify that way anymore?
No, I wrote an article about leaving in the period between Trump losing in 2020 and January 6th, when everyone was going along with the Stop the Steal nonsense, except for like Liz Cheney and Adam and Mitt Romney. I was like, this is over. I don't want to be part of the party anymore. But anyway, I was until 2020.
Fair enough. Excuse my mistake. What I was going to ask is, you worked on campaigns in like the early 2000s for Republicans, and I wanted to know your perspective, like on this dissemination of information through pundits or any sort of spokespeople. Obviously, it didn't exist to the same extent because we just didn't have phones and the internet to the same level. But was there this media apparatus, these talking points being kind of spread out, or like, can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, the degree of cultishness that they have and like the kind of the NPC quality of some of these like big mega accounts, I think is a category difference from what we have seen in the past. I mean, when I was at the RNC, when I was at Jeb, you know, we had lists of people that we'd contact and try to seed stuff with, but a lot of times they wouldn't do what I wanted. It's like usually people like especially back then, like journalists, even if they were bloggers, had at least like a minimum level of dignity, you know, and would like maybe post something kind of like what I'd asked, or if it was, you know, if it was really good, they would flag it. You know, there were some that didn't, and the process that I used to use was, you know, pick one of the more pliable Republican blogger hacks and like have them write something and then send that link around to everybody, and maybe some of them would tweet it. But I do think that the like Trump and Elon incentivizes this now. Like a big change is now with on X, you got like they're monetized, right? So you're being incentivized to just post the Trump slop. You know what I mean? Like if you get a text from whoever is the point person in the White House that's like, hey, ballroom. You know, you're best suited to just go ahead and do that, so you can get all the retweets.
I can't. The deposition for Rose was just so crazy. I can't believe that Pixie only filed a police report on me. The worst part of this depo was when Joan is trying to bully Rose and is saying that all of the weird everything that was going on was all voluntary, and she's basically saying no, and then the guy was threatening to like kill her family and abduct her, and Joan keeps like re-asking, like, did he physically, you said you never met him in person, did he actually physically force you to do anything? And she's like, yeah, I know. It's like, this is like a crazy, this is when I think
she's going after like a victim or whatever.
Well, yes, because she was trying to accuse her of basically lying. Yeah. Just such a crazy, this is when apparently I wasn't at this one, but apparently it started to break down around there. Jesus Christ.
It's not even just the like, you know, the usual suspects who have the direct lines of connection. I know that they just added this location feature, and you see, oh, here's like all the Indian and Malaysian and offshore accounts that are just capitalizing off of like, this gets clicks, this causes people to be angry, just blow it up and throw it out there. So yeah, it's very transparent how it's really not about anything but, can I get this to go viral because I know it'll make people angry? And yeah.
Tim, I want to dive into your politics a little bit more if you don't mind.
Let's do it,
yeah, so we've had a ton of discourse in our spaces in recent kind of weeks. Some of it has related to Hassan, but it's more been about like a bigger conversation about the future of the Democratic Party. You're obviously like a Republican defector, and so I'm curious to know what you think should be the playbook for Democrats in the short term to sort of maximize electoral wins, and also like what you personally want to see, and do those things overlap?
Yeah, can I just say on just Hassan briefly? When I engaged in that discourse very early, which in retrospect was maybe a mistake, because how the hell did I know that it's all everybody would want to talk about for weeks? But one of the points I made when I first engaged with it is that like the establishment Republicans, or excuse me, the establishment Democrats, I'd talk about a Freudian slip, the establishment Democrats who were going after him were like stepping on a big rake. Like this was a massive cell phone that like putting out a memo that's like people shouldn't talk to Hassan is going to absolutely backfire on them, and you know, the base or like the active kind of Democratic voter does not want that, and there's some category of people that do, but if anything, it will end up empowering him more to as an anti-establishment figure who's fighting them, because that's what people are looking for right now. Look at Graham Plattner and Janet Mills, and that's exactly what's happened, and it was really dumb of the third way to do it. This is a strategic matter. My thinking, and I feel like I have good credibility on this, because what I'm about to suggest the Democrats do goes against what my personal political preference would be. If I could wave a magic wand to make somebody president, I would want Jared Polis or somebody like that who has no viability as a national figure. But I think that the Democrats need to put forth a candidate. I guess we're doing this in the 2028 context, but even in statewide candidates and federal level, who has some distance from the Clinton, Biden, Harris triumvirate. And they need some distance from them, and it needs to be comprehensible and understandable to people, to dum-dums, what the difference is. And I think probably it is a little bit more economic populism. What that exactly looks like, I think, is up to the person, but mostly it is that they need to offer a critique of the Democratic Party establishment for being too cozy with corporate interests and saying that they're going to fight it at some level. Some of those proposals will be very stupid, but there's some that are good, and I think that the framing is more important than the actual policies.
I imagine you vibe a little bit with Tallarico then, right? Because he's leaning into some populism, but he's not fully committing in the same way that Plattner is.
I do vibe a little bit with Tallarico. I think that then on foreign policy, they need to be very clearly anti the stupid war, bluntly and clearly, not well, Ayatollah was bad, and this doesn't mean they need to be isolationists, but they need to say, hey, you guys are heard. You thought Trump was going to be anti-war. You're betrayed by him. You can trust us. We're not going to get into stupid Middle East wars. It doesn't mean we're isolationists. We support our allies in Europe. We're going to try to mend fences with the countries who want to mend fences with us, but no more stupid wars. We're going to get us the hell out of it. I think they should do that. And I think it would probably be beneficial for the Democrats to try to demonstrate some type of distance from their past to those two are kind of moves to the left. I'd say a move to the right just slightly on either immigration or public safety, demonstrating that there's some feeling of, hey, things got a little out of control with the far left prosecutors in San Francisco and some of these places, and we need to make sure that violent criminals are put behind bars, and that we need to make sure that violent illegal immigrant criminals are behind the bars or sent home. And that doesn't mean becoming bigoted or nativist, but just demonstrating that there's a little bit of a pivot from where things were. I think that combination is probably the sweet spot for them. That'd be
Well, in your view, who's the most posed to do this that's on the playing field right now? Because so many of the current candidates I see are either linked. I mean, Harris might run again to some of these things that you need to say we need to distance ourselves from, and some of them.
She's 1,000% gonna run.
Right.
1,000%. Yeah.
And so who is then able to both distance themselves and make these shifts that you're
I think it's tough. I think it's pretty concerning. Because I think the answer to that question is going to people that haven't really been around. I mean, one of that is, okay, maybe one of these guys wins a surprise Senate race and just runs again immediately, for president. I know there'll be a lot of push against that, but that could be Tallarico, could be Plattner. Other people find that crazy, but I don't. I mean, Obama and Trump were both crazy, and they're the last people to win twice. And then, maybe more reasonable to that would be somebody like a Wes Moore or one of the two Georgia senators, Ossoff and Warnock, both kind of demonstrated they've won in the South in a swing state. Those are kind of the names that come to mind.
Or the Supreme Court decision?
Nobody's really knocking my sock.
Yeah, but the problem is I don't know the. I just don't know enough legality around the Voting Rights Act or whatever to know how good or bad it is. I don't know anybody who's legal channel takes I trust on anything, so I'm not sure how to feel about it. But it's they approved a thing, right?
I think they basically
approved
said
a big gerrymander.
I don't know if they approved a big gerrymander. I thought that they just said you can't gerrymander for black districts. I didn't read it.
Well, I think originally they were trying to gerrymander something, and then somebody was claiming it was racist, and the Supreme Court was like, well, it's not really racist because the categories you're calling out wouldn't fit cleanly into races or something like that or something.
I haven't read the opinion, so maybe I should.
Josiah put out a video about it that Hutch was reviewing. Hutch reviewing. Oh, no, wait. Josiah, Supreme Court. Okay, I'm done with my stuff. Let me check real quick. How annoying is it that in text messages on an iPhone, it always tries to open the fucking Apple Maps? It's so fucking irritating.
Oh, when you like click it?
Yeah.
I would assume you could change that
Nope.
in the settings. But
You
no.
absolutely cannot. It's fucking annoying.
Hello, hello.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, do you mind me jumping in?
No.
I guess. What's up?
Why the fuck did I catch a stray from you the other day when you're having a conversation with a guy who was saying that we should like kind of pander to lefties? What was that about?
It wasn't a stray. It was a direct shot across the bow. Was this about the Was this when I was watching that Vosh video with the media thing?
No, you were having a conversation. It's a video that's up on your channel of a guy who was saying that we should try to like actively try to basically like court the far left flank and be, you know, more conciliatory towards them. And then you said something like, I can't get you and Hutch to, you know, see that blah, blah, blah. But I've been making the same argument about not coddling lefties for months. And like the disagreement that you and I had was about prescriptive analysis on like what Democrats should do the next time they have a trifecta.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what the... I remember objecting like this. It was trying to get people to understand something. But no, yeah, obviously you're one of the... You fight with lefties a ton. I'm trying to remember what the comment was. I was getting frustrated with something because I felt like there was something that people don't... It doesn't click with some people. And then I remember bringing up you or other people don't seem to understand this thing. Fuck, what was it? What did he... It was the Shervin guy or whatever pushed me on something.
It was on a specific part of the conversation and not the
That's why you
overall
guys-
topic of what you guys were discussing.
They're always going to lose. I don't think it was just about pushing against people on the left. Hold on, let me find... Fuck. In your video, when do I make the comment? Do you know?
It wasn't my video. It was your video, and I don't remember.
Why?
It
So
was-
you have a
it was,
video that says Destiny calls me out 7 hours ago.
My editor does all that stuff, and so I don't know.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, that's
I don't
what
know
was
what he
thinking.
does.
Do you remember the word I used or what? Wait, 4653.
Just look up Hutch. Just look up the word Hutch in the transcript.
You both are like, oh, well, my editor did it. I don't know.
Bro, what do you want me to say?
Get the editors in here. Let them battle it out.
Search transcript for Hutch.
Because I definitely do not disagree that we should not coddle lefties. Like, I don't think like blacklisting them makes sense. That doesn't really work, I don't think. But
Yeah, hold on. Let me listen
Treat
to this. 1
them-
second. Give me 1 second. Hold on. That's why you guys are always going to lose this conversation, and you're just going to get over and over and over again. By the way. No, you are. I can't convey. I understand. I can't do it with Hutch. I can't do it with anybody. I don't know how to make you understand this, but you're...
hang on a minute. I don't even disagree with Destiny. I don't know if he's saying that you need to be maximally scorched earth all the time, every sort of like right-wing space that you're going into. I doubt that that's his position to take that like maximalist sort of position on this. But
I think this had to do with the media model that I've been pushing. I think that's what this was. Fuck! Does anybody have a link to this in our original combo? Did this get posted on my channel? Oh, you said it did get posted on my channel. Leftist returns to grill Destiny's rhetoric. Leftist returns to grill Destiny's rhetoric. Hold on.
If you're up for it,
I will find this. Wait. I found Hutch mentioned in the original vid. Oh, okay. That's why you guys are always going to lose this conversation, and you're...
felt like a stray. Felt like a stray.
Good. You're just going to get Hold raped. on, let me...
And it hurt. It
Or
stung.
even just like pushing them in, I don't know, last time we tried, you said they stopped inviting you, right?
Well, I wouldn't say for the manosphere. I think the manosphere just kind of fell apart. But conservatives, yes. 100%, yeah.
Do you, like, could you have stopped them from not inviting? Like, is there, I don't know what the timing of all this.
Agreeing to like kind of be gentler and play the game again, yes.
Or even just like pushing them in, I don't know, like how personal the relationship get with some of them, like you being able to, like, hey, come on, like, let's have the conversation.
No, because they know what's up. They're not going to do it now.
Because this is the thing that, like, I don't like the result of, oh, we have to just go to our own environments and just all playing a role, because then...
Yes, I know, and I can't do anything to change that thing from you. I can't do it, and that's why you guys are always going to lose this conversation, and you're just going to get raped over and over again. No, you are. I can't convey. I understand. I can't do it with Hutch. I can't do it with anybody. I don't know how you understand this, but your ability to walk up to these people over and over again and go, man, I just can't imagine doing the same thing they're doing, so I'm going to let them rape me over and over again because I can't conceive of any other world. It's going to happen until the country fucking explodes. Like the argument you're giving me is the same argument that's given a million fucking times over. I don't know how to convince you of it until you've lost everything in your life. I don't know what else to say or do. Right? I can't.
Want to take everything from my life?
No, it's... I don't know why I brought your name up there. Maybe I just really missed you. What my
That was a
complaint
stray,
was
right? That was a stray, right?
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't think we've argued about this. So I don't know if this would apply to you. My one of the issues that I have with people is that when people ask questions about like what's like more rhetorically effective or how do we navigate this particular thing, my frustration is that people are looking downstream too much instead of going upstream and looking at, it's not really questions of this. It's a matter of like, do you have a media model where you can just amplify whatever bullshit you want and then spit that onto the social media algorithm? So like the far left does this really effectively, and then right wingers do this effectively, but people obsess over how to look at the end of this pipeline and how to figure out like, well, why did this message work and this message didn't? It's not really about the message, it's about the ecosystem. But I don't think you and I have ever had a big disagreement on this, so I don't know why I brought your name up there. Maybe I just fucked
I think
up.
in your mind you were kind of conflating the two things, because he was it sounded like he was advocating to make a special effort to try to communicate,
to appeal to right wingers,
effectively
yeah.
with like well, it felt like the far left, right? Or did you
Or
say
the
far
far
left or far right?
Sure, it might have been the far left
Yeah.
too. Yeah.
Yeah, and then it felt like you conflated that sort of general, I felt like you interpreted that as being too conciliatory, and then maybe you conflated that with like the stuff that we were talking about before. But
Sure,
I mean,
don't think you've ever, you've never been a
agree.
person who's like, Ben, we need to court the far left more. So
No, never.
yeah. So I don't know why. Maybe
Apologize to him.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought your name up there.
Okay.
I don't.
Okay.
I just don't. I don't know why I did. I'm not sure what I was. Wait. Let me listen one more time. Hold on. Hold on. I'm so curious why your name came to my head there. Hold on one second. Maybe we'd watch like a Live and Learn thing or Live and Learn or something. Maybe I was thinking Soy Pill, because it would definitely apply to like, because I've had issues with Soy Pill on this kind of messaging. I've had huge. I'm actually, I don't know where you guys are on this, but I've become like Ezra Klein's like #1 fucking hater now. After the Ben Shapiro thing, after the Charlie Kirk thing, after the Hassan thing, yeah. But I don't think I've never associated with you with that kind of messaging, so I'm not sure. You can't be actually correct. Okay,
No, like, so my take on the Ezra Klein thing is like, I think my take on that was like, I think he was earnestly trying to bring the temperature down. I think he's sincerely alarmed by political violence.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that him coming out with that essay about Charlie Kirk and then doing the podcast episode with Ben Shapiro, I think that was him making an honest effort to like set a good example to bring the temperature down and consciously, maybe fluffing Charlie Kirk a little too much with his commentary.
Sure.
I think that was a deliberate decision he made, but I still think it was like irresponsible. Like, I understand his intention. I don't think his intentions were bad.
Maybe
but I
I'm
think
tying
that
it into like the tit for tat stuff, because somebody said it had to do with Republicans and how to treat them later. Maybe that's why your name came to my head, because my big issue with Ezra Klein in these engagements is that he's not getting fair play from the other side. And it would be, as bad as it sounds, it would be better for both sides to fight than for one side to fight and for the other side to be conciliatory, because it gives people a super warped view of reality. Maybe that's why I thought of your name there, but...
Well, then we're getting into like a different disagreement, because it's not that I don't think that Democrats should fight back against Republicans. It's just you and me differ on
how to fight.
The severity, or like how far it should go.
Sure.
But,
okay.
Yeah.
If I had to guess, that was my... But if I implied that you were unwilling to fight against the far left or the right, that was a mistake. And I'm sorry. I love you. I don't mean to misrepresent your position like that.
Hey, listen, I just don't want to be misunderstood. That's all.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Enjoy the rest of
Review
your
on the new Virginia, or sorry, not the new Virginia, on the new Supreme Court ruling, Hutch, around the redistricting stuff.
I mean, not yet. I'm waiting for people that are smarter about that particular topic to weigh in before. I mean, I just don't know enough about, because like, you can't, if the general ballot is like so bad for Republicans, you can't gerrymander your way out of that problem. And so if we head to a situation in 2026 and 2028 where it's like a D+8 or a D+10 climate, it's like they might prevent some losses, but they're not going to prevent being blown out. And so, and then also there's like retaliatory gerrymanders that the Democrats can do in Illinois and California, I think in Colorado and some other state that I'm not thinking of, where they
I
could
think we're
effectively...
heading towards like endgame gerrymandering.
Yeah, it's a nuclear arms race at this point, and
Yeah.
really the only way to fix it is if they agreed to pass legislation to ban partisan gerrymandering. And
I feel like
I mean,
every
I-
single person should have the exact same take AOC had on. I thought hers was perfect. Wow. We, if you want to ban it, we're literally still here right now. If you want to ban it, we'll do it right now. But like Republicans
Yep.
obviously don't, so fuck them.
But
Yeah,
also
no,
the
her-
Dems, they vote theirs in. The Republicans just like shove it through their Republican state houses.
True.
Yeah, her rhetoric was perfect on that. Do you guys think she's gonna run?
I don't. I don't think. I hate
I
these
think she'll
questions.
go senator first.
2
but
years. Do you jump from representative to senator? Is that normal?
That's pretty normal.
Yeah. Obama did that. Yeah.
Oh well, if Obama did it.
She'll probably go for Schumer's seat, the old fuck. Did you know
Whoa.
that 5% nearly of senators are over the age of 80?
Base.
That's
Nice.
insane to me.
Wait, do you have to say 5%? Couldn't you just say 5?
It was 4.5, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I guess you could.
Because it's 100 senators.
Yeah, true.
I do think that this Supreme Court decision will amount to. I think you're going to get some of the things that you're asking for, Destiny, because I do think that there's going to be a tremendous amount of pressure on the Democrats to, at minimum, get rid of the filibuster. And once they do that, then all of a sudden they have a lot more options. I just think that I agree with James Carville, which is that I don't know if every Democrat should run on like, hey, we're going to get rid of the filibuster and maybe pack the court or something like that. They should just maybe dog whistle to the base and signal an openness to those kind of things without committing. And then once they get power, just fucking do it. Just rip the Band-Aid off in the first 2 months of the trifecta and just do big things. And I actually think there's a very decent chance that that's going to happen. I don't know about court packing specifically, but I do think that the filibuster might be on the chopping block.
Yeah, it might be. Yeah. Who knows? It's gonna be a crazy.
I think if the filibuster goes, I think that's good for Dems.
Yeah, obviously.
I think it'll actually, yeah. So I don't know why Republicans would want to do that.
Oh no, I was
beyond
just saying
good.
after. Wait, you think?
Oh, you're saying after?
After the midterms, but it would have to be after the
yeah.
next presidency, right? Because there's no. Do you think Republicans would go along with it?
Well, it
No, they're
sounded
not-
like Trump was wanting to do it for the SAVE Act, but that got
that's gone,
shut
yeah.
down. So yeah.
No, I meant after their next trifecta. So that would necessarily be either 2028 or beyond.
Yeah.
So they
but
definitely
did you
shouldn't run on ending it now. But
Do you need 51 or 60 to get rid of the filibuster?
you need 50 if you have the presidency because the
Yeah.
vice president breaks a tie. But if you have if it's
Sorry, I was
like-
thinking of Fetterman.
Yeah, I mean,
so
I just
51, but
Fetterman, I think it would be a no, but he's not going to survive a primary. Manchin and Sinema are no longer in there, and they might end up with like a 56, 57, 58 seat majority in 2028 with the way things are going for Trump right now, because his approval rating has not plateaued. It's continuously going down, 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 and he's going to drag the entire down ballot down with him. And
Which guy, Trump
Yeah.
or Fetterman?
No, Trump
Trump.
fucking everything up for them.
And if we can get like a 56 seat majority in the Senate by 2028, then that filibuster I think is gone.
Yeah.
So we'll see. But yeah, anyways, enjoy the rest of your stream.
Yeah, have fun, be careful. That guy. What a guy.
Yeah, hit him up with another YouTube clip for him to get you at.
One side.
Okay, hold on.
Right here.
Shut up.
Random chicks holding the front door open. We're not even trying anymore. It's not even like, I just mean like they're not even like Secret Service people. It's like the girls who work here are holding the door. Even if it was the guys, it wouldn't even make it better. It's like she's fucking just like they might as well put a doorstop in. Like, what the, they put up a doorstop and a scarecrow. Don't fuck with this guy.
Apparently these were people complaining about the security at the event.
Based. The attack
It
on
is
my life
weird.
has left me in need of a ballroom.
Oh boy.
Oh god.
How much are these guys down the rabbit hole?
To have
Will it be tied to Israel? That's the only thing that matters.
lower security for this event than other events.
Mhm.
It's weird that Trump seemed unbothered.
Super unbothered by
Like that, I mean, you would think that a guy like Trump who complains about lawfare and an election
About everything.
he lost but is pretending to have won is like the most thin-skinned guy, biggest victim ideology mindset you've ever seen. And he gets shot at in Butler, gets, there's an assassination attempt here, and he seems utterly unfazed by both of those things.
We are here. We are at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. We are currently underneath the table. There have been shots fired, and we can hear Secret Service ensuring that everyone is safe.
Well, not based that they're shot fired. It's just funny that they're like videotaping everything. Sorry.
We were around our salad courses, and we heard a series of shots. And then we heard Secret Service command everyone get down. And now everyone is underneath their tables. Anthony, is that you? An armed gunman was arrested Saturday night after allegedly attempting to assassinate President Donald Trump and other Trump administration officials during the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Jake, your 2 cents.
Yeah, it was a shining moment for Kash Patel because he was the first one under the table since he started there. So in all seriousness, thank God nobody got killed or hurt. There was someone shot, we'll tell you about, but they're fine. And we're going to do a controversial poll here on whether it was real or staged. Drums. Okay, let's give you all the facts, and then we'll come back and talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, of course, there are tons of conspiracy theories out there about how it was staged. I'll give you the details. You can make up your own minds about it. I don't have an opinion on that. Now, authorities have identified 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen of Torrance, California, as the suspect. According to NBC News, Allen was armed with a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives when he rushed the security checkpoint at the Hilton Hotel where the event was taking place. The weapons that he had on him were all purchased legally. Now, let's take a look at this footage as I explain what you're looking at. This is the CCTV footage that was actually shared by Trump on Truth Social following the event. Now, gunfire was exchanged between Allen and the Secret Service before he was tackled to the ground and arrested. So initially there had been some reports that he...
By the way, not to do my misogyny memes, but you're not going to hear much more about the fact that apparently one of these Secret Service guys shot the other one because it was all men. If that would have been a woman Secret Service agent, whoo!
Oh yeah, big time.
Because remember when that first Trump assassination attempt happened was it Butler or whatever? Was that the one or whatever? Everybody made a big deal. I don't even know why. I don't even think she did anything wrong, but everybody made a big deal about there being like a female. One, it was the head of the Secret Service, I think, was a female. And then there was like a female standing outside the Secret Service car or something. And they were like, oh, why is this fat woman? Like, people had so much to say about women being involved then. But here, the fact that one guy literally fucking shot another dude, nobody gives a fuck.
He had been killed.
Don't you unironically want people of all shapes and sizes in the Secret Service because you also sometimes want them to like blend in as like normal duders or whatever?
I mean, depending on the mission, maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
And arrested. So initially there had been some reports that he
Whoa,
had been
never mind. I stand corrected. They did talk about the agent because they tried to make it sound like it was the same woman. Please tell me this is not the same worthless agent from Butler. Nice. I'm pretty sure that's just... Is this a Secret Service agent or hotel staff or... But I don't think she was involved in any of the shooting or anything at all, right?
Okay, they do hate women.
Based. Good job, guys.
Killed in a shootout with the authorities, but that arrested. So initially there had been some reports that he had been killed in a shootout with the authorities, but that did not happen. Now there is a manifesto, so we have some clarity on what his motive was here. But before we get to that,
who was the reporter who said that they were dead?
Shh, Caitlin Collins, our queen. But she said that a Secret Service agent had reported to their security team that that's what happened. So that's where she said she got it from. Okay. Chill.
Ooh, yikes.
Those details, and I'll go to you, Jenk. So according to NBC, Allen was a teacher who had no prior criminal history or record. The FBI was not keeping tabs on him because there was no reason to keep tabs on him. There was nothing suspicious about his background. However, his attack during the White House Correspondents' Dinner appears to be premeditated because there was a letter that he sent to his family and loved ones, like briefly before he decided to carry out this attack. So his attack during the White House Correspondents' Dinner was premeditated, according to Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, who said on Meet the Press on Sunday that authorities believe the suspect traveled by train from Los Angeles to Chicago and then Chicago to Washington, D.C., where he checked into the hotel where the Correspondents' Dinner was at in the last day or two. Allen sent that letter to his loved ones, and he actually apologized to his parents, colleagues, and students, saying, I don't expect forgiveness, but if I could have seen any other way to get this close, I would have taken it. Again, my sincere apologies. He continued. I'm a citizen of the United States of America. What my representatives do reflects on me. And I am no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. Jeez. Well, to be completely honest, I was no longer willing a long time ago, but this is the first real opportunity I've had to do something about it. So I'm just going to pause right there because, you know, immediately people like Brianna Wu, for instance, are like, oh, how much you want to bet that this guy probably screams free Palestine? No, it turns out that he was a fan of Brianna Wu's, who is a supporter of the...
Bro, the team... I thought she was going to be like, imagine how disgusting it is for Brianna Wu to immediately play team sports. But it wasn't. It was like, she tried to play team sports, but he wasn't on our team, motherfucker.
Genocidal government of Israel. So...
That's weird.
Very weird, right?
That is actually very weird.
He actually, supporter of the genocidal government, probably screams free Palestine. No, it turns out that he was a fan of Brianna Wu's, who is a supporter of the genocidal government of Israel. So...
Jew.
Was the guy a fan of Brianna Wu, or he retweeted her once? What does she mean by fan of Brianna Wu? I'm curious about that, but okay.
That's weird.
Very weird, right?
That is actually very weird.
He actually had put out statements about how he felt that Hassan Piker is too far left.
Really?
Yes.
Fuck. Was it? Or fuck, or maybe they'll show some of these tweets. I remember the streamer tweet, but we'll see, I guess.
Oh, I did not see that. Okay.
Yeah. So, you know, these types of events happen, and immediately people try to figure out what the political ideology of the individual is. I want to be clear about something. Even though I'm not one of these terrible libs like Brianna Wu. I certainly do not side with her. I don't think she's responsible for the violent acts that are carried out by someone else. I wish that she had the same, feeling or the same take as it pertains to any other person who carries out an act of violence and might share a political ideology with another.
Newly resurfaced tweets from Cole Allen reveal he hated Hassan Piker, the far left, and pro-Palestine protesters. Okay, so he retweeted, "I've spent a lot of time in countries where graft and grifting are the norm, and I assure you it is worth a truly immense cost to prevent that from taking hold in our society. You do not want to live in that kind of society." Is the assumption that Hassan just saw that and thought it was about him? I mean, okay, I don't know. I do see that I saw this when he retweeted no opinion once. The Palestine protesters are functionally speaking Republicans. I wonder if that was around when they were protesting the DNC. I find far right and far left dipshits who say, I just want the war to stop offensive. Do you think Ukrainians don't want ... And then he retweeted, my position on Gaza is nuanced. My position on what's happening to Jews at home is not. This is no different than the KKK. Like, I mean, okay. This guy seems not... I don't think any of these are shitting on Hassan. Maybe the first one is, but I don't know what the full tweet was for this. I'm not sure. I'd have to see it. But, okay.
But you would think when they say shitting on Hassan / hate Hassan, that it would be a tweet in full force, like Hassan's a retard, or something like that.
Yeah. We have a retweet here of like, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to just give up the last 85 years of civil rights and put my voting rights in jeopardy because 1% of the population of Michigan is upset over a decades-long conflict on the other side of the world. That has nothing to do with me or my community. Okay. This was the one that they claimed was shitting on Hassan. Oh yeah, I saw this. So this is I think that, yeah, this guy's in chat right now. When asked if he'd vote for Gavin Newsom or J.D. Vance for president, Hassan says he'd vote third party. And then Natalie quote tweets and says, counterpoint, if the Prince of Darkness arises from a fiery portal at the Iowa caucus and declares his opposition to Donald Trump, I will ride to battle with the host of hell. But then this tweet said, I would simply not vote for the literal biblical devil from hell, but I guess I'm built different. I didn't understand this retweet because I feel like this retweet was shitting on ContraPoint's take here.
I feel like it's a retarded game to play of like we're going through people's fucking retweets and like we're saying like, oh, they're in full support of like Hassan or like XYZ. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, well, I mean, like I think it's worth questioning ideology and everything. I just don't think that any of these are hating on Hassan. Oh, so here was the more context on that other tweet. I think that we should simply run on prosecuting the rich for their crimes instead of creating a low-trust society that will sow the seeds for further fascism. And then this guy retweets and says, I spent a lot of time in countries where graft and grifting are the norm, and I assure you it is worth a truly immense cost to prevent that from taking hold on our society. You do not want to live in that kind of society. I don't know, I didn't know 100% though what this tweet is referring to. You could say that he retweeted this guy, and then he was agreeing with him, saying you don't want graft and grifting, referring to Hassan Piker as the norm. But then he says it is worth a truly immense cost to prevent that from taking hold on our society. So I'm not sure what that's like referring to. And other than we should like resist them a lot. But like the tweet, like all like these are so vague. I don't know. It's hard to say that like, oh my God, this guy fucking hated Hassan. I mean, he might have. If he's like super pro-Ukrainian, he probably did. But it's kind of weak that these are the best tweets that they could come up with. Yeah, like this one here. So somebody said, PSA, if you're equating Hassan Piker with Nick Fuentes, what you're really saying is that you don't actually listen to either. And then he retweeted somebody saying, I do not listen to any streamers because streamers are dumb. And this guy, that's like proof that this guy hates Hassan.
He's got HDS.
Yeah, true.
I don't know. If he hated Hassan, we would have a tweet of him about Kaya. That's the litmus test.
Like, are there any retweets about the, yeah. I feel like, okay. I feel like, yeah, he's probably just a single issue Israel-Palestine voter.
Yeah.
And then that's what he's like retweeting stuff about. Wait, what is this? Are these retweets or these tweets here? Yeah, I don't know.
Have you welcomed your new mod, Titan Ordo?
Wow, Titan Ordo, welcome. Well, actually, wait, what's this guy's fucking Twitter account? Just link me, I guess. We can just scroll through it for a little bit, I guess.
When are you going to do the cool idea that you had around creating an algorithm?
After Mugenics. Don't worry, I'm 77%, okay.
No, not... That's so far, man.
We got it, we're making progress every day. Web archive. Wait, is the guy's Twitter account deleted? Or did it get hacked?
But don't.
It got hacked. You gotta use it. Oh, fuck me. People who hate Hassan usually aren't this hard to miss, no? Destiny, if you're active in these kinds of spaces and are active on X. Yeah, my guess is he probably just didn't really know much about him. He's just a single issue Ukraine voter guy. But they really, really, really want to, like, they love their narratives.
Or the same take as it pertains to any other person who carries out an act of violence and might share a political ideology with another group of Americans who are nonviolent. But nonetheless, the finger pointing at groups that had nothing to do with this assassination attempt tend to happen.
Yeah, so that's trippy. That might actually change how I vote in the poll. I didn't know that. That is very strange. Okay, so first, there are reports out that they actually didn't tackle him, that he got tripped, or that he tripped himself. To me, that's irrelevant. Bottom line is...
No, it's relevant. You know why it's relevant? Because we have a serious crisis of competency in this country. Okay, the fact that the Secret Service handled this the way that they did. I mean, the first thing that you do is you try to get the president out of the situation immediately. First person they grabbed was J.D. Vance. Nothing against J.D. Vance, but it's weird that they went for J.D. Vance before the president of the United States.
Yeah, so that's the second weird thing. So look,
is this actually true? I wasn't watching all the. I feel like trying to, like, what do they call this? Is this Monday quarterbacking or whatever? Where they're like going back, like, oh, they should have done this. Like maybe somebody was closer to Vance and not to Trump. Maybe that is a mistake. I don't know. I feel like this is all cringe, but whatever. I don't know.
First, I'm going to give a caveat that I think that the security was generally fine, okay, which I know not a lot of people are saying. So why do I say that? I mean, he didn't get into the ballroom. No one got hurt or killed. Whether they tackled him or he tripped to me doesn't matter much. Like, they got him. And could they have gotten him and found him earlier? I don't think so. I mean, he showed nothing on social media that would lead you to believe that he was going to do something along these lines. He left no hints about it. He only mailed his manifesto 10 minutes before he actually did the crime. So, like, we can get on him for plenty of reasons, and why are they letting people into the hotel without checking their bags and stuff? Okay, maybe those are legitimate, but overall, the president didn't get hurt, nobody got hurt. I'm a little less worried about security. I am worried about the weird things, like there's no question they take out J.D. Vance before they get to Donald Trump, maybe about 10 seconds at least. And that is just super unusual to remove the vice president first. Look, one of the biggest problems with political media right now isn't just bias, it's how quickly
oh my God, shut the fuck up.
The link gets you 40% off the Ground News Vantage plan, and you can also gift a subscription directly through Ground News. And Trump said something weird about how he wanted to stay and watch. Trump, who's a coward, wanted to stay and watch? That's super weird.
He's also nearly 80, and he appears to be senile to some extent.
Yeah, that could be it.
Honestly.
Yeah, so, okay, I'm going to get to the poll in a second, but of course, I made a joke about...
Did you guys read the manifesto? Is it any good?
No, I didn't read it at all.
Loser.
I have to tell earlier, and hence I should be fired. According to Donald Trump and Melania Trump, but we'll get to that part of it in a minute because you can't make jokes about anything. Remember, this administration hates free speech.
They're too woke.
Yeah, that's what they ran on. They ran on, we're going to go to war everywhere, and we're going to make sure no one's allowed to make jokes and take away everybody's freedom of speech. Okay, great. And then this trend of weirdly educated shooters is interesting because he went to Caltech. The guy who shot United Health CEO also went to a really good college, and they write interesting manifestos. Their manifestos, by the way, can be completely correct, and the shooting could be hideous at the same time. Just because you've accurately deduced the problem doesn't mean the answer is violence, and just because somebody did violence doesn't mean that they're like the things they were aggrieved about are wrong, right? So those two things are completely separate. Now the obnoxious or controversial poll, because I am genuinely curious. That's why we do these polls, and it's on tyt.com. Do you think the assassination attempt at the White House Correspondents' dinner was real or fake? The answers are A, real, and it's offensive to question it. There's plenty of people who voted that way. That's interesting. Real, but people should ask a lot of questions about it. That's B. C is that's where I was at until you just told me some of those details. C, staged, but open to reconsidering after questions are answered. D,
how do these guys have so few live viewers? Or maybe just not many vote, I guess? Because this top thing has 10 votes, 8 votes.
Wait, only 10?
Yep, 14 votes and 12 votes.
Absolutely staged. Okay,
I
so
mean,
yeah.
let's also just be very clear that not a lot of people have voted yet because we just started the show and we just started talking about the story. So let's wait and see what people say. And I haven't finished giving the details. So.
No, I hear you. Like that's that's just the beginning of it. Go to tyt.com, especially after the story, because we care what you think after you hear the whole story. And to me, honestly, I hadn't heard 2 parts that Anna said. I've heard all the other parts. So now it's starting to move me from B to C.
I think the polls they run are on their website. Oh, it's not on the YouTube chat. Okay.
Tiny bit. I'd still vote B right now, but go ahead, Anna.
Okay, so he also stated that he was not trying to target hotel security, employees, or guests, writing in this letter, I would
Oh, I think we read this, actually.
still go through most everyone here to get to the targets if it were absolutely necessary, on the basis that most people chose to attend a speech by a pedophile, rapist, and traitor, and are thus complicit. But I really hope it doesn't come to that. He also said, I experience rage thinking about everything this administration has done. Now, the Secret Service, along with members of the Montgomery County Police, spoke with Alan's sister as part of their investigation into the shooting, and here's what she told them. Apparently, Alan's sister said that her brother had a tendency to make radical statements, and his rhetoric constantly referenced a plan to do something to fix the issues with today's world. She also said he attended a No Kings protest in California and was part of a group called the Wide Awakes, a network of activists dedicated to social justice issues that bears the same name as the 1860s abolitionist youth movement. So just real quick, getting back to the topic of security at the event, you know, many are questioning whether it was robust enough. Some are arguing that the security at the White House Correspondents' Dinner was incredibly lax. Now, Allen himself even noted that security was very lax at the Hilton Hotel in that letter that he sent to his family.
Well, I feel like I like the fucking meme. There's a million memes like this on Instagram last night where it's like, me when I'm somebody, every single time I say, or me when I'm some people, every single time I say, some people are questioning, some people are asking. Who are those people? I think that should be a banned phrase from all media. You can't say some people anymore. Just present it as your own opinion or quote who's actually saying it.
Some people say that'd be good.
Wow, Sequa click clack clack. I will look into Krishnamurti immediately. Thank you.
Now, Allen himself even noted that security was very lax at the Hilton Hotel in that letter that he sent to his family, you know, minutes prior to the attack. He says, I walk in with multiple weapons and not a single person here considers the possibility that I could be a threat. This level of incompetence is insane, and I very sincerely hope it's corrected by the time this country gets actually competent leadership again. And while security agents were able to stop him before he entered the ballroom, right, he was able to enter the hotel where the White House Correspondents' Dinner was taking place. He wasn't able to enter the ballroom, right? So that's the big, you know, question here. Sean McCreish, who is one of the New York Times reporters in the hall, wrote this. What? Several things happened in quick succession. Tuxedoed agents pulled out guns and began running toward the ballroom. White-jacketed caterers screamed and bolted for stairwells. Pandemonium reigned as top cabinet officials were evacuated. This is my favorite excerpt from what he had to say about his experience at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. This is the New York Times reporter. Robert Kennedy Jr. and his wife Cheryl Hines came out and were ushered into an elevator. Then Janine Pirro emerged. The FBI director Kash Patel came tearing across the hallway with 2 men in tow. His girlfriend was in a nearby room with a man who appeared to be a member of security detail.
True. Can you look into the greater Weow theory? Apparently the next Trader Tips Weow will be gold. Can you confirm? Good one. Destiny, skimming through the guy's blue sky. He was also pro-Pally-esque as well. I don't know why they left that out. Israel out there bombing the shit out of Lebanese civilians like there are Palestinian toddlers hiding there. Well, I don't know if this is pro-Israel or if it's just a fucking funny tweet. But who knows, yeah. I don't know. The idea that this guy was like rabidly anti-Hassan or rabidly anti-Palestinian or whatever, I don't know. It just seems to be a narrative, yeah.
And who was holding her hand.
Drums.
I feel like I retweet that if I saw it.
What?
Okay, maybe we'll get back to that and explore it a little more in depth later when, you know, tensions die down a little bit. But anyway, and then reporters are about to be taken back into the ballroom. The show will go on, apparently. Now, eventually, the event was ultimately canceled, and, you know, the president of the event, I don't know how to pronounce her name, I'm not even going to try, said that it would be rescheduled. Who cares? But just to be clear, security was lax, Cenk. The Washington Post reported that the Trump administration actually provided a lower level of security for the dinner than it has done in many other meetings of top officials, despite the president attending along with several members of his cabinet. In such cases, the Secret Service are often given oversight of all security, and the event designated a national special security event, which did not happen on Saturday, the paper reported, citing local and federal officials. Cenk, I mean, let's just keep it real. I mean, what I thought of immediately when it came to robust security were the conventions, the Democratic convention, the Republican convention. I kid you not. You like have to go through security like 2 miles ahead of the actual venue where the convention is taking place. There's like multiple security checkpoints. But they couldn't do something similar given how high profile this event is for this event?
Yeah, well, those are the things that are weird, right? So, like, they got him. So at the end of the day, like nothing bad happened. But it is weird to have lower security for this event than other events. It's weird that Trump seemed unbothered.
She said, super unbothered by
like that. I mean, you would think that a guy like Trump, who complains about lawfare and an election
about everything
he lost, but is pretending to have won, is like the most thin-skinned guy, biggest victim ideology mindset you've ever seen. And he gets shot at in Butler. Gets, you know, there's an assassination attempt here, and he seems utterly unfazed by both of those things. That's
Wait a second. big question.
Okay.
Was the shooter? I say shooter, but he didn't actually shoot. Is there any reporting or confirmation that the guy actually even had a weapon on him?
They've said that he had a shotgun and pistols and knives, I thought.
Well, I
But
saw
don't
like
know
the
if that just
picture
means
in
it
the
was his
hotel room or whatever, but like when he was actually arrested, have they confirmed that he had a shotgun and shot a security person? No, your
No,
news is
he's
so out of date.
retarded.
Yeah, that's sorry. Good job, Shatter.
One of the shell cartridges had, this is for the ballroom on it.
Shut up. He had stuff in his room, but it doesn't seem like he had anything on him. 10-minute ads. Is there anybody? I like how people are just posting shit. Guys, hold on. I'm so sorry. I should have specified this. When I'm asking about like stuff that's been reported or like a factually true statement, my assumption is that you're not an original source, that you're not actually a reporter on the ground, and that you're not like there and can report back to me personally what you've seen with your own two eyes. I'm generally looking for some type of reporting, like a link to like a news story or something like that.
Let's keep this quiet. These came from deep places.
Okay, so the indictment shows two pictures. The photographs below show some of the weapons and accessories that the defendant possessed when he was arrested. Oh, shit.
Every insignia tells it.
Well, when he was arrested, that sounds like...
Well, when they say possessed...
means like he was holding on to, right?
Or could it mean that it was in his hotel room, in his possession?
I don't think that's usually how possessed is.
Yeah, I understand. That's not how we would usually
Yeah.
use it, but I'm just saying, because I think in this indictment... Fuck, hold on, I feel like I read this. I read somewhere that... Wait, shortly after 8:30 p.m. on April 25th, the United States engaged and stopped the defendant who was armed with a 12-gauge pump-action shotgun, a 30 caliber pistol. Okay, no, they say armed with, meaning he should have had them on him.
On him, yeah. Where the fuck was the shotgun?
Here's
Was
what
it
I
just
don't
in his
understand.
hands when he
Wait,
was
show me the
running?
video again. Fuck, I don't want to go down the conspiratorial rabbit hole. But how did he? How did he make it through? How did somebody arrest him? Multiple shots were fired, and he's completely uninjured. Isn't that kind of crazy?
I mean, I've watched enough Cop Slop to see cops complete like shoot like 40 times and just miss the guy. My guess
Well,
is
no,
they
but what
shot
I'm
at
asking
him.
is, how did they arrest him? Right? This is saying that the USSS officer and others at the checkpoint heard the gunshot. The the Secret Service officer drew his service weapon and fired 5 times. What gunshot, though? Wait, the
I see what
USSS
you're
officer
saying, yeah.
observed the defendant fire the shotgun in the direction of the stairs leading down to the ballroom. Has that been confirmed at all? And then we get the Secret Service shot 5 times. Only one officer shot 5 times and fired at the defendant. The defendant fell to the ground, was restrained by law enforcement, and was placed under arrest. He suffered a minor injury to his knee but was not shot. He fell to the ground? Who ran up to him while he was holding a shotgun and they didn't shoot or kill him?
I don't believe this, because I don't believe that there was shots fired of the shotgun. We would have the picture of the cartridge, no?
Or something. Yeah, I feel like that would be... That just seems...
Also, every reporter there would have taken a photo of the fucking shotgun shells inside of like the stairwell.
Well, assuming that it's not like in a secured off, like a cordoned off area or
That's
whatever.
true, yeah.
Hold on.
I don't know.
Shall I post it as soon as he passed my
Hey, what? Hold on.
Lieutenant Hudson, you monitoring this area?
Is he supposedly, is he holding the shotgun?
Yeah.
Here?
Oh, that was a good angle. That?
Yeah, that's a good
Right
angle.
there?
That's a good angle right there, Mooten. That one?
What? That's the best angle you're gonna get right there.
I mean, it kind of looks like he's got a gun out, yeah.
It looks like he's got something, yeah. Dude, he is so fucking fast, man.
What is the video camera recording this? How do we have video cameras like this still in function? Like, what is happening?
This is a nice hotel, too.
Wait, hold on. Video shows the moment Secret Service officer fired at correspondent standards. Okay, wait, that shows him. Where is this video? Has this video been released?
Did he fire there?
You're telling me that this officer shot 5 times here, and then they just watched him?
Shall I post it as soon as he passed on that? 18, go for
Wait.
Lieutenant Hudson, you monitoring this area?
So he's gonna run through here, and this officer's gonna shoot 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then
he probably got shot. The one who stumbled.
Well, apparently he didn't get shot. So.
Oh no! I mean the Secret Service agent, because a Secret Service agent got shot, right?
Well, the Secret Service agent got shot by the other Secret Service agent.
Yeah, that's what I meant. The guy who was shooting.
Yeah.
His 5 times at the beginning of this video. My guess is he struck one of the Secret Service agents that are on camera that stumbles.
Sure.
That's the only.
But like
place I
nobody
see it,
chases the guy or anything. He's just like running through. Like.
I guess not. Yeah, I don't know.
What's the point of this whole checkpoint?
Like boom, boom, boom. I don't know. He probably tripped, but I've watched a lot of cop slop. If they trip and they got a shotgun, they usually get fucking
murked. Yeah.
Fucking executed on the ground. Yeah. These are very highly trained officers.
They should be.
Also, there's another thing of where if somebody starts shooting, everybody else is like compelled to shoot. So I'm very surprised that nobody else shot here except for that one officer.
Also, they say he shot once, but we don't have. There's no proof has been released of him actually shooting, right?
I haven't seen it.
At the time of his arrest, the defendant was in possession of a Mossberg 12-gauge pump-action shotgun with 1 spent cartridge in the barrel and 8 unfired cartridges in the magazine tube. Did he actually shoot it, or did they just have? Did he shoot it before? Huh. Well. I don't know, man. Well. Good luck. Live streams from inside the ballroom captured the sound of 6 shots, according to Rob Mayer. Mayer? An audio forensics expert. He identified the JDAM. All the gunshots take place within 1.4 seconds. Showing holes on the wall near where Allen had fallen. The holes appear to match the general trajectory of the last shot. The officer fired before stepping out of sight in the surveillance video. At a news conference on Monday, Blanche was asked how many shots were fired. He said a team was collecting evidence at the hotel, but that such determinations are not an exact science. Can't you count the holes? Can't you count the holes? Isn't it math? For example, he said, buckshot from a shotgun, a type of ammunition Allen had allegedly said he planned to use, scatters everywhere, and sometimes it just disappears. Depending on where it hits. Buckshot? Inside? Really? Are we doing video game shotguns here? Is that... Okay, I don't know. That's... What are you gonna do? Maybe he had birdshot? Why? The guy had like 20 weapons on him. Why the fuck would he have birdshot in his shotgun?
Weird, right?
So guys, the good GPU right now?
What's a what?
What are the good GPUs right now?
Why?
My wife needs a new GPU. I'm probably gonna give her my 3080 and I'll just buy me the good one.
I mean, the 5090 is the best, right?
5090? How much is it?
It's either $1,000 or $4,000. I don't know where the GPU prices are right now.
It doesn't mean that it settles anything. When I first read the manifesto and found out who it was, it sounded like a very logical story. Some guy who's, on the left, and he's really mad at Trump, and he's mad at our government for not, arresting the pedophile rapists and protecting them, etc. I think a lot of people feel that way, and now taking it to violence is deeply counterproductive and totally wrong and immoral. But that's...
I would be kind of careful. The phrasing there was a little sussy baka. I read his manifesto, the guy who tried to assassinate the president, and it actually seemed really logical. Okay.
That story, to me, didn't raise any, red flags at all. It seemed like, okay, that does make sense. And I was ready to just, move on. And I saw instantly everybody's like, staged, and left-wingers and right-wingers saying staged, right? And I was like, whoa, guys, hold on. We don't know anything yet. It's been a minute, right? But now we do know some things. But I just mentioned two. The third one that you mentioned earlier, the one that I didn't know, that's super weird. Now, I've worked with Brianna Wu and Hassan in the past, right? Hassan's my nephew, and Brianna and I used to work at Rebellion PAC together.
Before she lost her mind, yeah.
No, that's okay. That's between me and her. And so, okay, so we don't anymore. But the point is that support, so that hence, I'm not biased in this case. I got no beef with anyone involved, right? So as I look at it, why would a guy who thinks that Trump is doing everything wrong support Brianna Wu and her? At this point, Brianna, in the past when we worked together, she was mainly known as a progressive.
She still hates Trump.
Right.
It's just that she hates Muslims more.
So whatever it is, okay. But the bottom line is that so Israel. He's a fan of Israel, and because there's no one left who likes Brianna Wu, maybe other than me on a personal level, not on the political level, who's a fan of Israel, is not a fan of Israel.
Are you?
Right?
Are you where are you living? Where are you these days? Are you?
I feel like these guys are not politically connected at all anymore. What the fuck is what are the evidence, or what's the evidence that this guy was a big fan of Israel? Has that been posted anywhere? Or what are they using as evidence for that?
Crazy? Libs, normie libs, and I'm not talking about you guys, I'm talking about members of the media, lib politicians, totally love Israel, right? They might have a huge problem with Trump.
No, I got you, but so Brianna is at this point 200% in favor of Israel.
Yes.
So there's no one who's anti-Israel or a diehard left-winger who's oh, I love Israel as much as Brianna does. That person nearly does not exist. That person is that category is almost extinct. I don't know, maybe there's a couple of Destiny bros left.
No, but that's what I'm talking. Yes, that group, they exist. I don't think they're representative of Democratic voters, to be honest. I mean, the polling shows they're not representative of Democratic voters. But in terms of media figures or public figures who just have this weird devotion to Israel, but loathe Donald Trump, yeah, people like that definitely do exist.
And he hated Hassan, but
he didn't say he hated Hassan. He said that Hassan is too far left.
Too far left.
Yeah,
okay,
don't strawman it. Just be very clear about what he.
True. Although I don't know if that wasn't really, I don't think, what he said, but okay.
Oh, no. And
I like how she's correcting Jank, which is good, but she's not even really correcting it to what the guy actually said, I think, but okay.
From you, okay? So I thought that's what you said, okay? Because I keep saying that's the one thing I hadn't read before. If Hassan is too far left, what is shooting the president? So it's just, Hassan is mainly known, he said a lot of
Why does he? Cenk is just he's such an unserious person. I don't know what else to say, but does this guy do politics? I don't know.
Things, okay, but he's mainly known as being anti-Israel. So this guy doesn't like a guy who's anti-Israel and likes a person who is pro-Israel, very, very adamantly pro-Israel.
Yes.
That is strange for a person who's supposed to be so far left that he's willing to shoot the president.
I know.
You see what I'm saying?
It makes no sense. So look, he was clear in that he was motivated by, in his words, Trump being a pedophile, right? In his words, that's what he said in his manifesto. So anyway, look.
I'm sorry. Link me this manifesto again. It was a short read. I'm sorry. Why these people are fucking retarded. Who watches it? I know. I'm sorry. It's all the algorithms. See, I fell into my own trap there by being a retard. You just got to jerk off your own side. Master, I failed you. When did they take this guy's shirt off? This is such a weird everything. God, everything about this is so fucking weird. Did I just click a link that said full manifesto and it didn't link to the manifesto? Oh, his manifesto in full. Hello, everybody. So I may have given a lot of people a surprise today. Let me start off by apologizing to everyone whose trust I abused. I apologize to my parents for saying I had an interview without specifying it was for Most Wanted. Good one. I apologize to my colleagues and students for saying I had a personal emergency. By the time anyone reads this, I probably most certainly do need to go to the ER, but I can hardly call that not a self-inflicted status. I apologize to all the people I traveled next to, all the workers who handled my luggage, and all the other non-targeting people at the hotel, who I put in danger simply by being near. I apologize to everyone who was abused and or murdered before this, to all those who suffered before I was able to attempt this, to all who may still suffer after, regardless of my success or failure. I don't expect forgiveness, but if I could have seen any other way to get this close, I would have taken it. Again, my sincere apologies. I wonder why I did any of this. I am a citizen of the United States of America. What my representatives do reflects on me. And I am no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. Well, to be completely honest, I was no longer willing a long time ago, but this is the first real opportunity I've had to do something about it. While I'm discussing this, I'll also go over my expected rules of engagement, probably in a terrible format, but I'm not military, so too bad. This is where he goes over here, he'll shoot. We already heard that earlier. In order to minimize casualties, I will also be using buckshot rather than slugs. Less penetration through walls, okay. I would still go through most everyone here to get to the targets, blah, blah, blah. Rebuttals to objections. 1. As a Christian, you should turn the other cheek. Turning the other cheek is for when you yourself are oppressed. I'm not the person raped in a detention camp. I'm not the fisherman executed without trial. I'm not a school kid blown up, or a child starved, or a teenage girl abused by the many criminals in this administration. Turning the other cheek when someone else is oppressed is not Christian behavior. It is complicity in the oppressor's crimes. Objection 2, there's not a convenient time for you to do this. I need whoever thinks this way to take a couple minutes and realize that the world isn't about them. Do you ever think when I see someone raped or murdered or abused, I would walk away because it would be inconvenient if they were not... As a half-black, half-white person, you shouldn't be the one doing this. I don't see anyone else picking up the slack. Sincerely, Cole Cold Force, friendly federal assassin, Alan. P.S. Okay, now that all the sappy stuff is done, what the hell is the Secret Service doing? Sorry, gonna rant a bit here and drop the formal tone. Like I expected, security cameras at every bend, bugged hotel rooms, armed agents every 10 feet, metal detectors out the wazoo. What I got, who knows, maybe they're pranking me, is nothing. No damn security, not in transport, not in the hotel, not in the event. Like, the one thing I immediately noticed walking into the hotel is the sense of arrogance. I walk in with multiple weapons and not a single person there considers the possibility that I could be a threat. The security at the event is all outside, focused on protesters and current arrivals, because apparently no one thought about what happens if someone checks in the day before. Like, this level of incompetence is insane, and I very sincerely hope it's corrected by the time this country gets actually competent leadership again. Like, if I was an Iranian agent instead of an American citizen, I could have brought a damn Madus in here, and no one would have noticed. Shit, what is Madus? What does that mean? Actually,
everybody's
insane.
warning me to tell you that apparently YouTube doesn't like the reading of manifestos. I don't know.
Oh. Well, it's just news, no? Didn't the Young Turks just... the big machine gun. M2 machine gun. Note, a Madus is a Browning M2 50 caliber machine gun. Okay. Where do we get this? He's massively pro-Israel? I don't know. Whatever.
There was some grilling on Fox News that he was motivated by, in his words, Trump being a pedophile, right? In his words, that's what he said in his manifesto. So anyway, look, there was some grilling on Fox News about this. So let's take a quick look at Lawrence Jones grilling Kash Patel on, what happened that night and what the security was like. Take a look.
The President of the United States is averaging an assassination attempt once a year. And there's still protocols that so who's going to do the investigating of the procedures? Secret Service can't investigate themselves because there's still people in leadership at the Secret Service that were responsible for Butler. How does that happen? It was a failure.
Right. I can't speak to Butler, and I agree it was a total failure. Absolutely. But I have full confidence in Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen.
This country, I mean, the leadership in this country is an embarrassment. Like, there's nothing else that I can say about this. And for me personally, my only real take on the story, the only thing that I feel in regard to this story at this point is terror and how desensitized I am. I'm so desensitized by violence after seeing mangled bodies in the Middle East every single day over and over again. Violence is just part of our daily lives now. So, another assassination attempt on the President of the United States. They didn't have enough security. Oh, golly gee. Why is this country's leadership so incompetent?
Yeah, so those are all great, fair points. I'm kind of obsessed with, why do I care about the Trump assassination attempts more than Trump does? That's so weird.
And he immediately exploited it to talk about the freaking need for a ballroom. Like, I just want to go to sleep. I want to go to sleep, and I just want to wake up and live in a country that's led by competent people. That's what I want.
Yeah, well, you definitely speak for America on that one for sure. But guys, last thing on this. So they then jump onto this ballroom thing, and everyone in MAGA tweets the same exact thing, right? And we've got some sort of graphic on it, I think, somewhere. Interestingly, like it's like Laura Loomer, blah blah, and MAGA.
Go to graphic 11. Yeah. So embarrassing.
But also John Fetterman. So apparently John Fetterman is getting the same talking points that the rest of MAGA is getting. So that's pathetic to the extreme. So it's definitely a talking point. Then the question becomes, wait, did they have that ready before the shooting? Or after the shooting, don't let any crisis go to waste. Use it as an opportunity. Oh my God, we need to foxtrot in the ballroom because of the shooting at the Hilton. Wait, what? Right? So my guess is that they jumped on it after the shooting, not like before the shooting.
Course.
Yeah. So no, because there's theories out there that they had it planned all along, and this was to get the ballroom. But a fake assassination attempt to get.
How much longer is Anna gonna last here? Can you have the Young Turks if it's just jank?
A ballroom? That seems less likely.
I want to go to one. Yeah, I mean, I don't see any evidence of that. I do see the clownish behavior immediately after, where it's like, oh, this is an opportunity to really lobby for a freaking ball. I don't care about the ballroom. Just shut up about the ballroom. Just build a damn ballroom and shut up. Like, that's what I want when it comes to the ballroom. I don't care about the ballroom. I'm sick of. These are men. These are men who are supposed to be leaders of this country, whining about a ballroom.
Yeah.
Okay, there is a crisis of masculinity in the country, and it's right at the top. Okay, I want to actually go to the video where they're talking about the ballroom. Let's go to that.
And we looked at all of the conditions that took place tonight, and I will say, it's not a particularly secure building. And I didn't want to say this, but this is why we have to have all of the attributes of what we're planning at the White House. It's actually a larger room, and it's much more secure. It's drone-proof, it's bulletproof glass. We need the ballroom. That's why Secret Service, that's why the military are demanding it. They've wanted the ballroom for 150 years for lots of different reasons, but today's a little bit different because today we need levels of security that probably nobody's ever seen before.
Wow. The military's demanding it. That's exactly what the military. In fact, right now, that's what the military's thinking about. We must have the ballroom. That's the most important thing. Just build the damn ballroom. Okay, federal judge who put a pause on it, just lift it. Let him build the damn ballroom and have them shut the F up already. Okay? How about that?
I totally agree. They got to build something. I don't really care. That's not an issue that affects the American people at all. Like, you notice that Trump's constantly doing things that are about the elites, like, oh, I'm going to get the Kennedy Center to be more right-wing. Literally no one in the country cares about the Kennedy Center outside of super rich people in Washington, okay? And if you're among those people and you really wanted to go to the left-wing ballet instead of the right-wing ballet, sorry, but literally no one else cares. Oh, the ballroom, where are they going to do-si-do and do ballroom dancing? No one cares.
Dude,
okay?
Charlie Kirk gets shot in the throat and killed before everyone. Okay, Trump gets asked about it the next day. He immediately pivots to the ballroom.
The ballroom, true.
There's something wrong with this man.
Kind of weird.
Yeah. He's not. There's something not
kind of weird
right with him.
And that's what I was going to go to last, because I'm obsessed with the poll on TYT.com. Am I going to vote B or am I going to vote C? I was so solidly B that no, it's real, but I ask a lot of questions about it, right? But like now, if I get shot at for the second time and it's the third potential assassination attempt, there was a guy who couldn't get the shot off at the golf club, right? I would be furious. I'd be like, what is going on here? How many times am I going to get shot at? Can we get this under control? I wouldn't be like, and we're going to have a nice ballroom. It's going to have golden bathrooms, and the toilets are going to be great.
And,
we're going to do some square dancing.
No, not the military. Okay, no one cares about the ballroom. Just build it and shut up. Let's move on.
Every time you ring the bell below, an angel gets his wings. Totally not true, but it does keep you updated on our live shows.
Wow. Thanks.
So we.
Uh-oh.
You want me to go out?
Hassan Slopper.
Bro, you were on the last Shoe on Head video. I will literally shoot myself with a gun if you bring that shit up in here, okay? Why? What do you want me to do? Do you want me to go out, purchase a shotgun, shoot myself in the face, not die in the process, but at least lose significant chunks of my fucking brain so I can operate at the same substandard, suboptimal IQ level that Shoe on Head and her dumb fuck audience operates in so I can do a regular response to that? Is that what you want me to do? Do you want me to lose chunks of my brain? Do you want me to John Fetterman myself so I can understand the compelling argument that Shoe on Head makes? One that should have been left in the dustbin of history all the way back in 2016. Ooh, look at me. I'm an emo girl and I change my politics all the fucking time. Ooh, look at me. As an emo girl, I look like that one meme on the internet. Okay? 4chan guys who are now 38 years old want to fap to me. Fuck. Why would you openly admit that you listen to Shoe on Head in 2026, man? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Whoa! Who's doing the EQ on this mic? I just realized. I feel like we're getting some old Hassan voice here. Uh-oh. Has he been awake for a while? Where's our Riz voice at?
Why would you openly admit that you listen to Shoe on Head in 2026, man? What the fuck is wrong with you? People like Shoe on Head are basically a humanoid version of a fucking Reddit aggregator. They just spit out shit that they see on subreddits. So why the fuck are you going there? You might as well just go to the subreddit directly and read all the commentary that they turn into video essays. Jesus Christ. What an unbearable fucking way to exist, dude. Oh, I'm getting all my politics from Shoe on Head. Honestly, good luck, dude. People should be more embarrassed, okay? What happened to shame? What happened to shame? If you're getting your politics from a person like Shoe on Head, you should be embarrassed. Go spend some time in the real world. Try to explain to people that this is the person that's educating you on your worldview. God, it's like saying, oh, I get my politics from fucking Patrick Bet-David. Oh my God, the things I want to say to people like this.
Okay, true, but ironic. Let's see, more House and Slop. We already talked to Hutch about that. Jubilee episode. Uh-oh.
So you're saying, by and large, over time, the public has become more distrustful of mainstream science, and I would say authority in general, the government.
Simply by using the term mainstream science, it's illustrating my point. That's not a thing.
Academic science. What would be the correct word to say?
I mean, there's academics.
Academics, as opposed to all of the non-academic science.
Science, and there's the private sector, but there's no mainstream science, right? There's science and there's pseudoscience, right?
Right.
Whoever is publishing science, whether it is academic or whether it's in the private sector, whatever it is, right? That's actual legitimate science. And then there's people who lie about science on podcasts, right? And they refer to it as
there's Hamilton Morris, who
mainstream
does science and also does podcasts about scientific research that he does on psychedelics and stuff like that. He's not a mainstream scientist by any meaning of that word.
Sure, that's fair. He synthesizes chemicals. That's totally fine. You can do that. He's an interesting case, so like a hobbyist.
Yeah, why can't I be podcasting in Arrakis or whatever? Fuck.
Turned, scientist. But he's not pushing any super outrageous claims. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think where it gets squirrely is when you have science and you have academic institutions and you have that are all intertwined with governments, and then you have financial entanglements with all of that stuff.
Oh, so we just need science that has nothing to do with the government, and this is what I mean when I say people just say shit. They just say shit that's just fucking retarded. Okay, I'm sorry. We need science with no government entanglement and no financial entanglement. Who the fuck is doing that science? Are these just like researchers that wander into the forest looking for microscopes? Or like what? Who's doing the science there? Maybe he'll say, I'm sorry.
There's financial entanglements in every single aspect of science, whether it be climate science, whether it be vaccine science, or pharmaceutical companies, and
but that's
even like geopolitics type stuff. Like, there's money and there's weird little financial incentives entwined into all of that stuff, and that's where it gets squirrely, and that's where it gets hard to figure out what the truth is.
That's all. Everything. Like, scientists aren't free. They don't grow on trees, and neither does the equipment they use or the time they need to rent whatever facilities to do whatever research they're doing. I don't understand what do you, is it just like more people waiting for apples to fall off trees to discover gravity, or what?
That can also be used, number one, that can be used as a scapegoat, right? Blah, 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 in the pocket of Big Pharma. You just say that and people believe you. But number two, financial entanglements for the frauds that are pushing these narratives, right? They make money off of this stuff. So,
sure, people can make money off of questioning power if they have a podcast or they're selling advertising. I mean, selling books, maybe.
This idea that
wait. I like how that was like, well, do you make money on the other side? Question. Well, I mean, I guess. Like, would I really say people like Joe Rogan like make money? I mean, yeah, maybe like on like books, I guess. Like,
scientist is in this incredible position of power or is doing something incredibly lucrative. The vast majority of scientists are not paid that well, right? They're just doing what they're doing because they love to do science and discover things, right? So it's this way.
Sure. Hopefully they do enjoy what they're doing and they love science and they enjoy all that, but also they like have to get funding for their shit. They have to get paid. They have to, otherwise where are they going to get their funding from? How are you going to do work for free, or are you just, this is a passion project?
way of painting the scientific community as this cabal, you know, that's beholden to blah blah blah. Whatever. It's a global scientific community operating in, you know, in academia, in the private sector, under many different countries, many different, you know, political apparatus.
Yeah.
There's no way to that is why the consensus of the global scientific community is what you go by at all times, right? Anything that is contradicting the global scientific consensus, that's what you want to be skeptical about. Because can you get one scientist to lie? Absolutely, you can. Andrew Wakefield or a doctor.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
Sure.
I want to make sure I'm clear on this.
Yeah.
You think anyone who is questioning or skeptical of the global
contradicting,
of the global consensus,
the global scientific consensus,
what about that person? You
should be very skeptical of that person. Right, you should. They are making claims that contradict the entire body of scientific knowledge. It doesn't 100% guarantee that they're wrong, but they're very unlikely to be right, and especially if they're not scientists themselves, they're almost certainly not right.
What you're saying.
So you.
Oh, so you want to gatekeep?
You cannot. You can take someone's claims and go, all right.
What was wrong with it?
Guess how many gigabytes she had on her SSD left over?
Less than 1.
Yeah, she had like 3.
Was that really slowing it down?
It was causing it to stutter, yeah. Because it's on the same as her Windows plus her.
Oh, it's probably
VGA.
something called it's called the page file. Probably was trying to write to the SSD and, you know, wasn't working well, but, you know, it
wasn't working too good.
Well, themselves, they're almost certainly not right.
What you're saying.
So you can take someone's claims and go, all right, well, all of the science says no, but all right, say your thing, and 99% of the time they're trivially debunkable. Sometimes it's a little harder to debunk. You have to really dig into it. But the idea that you can, you know, you have scientists all over the world. There's no way to buy off millions of scientists in different countries, all these things. It doesn't make sense economically, right? You can buy off one scientist, maybe a handful, so you can get papers that are, you know, bought off by special interests. But ultimately, like, these are, you know, when you talk about climate science and things like that, this is the fossil fuel industry that's trying to manufacture this stuff. Right. So again, it's pretty easy to spot the motives with things like that. You know? Then with individual grifters, it could be anything, right? Somebody's just trying to make a buck, however they can, you know. But
so journalism, by definition, is being skeptical of power and being skeptical of the people in charge who are controlling things. That is the very definition of journalism. And so are you holding the people in power as your North Star of truth? Are you like defending?
Scientists are not in tremendous positions of power. Right? They're just people doing a job. Right. And so this thread starts to evaporate when you say, well, this government made the scientists do the thing, whatever. Okay, well, which government? We got these vaccine studies. This one's from Sweden. This one's from China. This one's from Argentina. This one's from, like, which government? What are you talking about? The global, like the Illuminati government? Like,
what
are you
about,
even
like,
saying?
grants, scientific grants for that scientists? One of the biggest ways scientists get funded is by grants from pharmaceutical companies. And
do pharmaceutical companies? I know they fund research, but is that considered a grant? Maybe it is. I thought grants were typically referring to social, like, government funding. But
I mean, we've had multiple in here. We had one in here maybe 2 weeks ago. It was the most recent one, who was a...
Professor Dave is pretty smart on this. I watched his debate with Dave the Funk, the one PhD chemist guy, against 2 like anti-vaxxer people, and they eviscerated these guys. It was one of the most painful debates I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. But Dave, he might be a little bit... Oh, debunk the Funk. I feel like Dave might be a little bit too much on that populist brain rot, so I don't know if he can counter these points as hard as they should be countered. Like, the question would be, people always bring this up, well, the drugs are being funded by, the research is being funded by the pharmaceutical companies that are trying to get the drugs approved. It's like, well, yeah, of course, who's going to pay for that research? Why would somebody else pay for a private company's study for their own drug? Of course they're going to pay for it, right? Now, it's peer reviewed, and then other people can ideally check the work and everything, right? This is part of the publishing process. But, like, how else are these studies going to get funded than by the people who stand to make the money off the drug? Of course. And also, obviously, you have to declare these conflicts of interest or whatever in the bottom or whatever of any study here you do. But, like, other people check into it as well. Like, there are other people that can do research on your drugs, and every other company is also incentivized to disprove your study. If you publish a study and it's bullshit and another company can show that it's bullshit, like, other companies stand to make money off of your failures as well, right?
And I mean, we've had multiple in here. We had one in here maybe 2 weeks ago. It was the most recent one, who was he was a neuroscientist working in Montreal, Canada, if I remember correctly. And it was in the 90s. I think it was 1994. He got a grant.
What? Oh.
Quebec.
In Montreal, Canada, if I remember correctly. And it was in the 90s. I think it was 1994. He got a grant from Pfizer to test a neurotransmitter, some sort of drug for Alzheimer's. And he was testing the neurotransmitters. He was using PET scans to detect the chemical reaction in the brain to this drug to see if it was effective or whatever. And in the grant agreement, he had to sign off that if the results were negative, he could not publish them. He could not make them public. The results were overwhelmingly negative. The drug was not effective at all for Alzheimer's. It wasn't reacting. I think it was acetylcholine is what the proxy was he was looking for to see if it was reactive to this drug. And it wasn't. He asked if he could publish it. They said, no, you actually signed this document agreeing that you wouldn't do it legally, so you're legally bound to not publish this. And they ended up bringing that drug to market. And it probably made, who knows, billions of dollars. But like the point is...
Okay, there's a lot of things going on here. So one, it wouldn't surprise me if that was an ordinary agreement, because if you're going through like the early development phase on a particular drug, you probably don't want like a published study every single time some early iteration of your drug is not working, right? Why would you want, because then that would mean, my guess would be every single successful drug brought to market, my guess is they would all have like 100 bad studies that would come out beforehand as they're working on engineering the drug, would be the first part. The second part is, did the same drug that made it to market, was that the exact same one that the guy tested? Because why would a company even bother paying for research that shows that the drug is bad and then bring it to market anyway, where now if there are complications related to it, they're going to get FDA fucked for it? This is like, it's just like so crazy conspiratorial. You would, if this was how things actually worked, and this is always the biggest hit against these people, if it really was this fucking crazy, how all these drug markets and everything worked, wouldn't we see like fucking millions and millions of people dying constantly from these crazy, horrible complications? Like, wouldn't we expect to see that? Or wouldn't a competitor figure this out and just publish the research and then completely fuck over somebody that they realized was doing this? I don't know.
You're legally bound to not publish this. And they ended up bringing that drug to market.
Say like schizos, like that is why people are dying.
Yeah, I mean, Jordan Peterson said it for a while.
Or whatever. Yeah.
Said, no, you actually signed this document agreeing that you wouldn't do it legally, so you're legally bound to not publish this. And they ended up bringing that drug to market. And it probably made, who knows, billions of dollars. But like the point is, these pharmaceutical companies, they spend.
I'd have to look into that though, because drugs don't get approved all the time, right? You have individual you have independent institutions that are running clinical trials, and drugs don't get approved all the time. So this narrative that pharma is just like every drug I want will go to market no matter how harmful. It's just, you know, and I don't know the individual study that you're talking about.
I agree with you. That's probably not true. But would you agree that it does happen?
I'm not sure.
We approve like, is it like 40 drugs a year? Is it even that much? Hold on. How many drugs approved by FDA yearly? It's 40 to 60 novel drugs a year. It's not like there are that many, and there are tons of people that are researching, trying to bring drugs to market. I like how he's just like, don't some just slip through the cracks? Like we have no real approval process. Like there's not. The thing that I hate the most is that these people don't even do any research into like what is the approval process? How do you even bring a drug to market? What is the way that you do that? What is the difference between a phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 trial? Like they don't even think to ask these really basic questions before asserting these crazy statements of like, well, maybe some just slip through the cracks. Just random shit is, you know, approved by the FDA.
Isn't it incredibly stringent on getting like shit approved by the FDA?
Yeah, generally speaking, the process is, yeah, unless something crazy bad is happening, yeah.
Unless Trump just says it.
You know, and I don't know the individual study that you're
talking
talking
about. That's probably not true. But would you agree that it does happen?
I'm not sure. I mean, you'd have to give me an individual. I mean, you just did, but I'd have to look into it. I'd have to see whether this is just a story or what it is, because there are like, this is part of the reason that it's so disastrous what's happening under this administration, right? Under the guise of protecting public health, you just have RFK just firing half of everybody at FDA, CDC, all these institutions, and all of these deregulations, right? It's actually the precise opposite of what he pretends to stand for, right? These institutions are there to protect us from the private sector, and famously have, right? Thalidomide wasn't approved in America because the FDA wouldn't approve it, you know, this kind of stuff. That's what these institutions are for. So, you know, what would a pharma company do? I mean, first of all, opening itself up to all these lawsuits. So it's not like
they've been fucked by lawsuits.
Sure,
historically.
It happens. I mean, and so it's just
there's more.
That's what these institutions are for. So, you know, what would a pharma company do? I mean, first of all, opening itself up to all these lawsuits. So it's not like
they've been fucked by lawsuits.
Sure,
historically.
It happens. I mean, and so it's just
there's more lawsuits against pharma. There's more money in settlements from pharmaceutical companies than any other industry, I think, on the face of in the history of humanity.
Possibly, and if well deserved, then great. But this painting of pharma as this unbelievable boogeyman with all the money in the world, right? Do you know that the alt health industry is significantly larger than the pharma industry?
The alt health industry?
Untested, unregulated supplement.
It would really, I imagine it would probably super depend on how much you encompass in like alt health. Like that would either be really surprising or not surprising at all. Because I wonder if you could broaden that out all the way to like protein supplements or something. Does that include? Are they included in like
pills, protein supplements, and all that, or?
Yeah.
Industry, right?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's $1 trillion industry.
It makes more money than a $1 trillion pharmaceutical companies.
More money than pharma. Yes.
You got to find this, Steve. Yeah. I do know that it takes, and I've had multiple people like scientists, drug researchers.
Because like, don't we spend more? Isn't it just Medicare more than $1 trillion? So he's saying that supplement industry is $1 trillion industry. What is our yearly spending on Medicare? That just seems like such a hard number to quantify. I don't know.
On here that have had grants from some pharmaceutical companies tell me that it takes between like $10 to $12 million, or I'm sorry, 10 to 12
yearly
years to
spending
develop
on Medicare exceeded $900 billion in 2022.
Okay, yeah. Medicare isn't just pharma though. Oh, he's just talking about pharmaceuticals. Oh, I guess that could be true, depending on what you consider pharmaceuticals, like chemotherapy and all that. I guess we would consider pharmaceuticals. I don't know.
Companies tell that it takes, and I've had multiple people like scientists, drug researchers on here that have had grants from some pharmaceutical companies tell me that it takes between like $10 to $12 million, or I'm sorry, 10 to 12 years to develop a drug with all the testing on rodents and all that stuff.
It's very stringent.
And it can cost $1 billion.
Yes, and only 1 in 10 drugs make it to market.
Right, so they have a huge financial incentive to push those drugs out and get those drugs out there in the marketplace. And you know, famously, there's billions and trillions of dollars of settlements from these pharmaceutical companies having to pay.
Trillions of dollars in settlements? What is the total? That's a big number. But
people out for killing people, injuring people, lying to people with their marketing, malpractice. I mean, I don't have to look. You don't have to look any farther than, you know, the opioid crisis. So,
were there companies that were sued for? I wish that he could cite cases or something. I understand this is fucking pod slop, but
I mean, well, my point is like to default to have that.
I think there was somebody sued related to the opiate stuff, or
like the overprescribing of it, or
yeah, I feel like I remember reading that somebody got sued related to that.
When you sue doctors on that?
I thought there was like a big case related to it. I don't remember exactly what it was, but
be your default to want to protect or to fight for those people. You know, you like to want to be the bulldog that's attacking people who are attacking those
could be
billionaires.
One of the good times where you could ask AI.
And those trillion-dollar companies who are literally only looking out for their bottom line, and you know they don't give a fuck about a middle-class person who can't afford a really fancy doctor who just has to go to their checkups every 6 months or whatever, and has to do the bare minimum and can't afford healthy food. They have to eat out. Like they don't give a fuck. It's the insurance companies and these pharmaceutical companies that are raking in trillions of fucking dollars, right? And they have immunity.
This is why I'm trying to tell you about the alt health industry, right?
Yeah,
they're making more money and they're peddling lies and selling complete. So everything you're.
How does he just said that there have been? He said trillions of dollars paid out in lawsuits, and then he just said they have immunity. How can both of those things exist at once?
Saying about testing and everything, these are products that are not tested on anything. It's not labeled as medicine, so they don't have to do anything. And there's all these, you know, so there's not only supplements that are actively harm people because they're not tested. They don't go through any clinical trials. There's no safeguards of any kind. So you want to talk about that one drug that slipped through clinical trials and some, you know, unforeseen, not that, you know, pharma went through the checks and balances. Here we go. We did these clinical trials and something didn't show up and somebody got harmed. Okay, well, lawsuit, great, go for it, get the money. But we're talking about an alt health industry. All of these products are completely untested. They do measurable harm and they pull people away from legitimate medical attention. That, you know, ivermectin would be, you know, although that is a real drug, the ivermectin craze would be a great example of that.
So
it's common anti-vax talking point that you can't sue pharma companies for vaccine injuries. I do believe pharmaceutical products around vaccines, I think, get special protections, but that's not ordinary. Those are special, exceptional protections for vaccines. I don't know of any other healthcare thing that applies to. And also, it's contradictory to the thing that he said earlier, that there are trillions of dollars of payouts and supplements or whatever. How could that be possible? They all have immunity. It just doesn't make any sense.
This is, what is this, Google's AI or whatever? Summing it up, this is what Google's saying. The broader global wellness industry, which includes alternative health, wellness, tourism, nutrition, and personal care, is significantly larger than the pharmaceutical industry. Estimates place the global wellness market at over $6 trillion, which is several times larger than the estimated 1 to 2 trillion global pharma. That's the global pharma. So this is not in the U.S. This is global.
Yeah.
That's what that means. Massive market share, the global wellness market. Okay.
I mean, think about it. How many people do you know?
Can you break this down by countries?
Why? What is he looking for?
Sorry, what were you saying?
How many people do you know that are regularly taking tons of prescription drugs versus how many people do you know that follow a bunch of you know, health influencers and buy the supplements?
Dude, everybody I know has been on
Prozac,
fucking Adderall since they were like 12, and they were prescribed it.
There's some oversight on that. Yeah, I mean, Adderall I think was probably overprescribed in the 90s.
Yeah, I think that's a huge problem, man.
Yeah. So this is what I'm saying. Like, you know, people, Dave Pharma Show, whatever. There are things
but
that
what
you
are
can
like
criticize.
the super negative effects that people are having if they were prescribed Adderall?
Long term,
Besides like heart shit.
I don't believe even heart stuff. I'm not sure if long term if there are any, but I don't know.
Okay.
Pharma4, right? And so, sure, sometimes they try to influence doctors to prescribe off-label, right? They'll say, well, this drug is for this, but it might work for this. Can you prescribe it for that too, right? There's a little bit of that kind of oiling going on, and call it out. I don't care.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not here
Look,
like.
dude, there's absolutely grifters in the alternative health.
Oh,
like
it's almost
Grant Cardone, the fucking Scientologist. You know.
What?
Sorry. One of the negative effects is they do well in their careers.
Okay, true.
I'm sure you're familiar with him. He brags about all the jets.
Yeah.
I mean, he's selling like hyperbaric chambers and cold plunges, and he's calling it 10x health, and like, it's just comical.
This is what I'm saying, is that this stuff has taken off because of the cartoonish degree to which people vilify pharma. And so, look, you know, if I can come back and we can like do a really, really in-depth, give me all the cases you want to talk about.
Talk about every we're staying high level. We're not getting in the weeds.
Totally.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is there are things you can criticize pharma for. Go for it. It's no problem. But the cartoonish villainization is what has propped up this enormous alt health wellness industry that is just full of grifters.
I'm sure that's right. I'm sure
complete snake oil that is actively harming people.
Springtime means it's time to clean out your fridge of forgotten leftovers and old condiments. And it's time to restock those shelves with some refreshing life, plus $20 off your first box and free shipping always. That's butcherbox.com/Danny. And don't forget to use our link below so they know we sent you.
No way.
Even the grifters themselves, right? Me and Dan Wilson did a debate against Pierre Corey and Steve Kirsch in New
I
York.
watched that, bro.
Yeah, and so one of them, Steve Kirsch, went blind in one eye because of a supplement that Peter McCullough, the Spike Detox supplement. This is a supplement that is completely untested. He took it and he went blind in one eye, and yet he's still on this anti-vaccine crusade, right? Pierre Corey, another guy, just made a boatload off ivermectin. Frontline doctors made a boatload off of ivermectin, saying this is this wonderful cure-all drug. You can't get COVID. Take it as a prescription every month, right? Every month, keep spending money, you'll get it. And just how many thousands and thousands of people died of COVID because they didn't get the critical care they needed, and then it was too late. That's the real villain. So criticize pharma for the thing.
What?
I'm sorry. I'm gobsmacked right now. Forsen showed his dog after getting 5,000 subs. No one's seen this dog in like 6 years, man.
He's alive, based.
That it does. That's fine. I'll do it with you. But this is the real villain right now.
I think it's fuck both of them. I think we need to attack them both. I don't
Pharma
think
makes real drugs that save lives.
Oh, it's the same. Both sides. Yes.
That's true.
So,
but I'm also sure there's a subset of the people in the alternative health system are also selling shit that saves lives, right?
Are they?
The difference is one of them is not intertwangled with the United States government, right?
Oh my
How does that make it any? Right, that's when you have grifters that are just selling snake oil. Why does it matter if they are or are not propped up by any government, right?
Well,
they're just lying to make money.
It's because those guys they get shuttled into the public, and they work with insurance companies, and basically every run-of-the-mill family that goes in for a routine checkup gets prescribed these things. I mean, there's people that are in the pharmaceutical industry whose job is to take primary care physicians out to dinner, take them out to bars, take them out to strip clubs, and befriend them and convince them to use their drug. I had a guy in here who was a sales rep for Viagra in like the early 2000s and was doing this job. And it's like, your job is to get them to prescribe more shit for more symptoms. Like, you prescribe this for more symptoms and prescribe it more because they get these kickbacks. There's these kickbacks they get from the insurance companies. And if you really dig into it, it's insanely corrupt, man. And it's so fucked up that it's in our healthcare. It's baked into the healthcare system that is supposed to be taking care of everybody in the United States, especially the people that are lower income, which really pisses me off. And the fact that the United States is literally, I think, the last or second to last on the list of health outcomes in the world of countries. Like,
to be clear, we do.
Wait, what? Hold on.
Is literally, I think, the last or second to last on the list of health outcomes in the world.
Oh, I didn't know that. The United States is last or second to last in healthcare outcomes in the world? Damn, we've fallen 150 places, I guess. Holy shit.
Countries.
To be clear, we do need to very strongly differentiate between medical science and the health insurance industry. The health insurance industry is rotten to the core.
Yes.
That's a very, very different thing, right? There's a difference between what is this drug, what does it do, who can it help, and who gets it
100%,
for free.
100%.
These are very different things. And in America, the only industrialized nation to not have socialized medicine, that's an enormous problem. But you can see how these are contradictory lines of thinking, right? The health insurance industry is terrible because it disallows people from getting the medical attention and the drugs that they need, the ones that work, that actually work, the ones that some would criticize Big Pharma for.
How does it even make sense? I'm sorry, God. Well, health insurance is bad because it stops you from getting drugs. How does it stop you? Does health insurance tell the people that make the drugs they're not allowed to give them out? What do you mean? Why not blame the people that make the drugs? He's like, the problem is he's in that area. There's this weird area that people occupy sometimes where they actually do know some stuff, but they're like they're like super aligned with some weird narrative, or they have like a high level of allegiance to some stupid fucking talking point, and they end up in these impossible to defend positions where it's like, okay, fuck, like, I think pharmaceutical and healthcare and science is good over here, but like I also have to explain why there are some problems, and I'm also like a slopulous, so I kind of sort of hate these institutions too. It's like, okay, let's punt it all off on healthcare or on health insurance. Health insurance will be the sin eater for every single ill in the healthcare industry. Yes, true. That feel when I'm crawling to a hospital and I'm screaming that I need help, and the doctor sees me and the hospital sees me, and then the angry healthcare insurance exec runs up and stomps me in the neck and prevents the hospital and the doctor from giving me free care. Like, I don't know, whatever.
Then they
producing in the first place, right? The health insurance industry, that's where you get the Luigi Mangioni's. You get some vigilante.
Oh my God.
Justice going on. Right. So I'm right there with you on the American health insurance industry. That's horrible stuff that's going on. That's very different from the medical science, the chemistry, the molecular biology behind what is a drug, is it going to work? Right,
all the Hamilton Morrises that are working for these companies in their labs, trying to do their best, and I'm sure that's true. I'm sure that exists. They're trying to do their best to actually create good medicines. That is different from the executives sitting in the top of the fucking tower who are working with the insurance companies and the hospitals and they're just trying to grease the wheels of money and trying to make more profit, trying to lobby the shit out of every single congressman in our country.
Yeah, get 10% more profit here.
It's insane.
Yeah, and I'm happy to see less of that however we can. But ultimately, it's just trying to add a little more profit on drugs that work, right? Where these are drugs that help people and save lives. They're trying to squeeze some more money out of it. And let's get rid of that corruption however we can. But the way you do that is with regulatory bodies that do their job, not with RFK firing everybody that's competent in every single in all of these institutions.
I don't know enough about the vaccine stuff. I haven't done a deep dive on it. I've had people on the show talk about it before, but I've never personally done a deep investigation of it, especially the COVID one. I don't understand it. It's too.
Health insurance doesn't always cover drugs that are prescribed. How is that hard to understand? They are the bad guys. Now, if they paid for the drugs, your premiums are going to go up more. So bad guys. So then don't have health insurance. What do you mean? Just don't get any and go pay for it from the hospitals. What's your problem? What's your issue?
It's not that simple, man.
It's not that simple? What? Because you can't afford it? But you're still not going to blame the hospital or the doctors or the administrators? You're still going to blame the health insurance? No one's making you buy health insurance. If you want, go to the hospital, pay for it. But then if you go to the hospital and like, oh, it's going to be $20,000 for whatever fucking bullshit, yeah, you still blame the insurance companies? What the fuck? You're not saying anything of substance.
Complex for
You're
me.
talking to me?
My whole problem.
No, talking to it. YouTube chat.
With all the COVID stuff was all the censorship and all of the mandate stuff. And, basically, I'm not down with the idea of having to wake up in the morning and turn on your TV to find out what your governor is telling you you're allowed to do today, including taking your kid to the park or going to the beach or whatever the fuck it is. I think that's totalitarian. I think that's a slippery slope. And I think once you give them that power, I don't think you ever get it back.
Okay, I think it's a little bit of an exaggeration, though. I mean, I don't know what it was in every state, but I live in California, and there was never a moment where we couldn't go to a park or anything where proper social distancing was happening. How are all of these restrictions totalitarian? Is it totalitarian to say you can only drive on the right side of the street and not the left? Right? There are guidelines in place to ensure public safety. When you have a pandemic, a global pandemic that's killing a lot of people, what are you going to do? Nothing? Just let all the people convene in every manner imaginable and spread it and kill 10 times more people? I mean, something must be done.
Let people figure it out for themselves.
Yeah. I think 12
What do you think happens during the next pandemic? If it, well,
oh, no, we all die, probably. Yeah.
Do you think everybody just doesn't do anything
Probably.
to stop?
Yeah.
Okay. You're doom pilled.
Dozen people were arrested in New Jersey for trying to go to a church service.
Oh my God! And then they bring up the one bad example, which, and the story's probably not even fully true. There's probably something else, but it's like, why not answer? Dave, make him answer your fucking question. What are you supposed to do in a global pandemic? Nothing? Can you not do anything for the government? Well, what about the one time when Make him answer that question. So the government should do nothing. Absolutely nothing, right? Nothing.
Yeah. I think 12 or maybe 24 people were arrested in New Jersey for trying to go to a church service and a synagogue. I think it was either a synagogue or a church. I can't remember, but it might have been some sort of a temple. And the governor of New Jersey arrested them for trying to go to church. There was beaches here. The beaches here were shut down.
Personally, yes, he did.
Beach getting arrested.
It's the head executive.
That's by the def. That is totalitarian. No matter what your excuse is for doing.
What does totalitarian even fucking mean? My main issue is the friction the insurance companies cause. I can't even refer my United patients to specialists like surgeons, cardiology, etc., without filling out an extra bullshit authorization form on their website and wait for their approval. Well, you know what, Joe Bro TV? Stop being a lazy fuck and go open up a private practice, and then you can decide whose network you want to be in and who you want to work with. What are you doing in DGG chat when you should be out there opening your own practice up? You greedy fuck doctor. We need a health insurance flare. Where is my chat mod? Bing. I want a hospital flare if you're a hospital administrator, and I want an insurance flare if you work for an insurance company, okay? We need those flares next.
It goes against the Constitution. It goes against the First Amendment in the church scenario.
But it has nothing to do. So it's just religious people thinking that they're immune to a pandemic because God, which is ridiculous. And then they convene in large numbers, pass the virus around, and then go out and kill other people. You really can't see the other side of that?
I can see the other side of it if, I understand people were really afraid of it in the beginning. They didn't know what it was.
Oh my God. He's like, I don't know. Maybe I guess I can kind of sort of see maybe in the beginning. Yeah, that's when we were in it, in the beginning. Like, what do you... Like, what? We didn't have future sight? So we should have changed everything? Or... I don't know. Sorry.
I didn't know if this was going to be like instant death when it touched you. And I'm not religious by any sense of the word.
Not relevant to anything that was just said.
But I understand and I respect that, people have religion.
Again, didn't respond to what Dave said at all, but okay.
They believe them. It brings sense of community to them, and they have the right, according to the Constitution and the First Amendment.
Oh my God.
To be able to practice their religion and to convene.
What if your religion is to murder people? Should be allowed to do that? Like with a gun, just go around and shooting people?
That's not the best counter.
That's a reductio ad absurdum. But what I'm saying is that the broader good, the public health takes precedent over religious liberty, right? You're not free. Like, here's the thing. So with COVID response, there's doing absolutely nothing is insane. Forcing everyone to remain locked in a cubicle for forever is insane. So what do you do? Something in the middle. So if you want to have a debate about individual states' policies and exactly where it landed, you can have that debate. And I don't know what every state did. I know what California did, and to me it seemed extremely reasonable. If you lost a business during that time, you have my sympathy, absolutely. I mean, and you can have a debate. Was a little too much and not quite enough, whatever. But the idea that there should be some kind that it's some kind of constitutional right for religious people to convene and spread a disease that
I take care of dementia patients in nursing homes. Am I supposed to tell them to figure their shit out and get different insurance? Oh, so Joe Bro, just so I can understand your argument, you're telling me that if you refer somebody to an out-of-network person because you're not paying attention to their insurance, what do you do afterward? You just kick them out on the fucking street and you say, get the fuck out of here, grandma. You should have gotten different insurance. Is that what you're saying, Joe Bro TV? I want to know how many grandmas and grandpas you've killed, kicking them out of your hospital beds, all right? Trying to free them up for somebody in network. I'm just gonna I love you again.
will kill other people. It's just that's.
Yeah, but how will it kill anyone else other than people who were there?
Because you get it and then you go out somewhere else and then you give it to your family members and then people were gathering during COVID in every state. You know, some people were responsible about it and saw very, very few people, maybe only a couple close friends or something. And then there were very reckless people that changed absolutely nothing about their lifestyle, and those people killed other people. It's absolutely the case.
Yeah,
millions of people died. You know, I mean, it's
yeah. What is this, Steve?
Nothing. We just didn't really. He didn't really respond to any of Dave's questions. Dave is on his. He's being more friendly here, which I understand. Actually, I don't know how friendly actually right now I would be on these shows, but Dave's not being as confrontational here as he would be otherwise. But I mean, I guess I get it.
This is all about the alternative health industry. Pharma is $645 billion.
Landlords owned hospitals.
Well, I mean, you think about it, a hospital administrator is kind of like a landlord, a little bit.
A little bit, yeah. Sorry, the bed rent just went up.
Jesus.
Wow. Number 2 is $99 billion. That is fucking crazy.
Right, but it was a very restrictive list that you just provided, right? Like run-of-the-mill supplements don't even fall into that, right? If you're talking about naturopathy and stuff like that.
Oh, so he typed in alternative medicine.
It's a very well, yeah, but look at what the list was of what was included there. It was very,
what, else
very restrictive.
what else should it have included?
The entire supplement industry.
Ask if this includes the supplement industry or the unregulated substance.
But are all supplements herbal medicine?
That's not
no, for sure, no.
I don't know.
So look, I mean, you don't need to convince me that pharma makes a lot of money, right? It's a gigantic industry.
Right, but it's certainly not bigger than alternative in the U.S. according to that. We haven't included supplements.
But that's why I said it's a restrictive list. But yeah, I mean,
yeah, and so
money,
so what is your position on censoring speech when it came to dissent on the whole COVID narrative and alternative medicines and stuff like that?
I wasn't familiar with a lot of it. I mean, I don't think are you talking about like Twitter and stuff, like where tweets deleted or something?
You should reframe this every single time. What was your position on censoring tweets on it? You mean when Trump was in office in 2020? Yeah, I don't really like when that was happening, right?
Tweets deleted, YouTube, certainly lots of YouTube channels were deleted of practicing physicians who were talking about treating COVID and offering advice.
The Front Care COVID Alliance bullshit. Oh man, I didn't watch this on stream. I will next stream. We have to watch the debate on stream. It's actually abysmal. Like I would never appear.
Whose debate?
This guy, the Professor Dave guy, and the Debunk the Funk guy. They debate two of like the largest like vaccine denier people fucking ever, and it is one of the biggest fucking blowouts. Like unbelievable.
On how to treat it, how to take care of it. There was lots of doctors who had treated thousands of patients themselves and had YouTube channels and were talking about.
Every single person this guy's referring to is a fucking quack, lunatic, psycho, fuck, fringe freak who was part of either the Front Care COVID Alliance. Dave's probably debated some of these people who were like, oh, actually, if you actually pump 1,000 cc's of vitamin C right into this dude's fucking cock, and then you fucking load him up with ivermectin prophylactic every single fucking day, they actually never get sick. And I can tell because I've got a study from Kenya.
What they were doing, what the results were, and they had their YouTube channel shut down. I personally had people on the show talking about it and had those episodes taken down and gotten channel strikes because of the reason YouTube gave me was medical misinformation.
Yeah.
They were professionals, academics.
But
they were professionals.
Professionals that engage, in this. That's the problem is you have doctors that get into this grift, right? Paul Merrick and Pierre Corey and Peter McCullough, and then in every
those guys.
Avi Loeb, and there are professionals that get into this grift, right? Paul Merrick and Pierre Corey and Peter McCullough, and then in every
those guys.
Avi Loeb, and these.
It was almost certainly somebody associated with that COVID Front Care Alliance bullshit.
There are professionals that engage in grifting, so it's not always Billy Carson, some joker.
It was like FLCCC or something.
Whatever, right? You can have people in the highest echelon of academia that engage in grifting. So I'm under everything that was labeled as medical misinformation was right. Now the other question is, should it have been censored? That's a more delicate question. I don't know. I'm pretty neutral on it. I think it is for the public good that it got censored. But do we want that in general? I don't know. To me, I go the completely other way. I'm not really interested in what is censored or what is not censored or whatever it is. I am more interested in flooding the internet with factual information that debunks all the grifters. That's what I want to do. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, but what if you were getting censored for that?
But in what way?
What if YouTube was demonetizing your content for attacking people that were talking about vaccines or attacking people that were talking about the pyramids?
Well, that would be.
We need to do more.
Pyramids?
There has to be. He probably thinks the pyramids were built by aliens or restorers of fucking. It's unironically, it's probably fucking retarded. We have to do an underlying fact of the matter analysis. There's too many times where people are like, "How would you feel if you were getting censored?" This? Well, I would feel bad because I don't think I should be censored because I'm not engaging in medical misinformation during a pandemic. So that's why I would feel bad. Not because necessarily cutting some information during pandemics is bad, but because I don't believe that I'm, doing misinformation. Like that's a fair response. Now the other person could argue with that if they want to, but that's a real response.
That would really be shocking. Then we would have a situation where factual information is getting censored.
Well, those people believe that their information is factual.
Oh, all of these fucking centristy, conservative fucking dick sucks who all were so obsessed with Jordan Peterson's postmodern, post-truth, post-whatever, who are all like standpoint epistemology and the fucking intersectional losers who think you can have your truth, your own personal truth. I'm sorry, is truth or fact just a matter of personal opinion and belief now? Can we really not resolve a fact of the matter on anything? It's really everybody just has a personal opinion, their perspective on what is real or true?
That would really be shocking. Then we would have a situation where factual information is getting censored.
Well, those people believe that their information is factual.
But they don't. They're grifters.
So
this is why you have to dig into eat, right? So I spend a lot of space on All Health because you do, like, they are professionals and everything they say, it requires a lot of investigation into primary scientific literature, right? There has to be content that does a deep dive on this stuff to show you, to illustrate. And, you can pick any handful of these guys and I'll come back with a presentation to convince you that they're grifters, right?
But can you see the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th level domino effects of censoring content online based on maybe something legitimate? Maybe
3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th level domino effects. And what he's really talking about is just the first level of like, well, if he gets censored, don't you get censored? That's a 6th level, a 6th order fucking effect. Okay, bro.
Be negative misinformation that could harm people. Do you see what can happen down the road with that?
So, yeah, a couple things. Number one, I do see that because then there's a lot of nuance, right? There are grifters that are perpetrating a grift, and then there are people who are echoing the grift because they fell for it, and then there's people. There's a lot of gradations of that, and where do you choose to stop? That becomes very tricky. I'm under the impression that it's pretty selective, and just the people that are grifting, right? I don't know, but maybe not. You said you got one episode pulled down or something like that.
We had multiple pulled down, but most of them were regarding the medical
touting
stuff.
misinformation.
He probably was. True.
I mean, in the urgency of a global pandemic where millions of people are dying, I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say. But yeah, ultimately, I'm not defending censorship, right? I want to encourage the production and
more speech,
sharing.
Right? More speech.
Yeah. And the problem is that it doesn't. Most professionals are not willing to take the time from their job, and it takes weirdos like me, right? I'm a career science communicator and entrepreneur, and there's very few people that have been able to make a living this way, such that they have all of their time free to hunt down these people, and there's so few. There's just not enough because there's thousands of these people in every single sector of science and technology, and every single one of them needs a counterpart that's debunking them. So I'm trying to debunk 500 people at once, which is why it's hard to retain. Every time particularly in the medical realm, there's so many papers, so much stuff that you really have to dig into that it's impossible to keep all of it in the forefront of your mind at once. But when I'm doing that video, I'm reading a lot of papers and I'm speaking with a lot of professionals. And I'm very thoroughly exposing that individual, and then I move on to another, and then another, and then another. So and I've seen my content move the needle a little bit on certain figures, which is what I want and which is what we need to see. We need a lot more people doing that. So I'm not here like let's silence everybody. I'm just let's have the truth be louder than the frauds. That's what I want.
Yeah. And then also on the ivermectin stuff, I had a woman. Just
oh no, bro!
He just immediately moved.
Yeah,
on.
they don't ever. There's no engagement. Oh,
no,
God.
He's just like, all right, next talking point.
I had Mary Bowden. Are you familiar with her? She worked at Houston Methodist Hospital, and her hospital that she worked at was the first hospital in the country to mandate the shots.
Can you believe that?
She is the doctor you challenged on Twitter about ivermectin treating COVID, and then she posted the document like 100 trash studies showing ivermectin works. Oh, there was some website, some bullshit website that purported to keep track of every positive ivermectin study that had like 60 or 70 of them, but it was like they were all like N=7 or random posts on Reservix or what the fuck, I forget. There's like a medical journal preprint site or whatever where you could post preprints, so they're not even peer reviewed or whatever. It's just
and she treated something like, it was more than 6,000 patients for it. She was a respiratory specialist, and she treated over 6,000 people, and this was starting before the shots came out. And she was using all of the recommended treatment. She was using a lot of monoclonal antibodies, which she said were very effective. She was very skeptical about the ivermectin. She did start using it. She did not see any negative effects for the ivermectin. I think she said that she was combining it with heavy doses of steroids, heavy doses of vitamin C, and I think it was the steroids, the vitamin C, breath work or something, some sort of like breathing exercises. This is her. Oh yeah, let's watch this real quick. There's like she gives herself like a.
Oh God. I wish you could just, dude. I just want like a debate cage match just for like 2 hours. Where you have to answer questions and you're like forced to engage. Like, hold on. So I just want to check something real quick. You said earlier that COVID wasn't even that deadly, right? He's like, well, yeah, ooga booga, yeah. Okay, and then you said that this woman treated thousands of patients with ivermectin, and they all got better eventually, right? Yeah. Okay, so do you not see how these two things are like connected? That most people will just get better? How do we know that the ivermectin or whatever bullshit she was doing was actually improving their outcomes compared to the standard of care? Oh, it's like that's like why we need a study. Maybe, possibly.
But what about the 7th level domino?
True.
Better than I do. Throw the little cans on real quick.
Oh yeah.
Also, whatever. I like that nobody ever brings up this talking point because Joe Rogan dick sucked monoclonal antibodies, so they're beyond fucking question. But people complained about the cost of the vaccine or whatever other fucking bullshit or big pharma making money. Monoclonal antibodies in the early stages, these are like $5,000 to $10,000 fucking treatments that were also emergency authorized by the FDA, but for some reason that was okay. They never talk about how that skipped all the studies and research. This was an FDA emergency use authorization, same as the fucking vaccines. Ugh.
Problem? Just listen to like 30 seconds of this.
You're an ENT. She normally doesn't get involved anywhere close to the vaccine issue. And guess what? She is knee deep in this.
Right. So like Mary, I know we're like almost an hour into this podcast, but let's give you like a brief introduction, like your background.
Right. So I went to Stanford. I'm an ENT.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
And I kind of stumbled into. I had patients coming to me because no one else would treat them, and I'm an expert in respiratory diseases, so it makes sense. And because I didn't shut my doors, people started coming to me. And initially, I tried hydroxychloroquine, but as soon as President Trump mentioned it as an option, it got shut down. I mean, literally, the Texas State Board of Pharmacy sent out a letter.
It didn't do anything. It didn't help. It didn't work. I like how all these people also try all the same bullshit. You need to do the thing where as soon as you said, real quick. Okay, I understand. Hold on. I understand what you're going to say about, all this. That's fine. But real quick, just checking. Do you think that oil is like a self-renewing resource under the dirt? I just want to know. I'm just curious what the answer to that is. I'm just curious if you think that, right? And then like, do you think there might be like the lost city of Atlantis? Is that like off the because these people unironically believe every fucking conspiracy. All of them believe all the conspiracies. They all believe all this stupid shit. All of them. Like, oh, you also happen to believe in every bullshit medication that was never, there was no study that ever showed that any of these were an improvement in standard of care for COVID. None of these ever panned out. Isn't that crazy how the scientific community is like, oh, they probably don't work. It doesn't seem like there was any research to back them up. And none of them do work. And none of them are used anywhere as a standard of care ever.
But as soon as President Trump mentioned it as an option, it got shut down. I mean, literally, the Texas State Board of Pharmacy sent out a letter prohibiting us from prescribing it. So then I moved on to monoclonal antibodies.
Did she say she's an ENT or an EMT? I think ENT, right? Ear, nose, and throat?
She's an ENT, ears, nose, and throat.
I mean, literally, the Texas State Board of Pharmacy sent out a letter prohibiting us from prescribing it. So then I moved on to monoclonal antibodies, and those worked great. People turned around very quickly, and I get unlimited supply. Well, then the government shut that down, and that was right
What does that mean? Unlimited supply of... I don't know. Okay.
Around when Biden mandated the COVID shots, they shut down monoclonal
antibodies. Did you say unlimited or unlimited?
What did you just say? Unlimited or unlimited? What?
Limited. A limited.
Oh, a limited supply.
Shut that down, and that was right. And those worked great. People turned around very quickly, and I get unlimited supply.
I think she said unlimited.
I think she says yeah.
Well, then the government shut that down, and that was right around when Biden mandated the COVID shots, they shut down monoclonal antibodies. It was an orchestrated effort. And so I started.
Is that true? I thought that monoclonal antibodies do help a little bit. I'm not aware of them being shut down. I thought you could still get that for. I don't know if you still can. I don't know. But also, this woman is a lying, disgusting fucking piece of shit. So I wouldn't trust anything she says without actually factually it.
Using ivermectin, and I found that ivermectin worked. I was a little nervous that it wouldn't because monoclonal antibodies worked so well. But what I did find, I found it worked.
I don't think they worked that well. I think they helped a little bit, but not like super duper well.
And so I treated over 6,000 patients. When you see that high volume, I mean, that's something I'll never again experience in my career. I mean, usually I see a wide variety of issues as an ENT. Never had such a large volume of the same disease in such a short period of time, and you become an expert in it. And I started speaking out, and of course I got ridiculed, smeared, canceled. I'm still fighting for my medical license, so I put everything on the line to tell the truth. And I think that brings us to another point: is that all these people, all these doctors,
she's fined tens of thousands of dollars. They threatened to take her medical license, and she was getting, she wasn't invited to any dinner parties anymore in Texas. Like,
oh no,
she had nothing to gain from it. But
very convincing.
I understand
convincing
that
narrative.
It's whether it's a narrative or it's her actual experience. I mean, it's possible that she's telling the truth.
No, it's not, you fucking retard, you fucking moron. How is it that no other doctor, well, I'm sorry, besides the 5 other quack doctors, how did so many doctors in so many countries across the entire fucking planet not figure out that an easily accessible anti-fucking parasitic drug massively helped COVID? How did no other country, no other academic institution, no other company, even the company, was it Merck, I think, that made ivermectin in the United States, even they put out a statement saying, by the way, no research shows that this actually fucking helps for COVID. Well, how did nobody else figure that out except this one fucking retarded dipshit lady?
But I understand that like none of the scientific journals have published any sort of studies that say ivermectin is effective, right? They none of them do. I listened to your interview with Pierre Corey, and I've listened to other interviews, and that's what people seem to be frustrated by, is that there's no like placebo-controlled trials that say that it did work for it.
Right. They're always using very shady trials, very small cohort, no controls. The first one was just.
There were huge. I know Dave Hestenos, but there were huge trials that some people would say, I don't know if you ever say like a defended from. There were huge trials testing ivermectin and I believe hydroxychloroquine, and the end result of these was, go figure, that there was just no improvement in treatment over placebo or standard of care. Like that was it.
Like high dose in vitro, which is not applicable to a human system. It just the kernel that they used and then expanded upon was not legitimate, and then mountains of legitimate science is done after the fact because of the fervor that crops up to demonstrate conclusively that it is not effective, both ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. And so all you can do against this mountain of science is performed all over the world, all these different countries, all over the place, is just go big giant conspiracy pharma paid the blah 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 whatever. That's all you can do.
But what about people like her who treated over 6,000 patients, and she did say that it worked in combination with vitamin C, monoclonal antibodies, steroids, all that.
Okay, so what's the difference between that and it didn't work at all and other things worked? You know what I mean? Like, that's not how you do science, right? You don't go, I gave them 5 things and they got better, so this one must have worked. Right? That's not how science works.
I feel like these arguments are okay, but I feel like I don't know. Maybe I'm just in my bitch mode right now. These people need to be.
They need to be what?
Sure.
He needs to be going way harder than this guy, but I'm always feeling that way now, so I don't know. Dave usually goes pretty hard. He's probably just trying to be bridge building.
Very rigorous trials where you control every single variable, right?
I'm sorry, I would bring it up. Oh, okay. What do you think about the children that received hormones and treatment for being trans who grew up and said that it worked? Like, why is it that a few detransitioners is enough to shut down all of trans healthcare, but then a few doctors who are pro whatever ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine, that they should have the freedom to explore whatever treatments they want, even if they stand against the entire medical industry. They should be free to do whatever they want.
This is how you test drugs.
So do you ban ivermectin? Is that the answer?
Well, first of all, absolutely not, because it's a legitimate drug.
Should she be allowed to give it to prescribe it to her patients?
I don't know what the rules are. I mean, you can I don't think there's a law against off-label prescribing anything. Joe Bro, I think you guys are allowed to off-label prescribe anything. I don't know what the controls around that are, but the big issue you run into is, thank God for our wonderful insurance companies, my guess is that insurance companies would probably stop covering it, because the insurance company would say, well, this doesn't seem like it helps, so we're actually not going to cover this bullshit ass treatment. So then the doctor wouldn't be able to prescribe it off label, because I don't think you're always guaranteed to get off label prescriptions covered by. Oh, and then also, like, if Medicare decides that they're not going to, or Medicaid decides they're not going to, then
our hero insurance companies.
True.
I don't know how bureaucratic stuff works, but I definitely would look down on any doctor that was prescribing it for COVID, because it was shown to not work conclusively. That and hydroxychloroquine, and that is when those drugs enter the alt health space. That is that's what I wanted to say about that.
I mean, she wasn't on like ivermectin's payroll or anything like that. She didn't make it.
What, she didn't? You just said that. Did she have a private practice? You said she saw 6,000 patients. In what time frame? You don't think she was getting money from those patients? I'm sorry, was it a fucking charity? Was this a charity doctor who was doing all this for fucking free? What are you talking about? Why are these guys so retarded? They have no mind for critical investigation of anything that's remotely on their side.
I think they're just bad faith, man.
Well, okay,
shut the fuck up.
You don't know that, right? You have all of these, for the frontline doctors, these organizations. I don't know who that person is.
Also, she's not on the payroll of anybody or getting paid for anything. We just watched her on an incredibly popular podcast. What was she promoting there?
I don't know what her affiliations are. It's very easy to just present yourself as the the underdog fighting the big bad system. But all of these people. So we're looking at the list of alt health versus pharma. Ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine are pharmaceutical drugs that have purpose, right? Ivermectin, great Nobel Prize winning drug that eradicated a particular kind of parasite, does fuck all against COVID, but it's a great drug that has a purpose. But then when you take it and you're prescribing it for something that it does nothing against, that's alt health. That's when you get into this alt health wellness space, and you have all these doctors, frontline doctors, that are getting rich.
Is it ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine that was prescribed also for like lupus? One of these was, and I know they started to run out of the drug because so many people were fucking using it for these stupid off-label COVID prescriptions. I don't remember which one it was, but
because they're telling people you don't do what the big bad government says. I'll send you this in the mail every month. You give me $90 or whatever, and I'll send you this in the mail. Right, that qualifies as alt health. And there are a lot of people who got really
yeah. Well, that's shitty. When you're starting a pyramid scheme on selling ivermectin, you're
not necessarily a pyramid scheme, but just
whatever it is. Whatever sort of fucking.
I wonder what's that doctor's name again? What's the lady's name? Do you remember?
Mm-mm.
You fucking loser. What was her name, guys? I think it was hydroxychloroquine. Mary Bowen.
Mary Bowen.
X.com. Wait. No. Doctor? Oh. Was suspended 2022. Fuck. I wonder if she is like sponsored by or sells any of those weird like online pharmacy things that sell like ivermectin and shit. The Texas Medical Board reprimanded Dr. Mary Talley Bowden for prescribing ivermectin to a patient at a Fort Worth hospital without privileges. I don't think you're supposed to do that. Without
privileges
to treat at a Fort Worth hospital.
Oh.
It sounds like she was writing prescriptions in a place where she wasn't authorized to. This is just a reprimand, though, so I don't think she lost her license for that. But who knows what else she was doing?
Recurring shit.
These people
It
are
is.
grifters.
It is. It is. Yeah, I would agree with you there. But at the same time, like again, I can't for a second bring myself to be able to defend companies like Pfizer who are fucking sponsoring every single news station and newscast that's telling you that we have to stay indoors, you have to go get your shot, and do all this stuff. By the way, we're sponsored by Pfizer. But trust me, even if they were paying us millions of dollars, we would still tell you the truth if we thought this stuff.
What?
Sponsoring, I can't for a second bring myself to be able to defend companies like Pfizer who are fucking sponsoring every single news station and newscast that's telling you that we have to stay indoors, you have to go get your shot.
Oh, ew. Somebody found her Twitter. She follows me. Gross.
Do all this stuff. By the way, we're sponsored by Pfizer. But trust me, even if they were paying us millions of dollars, we would still tell you the truth if we thought this stuff was bad. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Okay, but stay indoors and get a vaccine. What's wrong with either of those things? Like, what's bad about that messaging?
Well, the question is, do you trust the media and do you trust the government? Do you trust these $1 trillion corporations?
No!
Schizo.
I trust the random lady who is fucking treating people because she said it worked for her, kept 6,000 plus COVID-19 patients out of the hospital. What does that mean? They didn't even go to the hospital? So it's what? She had a private practice? Was she just doing telehealth ivermectin prescriptions? Also, she's selling a book. Dangerous Misinformation. The Virus, the Treatments, and the Lies. Wow.
So you cry a lot on X about the mRNA vaccines. If they were really dangerous, don't you think trusted news sources like NBC and CNN would report that? So you cry.
Like, if you look at history and you read history, go look at the Iraq War. Do we trust these people?
Okay.
Oh, shit, we can't trust anybody except every single fucking... Again, this is another thing. If these guys were infinitely skeptical of everybody, then fine. Sure, okay, you don't want to trust anybody, fine. But that's not the case. You're trusting this one person, woman, or whatever, who comes onto your podcast and sells you a bunch of shit, but you don't trust anybody else? You don't trust the government? You just trust this one? Why do you trust her? What makes her so fucking trustworthy?
Politics is
Well, it's the
completely
news.
different.
It's the news is selling it to us.
Sure. But the fact remains that money can't change the laws of physics or the laws of molecular biology and what a disease. It can't change what a pathogen is and how
Or
it kills
can it?
you and what will cure it and what will defend. Right. These are all realities of the natural world, and this is what scientists seek to study. So you can find a media distortion, you can find a special interest group, you can find these things, but ultimately, what a disease is and what cures it cannot be manipulated
trust
in that way.
diseases
Right?
even
And you have scientists all over the world that are studying this stuff. That's why, again, I'm going to keep bringing it back to this. The consensus of the global scientific community is what you go by. When you have somebody that's contradicting that,
No,
you want to be skeptical
wrong,
of that person.
Wrong.
Right? So it becomes ivermectin doesn't work against COVID, not because Pfizer said so. It's because all of the scientists all over the world say so. Right? There's a big difference there.
Amanita muscaria is the third most popular microdosed psychoactive in the U.S. with over 3 million people using it. That's more than LSD or DMT.